Good morning, good morning, good morning. Amazing Law Nerd. We are back for day 7 of the Kouri Richins trial, Utah versus Kouri Richins. It is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. It's 3-3, y'all. Happy Tuesday. Yesterday was and this trial's been kind of wild, but yesterday was jam-packed in a different way. Remember, we have the case briefs up on the Emily Show channel. If you just get the Law Nerd app, we will send them to you and you don't have to worry about what goes on what channel. But we put up the case briefs every day to kind of keep you in the loop. Because when we talk about the things that happened yesterday, we started the day with Dr. Christensen, the other medical examiner, talking about Kouri Richins' phone call to the ME's office. And then we heard the audio of that call, which, she wasn't sure what acetaminophen is, but I had a lot of questions about fentanyl and what went down on the death certificate and if things were going to change. Then we got into a very brief witness, which might have caused an issue with the jury, or a juror, not that witness's fault, not that juror's fault, just literally one of those things that can happen. It just is. It just is. Sometimes you don't recognize somebody's name and you do recognize their face, literally me always. And you're just like, oh, wait. But she purchased that home, the smaller home in Midway for rental, where we saw the transactions taking place, according to Carmen Lauber's testimony. Then we got into the video. We saw the video from Robbie Crozier, which was a whole different video. Then a whole different vibe, a whole different level of forthcoming in that interview than we saw in his testimony. And when he was talking about blues, he was like, she knew what she was getting. So they could have had fentanyl. Yeah, she knew what she was getting. Totally different situation than what we saw in his testimony. Then we got into Eric Richins' business partner's wife and the conversation she had with Kouri that actually seemingly made her feel kind of sorry for Kouri, which I'm sure that Kouri hated sitting in court listening to somebody feel sorry for her, but I'm sure she loved hearing someone talk about how determined and ambitious she was and that she got her master's degree and she was building her business. But the key from that testimony, other than the T, I mean both, but the key is that Kouri Richins was aware of the prenuptial agreement. Kouri Richins was aware that there was little that she would get if she got divorced. And she was concerned that the kids would prefer time with their father and four-wheelers and horses on the ranch and all the rest of it. And she was worried about that. Then we got into all the digital forensics and watching all those transactions together and the volume of text messages, the googly searches of it all, though we didn't see dates on them. And I suspect we might not when I went back through and looked at some stuff because a lot of it was deleted. Recovering partial information off of phones is tough. I thought it was one of Ramos's best cross. However, when you get to Googling things like if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Real different than an accidental OD. Really not the same, giving Brian Walsh. It's tough for jurors. That one's tough for jurors because why would you say poisoned? So let's see what day 7 brings, shall we? We know at some point there's going to be a voir dire of a juror. I don't think we will see that. I think that will be with the court and counsel and the juror. We should be able to hear it. I don't know if the court will do that or not. And we have a full day of witnesses, I'm sure. We're still in the prosecution's case on day 7. We should just go to court. Are you ready to go to court? So much happened yesterday. So much happened yesterday. All right, let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got a cappuccino, little peppermint, little chocolate. I'm going to need another one. It's time to go. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, I'm trying to get us into the morning. I did that almost right. I got a little bit ahead of myself. Look, we've got Judge M's head. Look at us. We got Judge M's head. We're ready. We're ready for the morning, law nerds. We're ready to go to court.
Richins is present as well.
Let's see if they put anything on the record other than Miss Richins dabbing at her face, which doesn't look like tears to me. It looks like she is dabbing at her face to be dabbing at her face. But let's go to court. Don't worry. Before the jury comes in, we will.
Are present. Ms. Richins
we
is
will,
present as well.
We will fly to court before the jury comes in.
Of administrative issues to ask about.
The judge grabs his notepad. Oh boy.
Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Karrington.
Forensic accounting.
My sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to be all of the day.
But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance coverage.
Oh, it's financial. It's finances day, everybody.
Lined up.
It's
Okay,
money day.
With respect to Ms. Karrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction
Money.
or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
I see a lot of you saying other people's pennies. It's also going to be other people's policies at some point.
And my initial thought was to do just...
Ma'am, I haven't had my coffee yet.
I have, and...
Well,
I have.
Ma'am.
And my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that...
Your Honor, we object to everything. Going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day, everybody.
we agree are appropriate for this trial. And there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do, is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say, we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule, and I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments.
She's worried about a contemporaneous objection.
I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's different than my question. But we can start there and then go back to my question.
I feel like we veered into preserving the record for appeal, but my question, yes, Your Honor, you are correct.
A 3 issue, put that aside. I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Karrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And
I mean,
you won't know that till you see it come in. So
I don't think we're going to get there, but
I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece.
Yes, he has.
I've already ruled on.
Remember, ladies, gentlemen of the Lawnerd chat, remember, Lawnards of the internet, the court already severed out multiple financial claims. Kouri has a whole other ass financial crimes case. So there is parsing that has to happen between what comes in at this trial and what goes in to the other prosecution. So they already successfully severed out the bulk of the financial crimes. We are not going to have a full financial crimes trial like we did in Murdaugh. That's not going to happen with this judge. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen here. It is going to be pared down from what we saw in Murdaugh. This court's not going to go into days and days and days. It will be a day of financial, but it goes to motive, but there's also financial crimes here. There are 2 counts that go to fraud. There's 2 fraudulent insurance claims and a forgery. The rest of it goes to motive, opportunity, etc. All right. Continuing on. It is Gallery, it's not like a motive. It is like a motive, but there are limits to that. And when we watched the beginning of Murdaugh's Supreme Court appeal, you can see that courts have boundaries on this. You can throw some mud, but not all the mud, if that makes sense. Probably not, because that's a terrible example and I'm very tired. But there are limits to when it is too much. And so there's boundaries there. You can't just start piling on for the purpose of piling on.
On the 404B issue, I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, the defense can throw all the mud.
It might be better just to do it
different
upfront
role
at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that
You've missed the question again.
it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know
Oh.
which parts of her testimony that relates
Good.
to.
Well, in
Back to
the
this.
written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions to eliminate hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity.
This goes to
About-
character.
Qualitatively, this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well,
she's-
maybe. I don't know.
She's going to talk about taxes. She's going to talk about business. She's
The
going to talk about
IRS.
assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about,
Yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
that's exactly my point,
Right.
which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an
That's exactly what he's
Admonishment
recommending.
that-
Did you not hear him? That's what he
some of her
said.
testimony will involve.
I'm just going to read 404B
I
to
just don't know
y'all.
how you do it before we get to the topic. It's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the
Emily,
court
no, it's
and
too early.
the
It's never
state
too
and
early
try
for
to
us to
come
mix
up
a
with
lot.
broad admonishment for the beginning.
It's just so
I just don't know if it's going to
broad.
have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
I like big.
Well,
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm
Yeah.
not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that.
I mean, you've lost
But I
that
think she's
argument
going to go
many times.
pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court.
Okay, but-
because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion to eliminate hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a
I
quick
mean,
break
none of
and
it's
just talk
that
about
far
it. But
removed.
I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in, but I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past
I mean,
what we're doing.
They said you could.
Okay, can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
that may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
And I mean, I would say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just don't say the same 3 rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this?
Don't just rattle off rules. Say it like you mean it. 404B, other crimes, wrongs, or acts. You cannot use evidence of any other crime, wrong, or act to prove a person's character in order to show on a particular occasion that person acted in accordance with the character. So you can't say, look, she's a thieving thief. She stole money and she lied. Therefore, she's a murderer because she's bad. You can't use it for that. But you can use it for another purpose, like motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. I forget at least 3 of those every time I rattle off 404B2. So there's your 404. Character evidence not found. So we are out of the hearsay, we are out of the hearsay realm into other rules of evidence. So a number of you have asked, but isn't fraud one of the charges here? Yes, which becomes particularly fraught when you can't show, well, she lied about this, therefore she did the other financial fraud. Yeah.
The hope was to try and not
The court wants to
unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do
right. The court's trying to make sure that the jury understands proper purpose and can keep it.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know.
Keep it moving smoothly.
I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of
bad stuff
404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to make that choice, though.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it in real time.
Bloodworth's one
If
step
we need
away
to
from
take a
being
break
like,
and have a more
bet.
fulsome conversation.
Do
we
it.
Can do that.
Okay.
Where is it?
Okay.
Do it.
Very good.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Tasia, please.
Bring the jury.
All right, we're going to bring the jury. Everybody ready? Let's go. All right, they are standing for the jury to come in. I also did see Nate Eaton there from East Idaho News. Thank you guys for calling it out. However, I see, you see, we don't need 30,000. I see, you see, we see. That's fantastic. Knowing who's in court and being able to see what they're seeing is fantastic. It's great. Always glad to see it.
Have a seat.
The courtroom keeps getting fuller day by day. That doesn't surprise me.
Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30.
Yay!
On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning.
So as I
or
said
for
yesterday,
Friday,
they are
have a
keeping
little
Friday
bit of
off.
Unexpected time. All right, we will
I mean, it was
proceed
expected to me.
with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you were supposed to have every Friday off, and the judge took it away. And I am bitter about it. But I am happy for the later start tomorrow. Yay.
Chief, Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Karrington.
Oh, I'm very excited about this. Just as a note, I have
Ms. Karrington, if
seen
you'd step in
Ms.
front of
Karrington
Brooke, we'll get you
testify
sworn in.
twice now. So I will probably do for background training experience with this at 1.25.
Before the court to be the
But
truth,
we're
the whole
getting
truth,
into
and
the
nothing but the truth,
forensic
subject to the penalties of
accounting.
perjury. Yes, thank you. Have a seat.
Forensic accounting. I agree that Brooke Karrington is a full soap opera name. And you know what? Brooke Karrington's got the tea. She's got everybody's bank accounts. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Karrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps. Further than that, I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions
It's
and
the
getting
tea.
to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape
Yeah,
and
what
more
you
of
doing with your
why
money?
things make sense and why they don't
What you doing?
in the financial documentation that I look at.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
More of the gossip.
What, ma'am,
more
is
of
your
the
education
chisme.
and training in forensic accounting?
Well, Mr. Bloodworth and Miss Karrington, I respect and appreciate both of you and the measured manner of your speech. We're immediately going to 1.25 speed until we start getting into the numbers.
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
A bachelor's in English was not what I was going to guess
your
for an
employer?
accountant.
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you
If you are ever in a position where someone asks you for advice, if they are going through a separation or divorce of any kind, and they are just not quite sure, a forensic accountant is necessary. You will be shocked. That is EDB's early advice for the day.
teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah, and I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination and forensic accounting course at the University of Utah's business school.
Did you also
Awesome.
have a hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
2 hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
She's like, what curriculum? I just built it. Perfect.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and
building-
defendants? Or plaintiffs and defendants?
Building a curriculum
That's correct,
is,
yes.
is
And
no
both the
small
state
task.
and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or 2, something like that.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistent.
Ma'am, that's amazing. I'm living.
Yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
The state would never. The state's like, bring
Did
me
the
all the
state
tea.
engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
That's going to matter.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
Prior to the
Summit County is also paying for Nestor Lewis Ramos et al. But the reason this matters, especially for those of you that are tuning in fresh to this case or fresh today, the forensic accountant, this will come up more later. It came up earlier in trial. The forensic accountant was originally retained by the estate. There is multiple civil litigations going on with the estate. Shortly after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins sued the estate to try to set aside his updated will. We'll get into that more later, I'm sure. But she started working with the estate first. Then, after Kouri Richins was arrested, she stopped working with the estate and started working on the with Summit County on the prosecution, not with the civil litigation with the estate. So there's not, the defense is going to say that there's a conflict here and she was hired by the Richins family, et cetera. So she moved from the civil side to the criminal side, if you will. All right, continuing on.
state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Oh, they're getting into it. I keep fucking
What
reading, Emily.
accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe 2, with them to kind of get them up to speed.
The
and then
estate,
after that,
not the
I
state. The
didn't
estate
have
had
a
new
role in the
attorneys.
case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff.
Right, her work was done.
Kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
After they paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
So part of the reason it matters is because the defense is going to insinuate that she's just out to get Kouri Richins because she was originally hired by the estate. But the bank accounts say what they say. The transactions are what they are. The paper is what it is. So, I mean, did she look at this before she started looking at it on the criminal side? Yes. However, it doesn't conflict because, again, forensic accounting is forensic accounting and the bank accounts do what the bank accounts do. It's what I love so much about fraud. The paper doesn't lie unless you try to forge the paper, and then the paper itself is a lie, but that can easily be proven. And so she worked with the estate first. The estate got new attorneys. She kind of wrapped up her work with the estate and didn't hear any more from them and just wasn't doing any more work with the estate, but wasn't really terminated. They weren't like, you're not working with us anymore. And then after Kouri got arrested, I'm sure what the prosecutors looked at was, oh, you already know this? Wonderful. Can we hire you? And then going from there.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those
Oh my
include,
God.
the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses.
27
Eric's business
accounts.
Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts,
Hello, Murdoch.
checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yes.
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sale agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPCs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the Big Midway house.
Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with
Missed in the chat said, question, do we know when the financial case will move forward? It is trailing this case. So we will not know much more because it's trailing this case. It's going to really depend on this case. But I have covered the new filings, well, when they were new filings in the financial case. It's on our Kouri Richins playlist here if you want the tea on that. There's a lot of, there's more tea there. There's more tea there. But it's not going to come into this trial, so we'll talk about it later.
anyone as part of your analysis?
There's
I
more.
did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so
But wait,
I
there's
interviewed a number
more.
of people. Interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the
I love that she did the
prior owner
interviews.
of the big Midway House, the current owners of the Midway House, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting
Love.
entity for the big Midway House. I
Did
feel like
you-
I'm missing somebody, but
Did you did you
I'm sorry, Kouri. She's not referring to it as a mansion. Her bad. It's just the big house. Yeah, no, she's not calling it a mansion. I know. Your lawyers can't make her reference it as a mansion, though. They can't. They can't be like, "Ugh, why aren't you calling it the Midway Mansion? I know.
interview any representatives
A
from insurance
disappointing day in
companies?
court.
yes, I did.
Keep reading, Emily. I know. I didn't have a chance to make the keep reading emoji last night. I promise I will work on it. What did I get distracted? Oh, Travis got home from guard, and we were talking about all kinds of things.
Physically examine. What, ma'am, is your
All right, they approached. I got distracted by my kiddo.
what, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining
Was there really an objection that she's not an expert because there's no methodology? Okay.
someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements because that tells a lot about a business or a person and helps me understand the landscape of things and helps create a narrative because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And, you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then, I get to know an account specifically and I get to know what's typical in that account. And then therefore it helps me understand.
It's like a pattern
what
of life,
is atypical.
but for
So
an
what's not
account.
typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you apply your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank
David
accounts?
Reese, my answer
That
to
was
this
my
would be
beginning point, yes.
impolite.
What bank accounts did she have?
But we'll talk
She
about it
had
later.
her business account for K. Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the bank account number by the last four digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time,
makes
I can't
sense.
see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 52.
I will say, and I am not critical of how anyone wants to operate their life. However, only having one partner accessing accounts, looking at accounts, in charge of accounts is a recipe for disaster. It is not ideal. Everybody should have access to all of the accounts, especially early on in a marriage. Everybody should be looking at it. Lots of people have money stuff. It is okay to go to marital counseling to work through your money stuff with your partner. There should not be shame around money stuff. It is numbers. It is what it is. Everyone should have access to both things, know where they are, and can look at it. If one person pays the bills and does all of that, that's fine. But everybody needs access to it. Because one person that just handles everything and the other person's like, I don't even know how to log in, is not ideal. You cannot just leave finances to one person. I mean, if they are the ones who pay the bills and what have you, fine, but everybody needs access. if you choose to have joint accounts. We can go on about this forever. If you choose to have joint accounts, we can have, everybody has the arrangements that work well for them, but everybody needs to know what's going on. Does that help? Hopefully. All right. We will continue. Also, there is no right way. Well, everybody needs to know what's going on. Clear communication is the right way. But a joint account that all the money just gets dumped in and one partner never accesses, that is a recipe for disaster. No matter who the partner is. So, cheers, chat.
44, her Navy Federal Credit Union account. There's just, there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then
It makes sense to have a bill pay account.
I know you asked me
which
about
is
Kouri's
fine.
accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Yeah, that's Xana, I'm sorry for your loss. Xana in the chat said, my
Let's go back
husband
to
died
Kouri
recently.
Richins.
I had to catch up
Okay.
on how to deal with our accounts. I'm
You
sorry
mentioned
for your
business
loss.
accounts. To analyze her business
And trusting your partner to handle it is one thing, but if you never have access to it, never look at it, it can be disastrous in a lot of different ways. So I'm sorry for your loss. But yeah, it's a lot on you then to deal with grief and then have to figure out how to handle everything. Totally agreed.
accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Yes, this witness
Scott,
has
can I
all of
get
this memorized.
4-4, please.
Yes, this witness has it memorized. Yes, she does. It is, in fact, a memory test, and this witness knows all of the accounts. It's wild.
Can you see 4-4? I'm sorry, I'm locked out here.
Yes, I can.
But when I
Requires a
said,
password, Your Honor.
when I said find a job that fits your superpowers, this witness is like, I have great recalls of numbers. I like looking at this stuff. And as an English major, can break it down. Not saying that not all accountants speak human, but you know, some professions don't always break down normie as well as others. She has clearly picked something that A, she loves, and B, works super well for her, and is just like, this I can do. I can't imagine it. But I can remember every fact in this case that we've talked about. That's easier for recall. But all the account numbers? Nah. Nope. Nope, nope. Nope, nope.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that K. Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah. And this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
I have a feeling we're going to do a lot of background.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please? Okay, ma'am. What,
And a lot of foundation.
beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
The different seal for the state of Utah and the beehive versus the court seal caught my attention. All right. This is from K. Richins Realty, April 26, 2019. Oh. Was that right around the time that they were on vacation talking about this? Like, was the business just starting then? So the business was registered April 26, 2019. This is the certified copy of the entire file. Interesting.
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is K. Richins Realty, LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
And the defense was in here yesterday arguing that conversation in 2019 was too far in time. Uh-huh. Okay.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, K. Richins Realty. Article 2.
Yeah, this is like right after the
shows that
vacation,
it's in
right?
the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
Why was she
If
using
you could
another
look down
realtor
at
to do that,
Article
though?
3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate
do that.
whether K. Richins Realty used any additional
Do not put your home address on filings that are public and accessible on the state website. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
business addresses?
Yes,
Did she?
yes,
Do you know that address?
yes. It's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Can't do that.
Page 3, please, Scott. What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott?
That doesn't track for me. If she was trying to build this business to leave her marriage, why would she put him as a member on her LLC? You don't have to. Why would you do that? Huh.
Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins,
Oh, she took him off.
removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was
fucking reading,
registered
Emily.
on April the 26th, and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later, the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically, and there have been no
Interesting.
changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
Alter ego is
Oh boy, we're gonna get nerdy.
where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable, and that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Remember when Alec Murdaugh had all this stuff going on and the bank was like, there's no fees. Remember how wild that was? Kouri Richins getting hit with all the fees. You know why? Because Eric Murdaugh had that like rich people shit going on where everybody was just scratching each other's backs. Kouri Richins did not have that level of rich people shit going on. So she's getting hit with fees all over the place.
Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
Let me stop you there. We'll unpack this bit by bit.
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta, please?
He's like, hold on a second. Just hold on a second.
Ma'am, do you recognize
We'll
this
get there,
document?
ma'am.
Can't see it. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-1.
I like the fit on Ramos again today. I do. I'm here for the fit. I wonder if this is Ramos's cross too.
106 Delta.
No objection.
Oh, no.
States
Damn it.
5-106 Delta is admitted.
One
Can the
can
court
only be so
publish it, please?
optimistic.
Oh,
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
No, Emily, just let her talk about it.
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Okay, well, we got a pattern, everybody. We got a wee bit of a fraud pattern going on. These are just the NSF transactions in March of 2022, the month that Eric died. There was over 51,000 insufficient funds transaction, $51,000 over 24 NSF transactions. In December of 2021, remember, y'all, she booked a $4,000 lover's getaway to Secrets in December. That was booked in December. And there were 77 NSF transactions totaling 91,000 in the whole. I think this is probably growing from the month before. But all total, there were over 236 NSF transactions and totaling 300,000 or over 300,000, $359,453.20. And the fees charged were $5,695. So when we get back to the memes, of I'm so rich, it's not about closing on the fucking Midway house for me, based on this. Like, the Midway house was carrying a mortgage. She was just further in the hole. She's already 50,000 in the hole. Again, I have said it snarkily. I will continue to say it snarkily. Having $1 million business is not $1 million business if it's all in the negative. For all of you who get stressed out if you are overdrafted by like $5, give yourself some grace. I don't know how people sleep like this. I don't know. Oh, boy. So this is from, that was me. This is from one account. This is the First Credit Union account. Continuing on. Wild.
Does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct.
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
That's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yeah, red flags. All the
Yes.
red flags. All the red
As
flags.
I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change,
This is not typical for any account.
I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find and understand.
Oh, chat, just a point of clarity. These were not all overdrafted. A lot of these were just denied transactions. So a lot of these are denied transactions that never overdrafted. Vanessa in the chat asks, does anyone know if Ramos is single? Yes, we do know. Ramos has mentioned his wife. He has mentioned his son. He has mentioned his family quite a bit. So we have heard from Ramos's own mouth in this trial. Emily, that's more than we normally learn about the lawyers in a trial. Yep.
Of it. So if
So
you
no,
go down
these
the
weren't
if you go down the
all
number of
overdrafted.
transactions,
Some of them were denied.
Column. What I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking.
Fraud
and then in
does tend to
October
grow.
through the end of March, it is a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank.
Shit changes real quick in October because we go from $2,000. I wonder if there was a purchase. We go from $2,000 in denied transactions to $48,000. That is a very big jump.
Or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee. And that didn't happen. So $91,000 in each of those months.
I mean, I
So
can
let
just
me
see
just
Kouri
pick an
being like,
example.
business,
December.
business, business,
This shows
business.
that
Doesn't
in
everybody
December,
float debt in their business? This is how business people business.
Overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000.
Business.
That's what that says,
And
yes.
that costs $2,000 in fees.
Yes.
That upward trend began in October and continued through March.
That is correct.
We
Did
will
you
get
trace
to how much the accounts were actually in debt versus
these overdrafts
tried.
and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
What did she use the
She
money
said
for?
buckets.
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-10?
When your business is doing this, you don't pay yourself. Huh? Okay.
9 Delta, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this
ma'am.
document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the K. Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances, and then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
Yeah, you know, Navy Fed's not thrilled about this.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
5-109D is admitted.
This
Okay, can
is
we go in, Scott, please?
plum
Zoom on
wild.
that kind of left-hand block. Perfect.
The documents are so easy to read. Thank you, Scott.
What, ma'am, does
All right. This is the Navy Fed account. We have moved to a different account.
this depict?
They are pairs, and so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts.
Emily, all of this sounds like check kiting. Yes, Chad, it does. That's illegal. There's a whole separate case about it. You cannot try to withdraw the money from the account in the time when the check gets deposited to the time that the bank rectifies the check and bounces it. Trying to grab that money in the middle bit is fraud. This is not a TikTok free money glitch. It's fraud. You cannot put in check, withdraw money, check bounce. You still have money. Fraud. It's not a money glitch.
And they were returned unpaid.
Fraud.
They bounced.
So does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021?
For all of you saying
through
it's
May
old
of
school fraud, yes,
2022?
it is
That
old
bounced?
school fraud.
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of either negative, that had a balance that ranged between negative $51 and $29.
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd, 2021 line as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it. And there was another $10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
The very next day.
Thanks, Scott.
What was happening? Like I see the numbers. I need to know what was going on. I know we're going to get there.
One moment, please.
But I am so curious. Scott and the court are working out getting stuff
Scott, you unplug and plug back in.
unplugged and plugged back in. It's fantastic. Scooby Gal, this is very kind. Scooby Gal says, if T wants a summer job, Disney is hiring guard. That's amazing. T has a summer job.
Please
Well, it
Thank
doesn't
you.
pay him, but he has a summer.
Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how
Thank you.
in analyzing the non-sufficient and overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October, there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions. Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through
That
March
was a
bank
staggering increase.
yes.
statements? Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo?
The second I look at that, I would be like, what is going on here?
Foxtrot?
One of my, I'm sorry.
Golf?
We've got the full, you guys shared yesterday that Bloodworth went to West Point and was also JAG. So this all makes sense. This all makes sense. But they are pulling up additional exhibitors.
Hotel? Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the K. Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22.
God, I love looking through
America
people's
First Credit
statements.
Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves
Just
Exhibits 5-29D through H into evidence.
No objection.
fascinating. Fascinating.
D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 5-29D to publish?
This is one of my favorite things. It's some of my favorite assignments at the
Ma'am,
DA's
for
office. were
those of us whose
dealing with fraud.
spouses handle the banking, what are we?
Do you hear Bloodworth making the joke? For those of us whose spouses handle the banking, can you walk us through what a bank account statement is? One of my favorite moments in a case is when we had a defendant in custody. Defendant had dumped all of their devices with the person that they were dating before they got arrested. So law enforcement was trying to find all the devices that had the shit. It was a money laundering scheme, but we're trying to find the devices that had all the shit on them. And in their own way of tickling the wires, we were going through the bank accounts and found that while the defendant was in jail, the defendant's girlfriend, who was on the phone with them on the jail calls, baby, I love you. Baby, I'm here for you. The girlfriend was also an on-air personality in Los Angeles, but that's a side note. The girlfriend was paying for a Match account and like dinner dates out of the account while boyfriend was in custody. And so when we were going through the bank accounts and found all of that, I was like, hey, detective, this is real interesting. This is real interesting to me. He's like, that is real interesting. Maybe I should go ask him about it. I'm like, you absolutely should go ask him about it. The jail calls after that conversation where the detective was like, hey, could you, like, not telling him, hey, could you explain these charges? Like, what are these reoccurring? I don't understand. Can you explain? We're trying to figure out this money laundering, and this seems a little weird. The phone calls afterwards were fantastic and gave us enough probable cause to then go search the girlfriend's house and get all the devices. It was fan-fucking-tastic. Fantastic. Yeah, it was great. All right, let's continue.
Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do
Great.
is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others to, or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
Oh boy, we're going to get show and tell. We're going to get show and tell of the accounts.
You promised to stay tethered to the podium and turn your lav off.
I just turned it off, yeah.
There you go.
We got to make sure the microphones play nicely together. I love the like meteorologist
Ms. Karrington, what
of this all.
I'd like you to do, please, is
Walk us through the
walk
bank
the jury
account.
through how you analyze this bank statement.
I love the show and tell of it all.
Oh, we have a pointer.
Have a pointer, have a mic. This is like literally better than bring your parent to work day at school when it's like, hey, I do forensic accounting.
Please ask Scott to blow
So
it up,
good.
highlight it.
Okay. This is where, Scott, would you please, let's start with the header.
I'm so here for it.
Okay, so this
Other
is the
people's
header,
pointers, yes.
that shows,
Okay, Richins Realty with the P.O. Box and
is
Camas.
this right? Okay, this is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is Kouri Richins Realty, LLC. This is that P.O. Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking
Yeah,
account.
Lawnards do
And it
not have the
shows
threshold
at the end of the
for
month,
this kind of
These two
nonsense.
accounts were in the negative, $1,684.75. So this is that same.
October 31st, 2021, we're already negative $1,600.
Month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through.
So they're looking at the post date, the effective date. We've got Smith's Food, ExxonMobil, Lexington Law, a website, transfer fees, and then additional transactions.
And then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here.
I know
under
all of you are like, I couldn't
description,
sleep if this was my bank
some
account.
of them are very
I
descriptive,
know.
and you can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who
Fraudsters are
receives
different.
the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far
This account balance starts at $26,000 and we end up in the negative. Great.
right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please?
So many of you in chat are like, this gives me anxiety.
So-
I could never.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I know.
Can we back up a little bit?
I know, y'all.
Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals. Chemical Bank is the payment on a HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly. And this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom?
No, we can't because she is going to crumble and we needed to be nosy. And Speedway, not the Maverick, different gas station. Starbucks, you can tell it's 2021 because that transaction was only $5. 2026 could never. Shell, ExxonMobil, Auto Spa, Cafe Rio Online, etc.
Please.
But
Okay, stop.
did you see
Little
how
bit up,
many?
please.
Did you see how many of those transactions were automatic loan payments? Right.
Okay, right there is good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these 4 names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are 4 payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100.
I don't know. But first of all, I have a lot of thoughts about payday lenders, but these are usurious loans. She is paying every couple of days to service this debt.
$1 a day plus the other ones that we've noted.
Oof.
So
Sure. Are you also?
Oh yeah, no, chat. She's paying payday lenders, multiple payday lenders, and still going to Starbucks. Yeah, and Crumble and whatever else. Yeah.
Down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about? Got to be tethered.
Yeah.
What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
So I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side.
The
You can
accountants
see
in the
at
chat are
top of where
stressed.
we're looking
I see
here,
you
she
guys.
gets down to about $2,600 in the account, and then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up, and then there's those daily payments.
Ma'am, you're paying payday lenders and yet you're Instacarting Costco? No, Emily, no. This is stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Just let it unfold.
That she
Let it
has
unfold.
to pay. And then
We listen and we don't
it's-
judge. Okay,
Yes,
just let it
she gets
whoop,
another bump
let it go.
of $18,900.
Let it go, let it go,
And then down
let
here
it
at the
go.
bottom, you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account. And so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Chat, you can judge. I'm gonna just try to let the. I'm gonna
Scott,
try
can you
to
go to the
let.
next page, please?
I'm gonna try to let the testimony move
trend
along.
of-
We're gonna be here for 15 hours today.
Automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here.
$800 at
Fund
Stanley
Merchant
Steamer.
is a new one.
Which actually is probably a
Greengrass
legitimate
Capital is one that
business
she's
expense
been
to
paying
flip
for a
homes.
while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these
Ma'am, are you saying we'll come back to that?
others that are daily payments. Fund Fi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are
That
these
makes
loans?
sense.
And so she's obligated herself on these the consistent for of $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the Fund Fi for $3,100 and the Greengrass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money to
Right.
just to stay current and
Every
avoid
week.
default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through, look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where
That's what I'm talking
you
about.
See here, like on starting on about October 13th.
When you start to see the funds transfer from Eric Richins, right?
These start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down,
It's like
please?
$2,500 here, $2,500 there. And
then this just really
we are not judging the amount of money. It's just in connection to everything else that she's doing. It is not sufficient. But also, she's got her Netflix running out of this, White Pages, which is probably for advertisements, Beachbody, and the Instacart subscription. That's $100 a month.
My eye that something obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay.
A lot of you are asking if Eric Richins is on this
business
account. No,
expenses,
he's not.
For debt payments.
He's not on this
a couple
account.
of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Can we go to the next page, please?
Jeff in the chat asked if this goes to motive. Yes. Some of it goes to motive.
Deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial.
Some of it goes to motive. Some of it will also go to, well, we're not there yet, but there are insurance fraud counts. But her financial situation is a huge part of the motive here.
On October 20th.
Gathering
For $31,680.
storm, if you will.
And then she used that money, as you can see, you just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her property.
So at the end of October, she sold a property, $77,000 comes in, and then look at what the account continues to do. The account is at $300 before that transaction comes in.
And she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans. She has money coming in, but then
But it's just never enough to get even.
The velocity, how quickly, how long did
Right.
how long did that money last? And
The
so if we
velocity
keep
is
scrolling
crazy.
down,
I like that she used
can
that word
see-
because it accurately represents
can we
it.
continue, please?
Because you
next
see these
page?
payday lenders.
She pays for some rehab expenses for.
Yes, chat. For those of you that were like, Emily, I'm sorry, we're looking at lines and lines and lines of bank accounts. We're still in October.
Painters and things like that. She's managing.
Oh, but she made time to go get a massage at Massage Envy. Good. It's stressful.
The business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you
It's
can see
transferring to
here
an Acorns account.
on
Ma'am,
October 27th.
why are we trying to round into savings? There's no money here. Oh my God.
She's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th where QFS Capital, down, that one, please? The $1,689.75. And that's a payment
The
that she needs
highlighting
to
is
pay
so
every day
nice.
in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay.
We're still in
You can
October,
see
y'all.
down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75.
And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand
What the fuck's
where this
happening?
money's coming from, who these lenders are, where the money's going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect.
Well, the end game is to boss babe. She was just boss babing too close to the sun with other people's money.
Okay, ma'am, that was the October
That was
statement,
just
correct?
October.
Excuse me, yes.
That was an adventure.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, in the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar
Other
debt
people's payday
service
loans.
throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
A non-mouse said she did a Ponzi scheme on
Do those other
herself.
statements present
Basically.
the same low balance history?
Yes.
Well, and Eric.
Does she deplete, whenever she receives funds into the account, does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So you just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn there, please.
Oh, yes. Let's take a look at the debt
Scott, can I get 5
before I start to crash out
And I think there are 4
on what's
pages, if
happening
you
with
could
these
scroll through
accounts.
them, please.
Though I shouldn't, because we know the audacity of it all. We know the audacity of it all.
5113.
Chad, I think the Beachbody subscription was probably just for like the workout part based on the cost. That would be my guess. That it was for the workout app or whatever. But
Ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
because she was a
What material did you
real estate
review
girl.
to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
The home equity line of credit, or HELOC, is going to become a large part of this because the HELOC was taken out on the home that was in Eric's name. The fraud in taking out that HELOC is part of a separate case. It's not going to come in a ton here, but the HELOC was a part of it because the HELOC, she was servicing out of these accounts. We'll hear, I think, more about it. But Eric's name was the only name on the home. She took out a home equity line of credit on that home and was servicing that with all of this.
5113D.
So you will hear them talk about the home equity line
please
a
publish
lot,
the first
because Eric
page?
became aware of that. And we heard about that at the beginning of trial, that Eric became aware of the home equity line taken out against the home.
Ma'am, what does this
And
depict?
talked to his brother-in-law about meeting with a divorce attorney because of that. So we will see that, or we saw that in the first days of testimony here.
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022.
This is total debt owed versus
the total debt
debt
she
paid.
owed on real properties, the credit accounts, the credit cards and her lines of credit, and the account receivable loans, the payday loans that we've talked about.
Does this show that on March of 2022, she owed $7.5 million and was paying approximately $80,000 a month towards that debt?
That is what that shows, yes.
Scott, can we split screen, please, Delta with Foxtrot?
So yesterday, when the prosecution is not fighting over could these memes be because she closed on a house, well, they knew what evidence was coming today.
113? 113? Oh,
113F
can we
hasn't been
split them
offered
out, or
yet.
are they two?
This,
Mr. Bloodworth.
we heard early in this trial that there was fighting over closing on the Midway Mansion.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, they were a package. They're marked
Oh.
as one.
this
Is
is
that D or
why.
113? Can we have a more clear record on that? 113. I admitted 113D. Ms. Nestor didn't object.
I've confused the record.
Okay,
Let me try again.
please.
Scott, can I get the first page split?
Mr. Bloodworth is pretty
with
gracious.
The third page.
Understood.
Sorry. Ma'am, what does this depict?
So this is just a graphic depiction, a line graph that uses the information from the chart.
Yeah, that line graph is line graphing.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The orange line along the bottom is the total debt paid, and then the blue line above is the total debt owed. And this is for, again, all the real estate, all the lines of credit, credit cards, and the payday loans.
Does this exhibit show that between January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it August and February?
That's correct.
And that whole time,
That
the
debt
amount
was
she was
climbing.
paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021?
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please? And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loan.
And this is a chart showing just the debt on the loans without the debt being carried on the real estate, showing that the total debt owed was over $804,000 by March of 2022. The total debt paid was over 1.6 million in debt paid.
The lines of credit, the credit cards, payday loans. So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt,
That's right.
which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. Well, and for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 months. She'd borrow here, and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments, and so that's why you'd see.
She thought
same
she was
numbers
going to
there.
flip them faster.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please? Is this again then the graph of what's on the left-hand side?
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yeah, nobody would lend to her anymore. Of course it flatlined.
Yes, it pretty much does, yeah.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them.
I mean,
It looks to
am
me
guessing
like
and
she's just
speculating.
exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones, and so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Yeah, she couldn't get any more loans. She couldn't get any more money
Thank you,
coming in.
Scott.
She didn't have a hookup like Murdaugh did.
Does understanding
A
Kouri
gathering
Richins' debt
storm for
narrative
sure.
begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
I like how he
What
phrased that
loan?
debt narrative.
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
I didn't realize that. You what? Okay, Emily, why are we screaming? Let's just talk about what we got here. Vacation is February 2019. Kouri says she feels trapped in her marriage. She's business, and getting her master's degree. She's starting her real estate business and building her business. She registers the business in, was it April 2019? But the funding source to start that business is the HELOC in March 2019. So her entire seed funding, if you will, the money that she put into starting her business is the home equity line of credit taken out on the home that is not in her name and that was not approved or discussed. And I say approved because it's his home, was not discussed or approved by Eric. The fraud on taking out that home equity line of credit is in the other financial case. Eric's brother-in-law testified that when Eric found out about this, that is when they were having the conversations about a divorce attorney. When he found out about the home equity line of credit, because there is a forged power of attorney and other things. We heard about that in day 1 of trial. So the entire business that she started was using funds from the fraudulent HELOC. Well, no wonder she felt trapped. You can't get divorced if you've still got a HELOC out on the property that's in his name. That shit's all going to come to life real fast. And so is the money that's coming out of the accounts. Oh boy. Chat, that would make sense as to why Eric's name might have been on the LLC. Good question. Good question as to why his name might have been on the LLC.
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for.
The HELOC fraud is in the other case. So the HELOC fraud is on the other case. It's not in this case as a charge.
For a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used.
March 19th. I'm going to have to
and
go
it's
back.
Based on
and look
whatever
at day 1 of testimony
equity
again.
that someone has in their home.
About that conversation about the divorce attorney.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please?
Oof.
Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from
his
Clinton
sister.
Katie Benson.
Right.
This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
That's the house he bought from his sister.
It's 6-1.
I believe Kouri and Eric were married.
Scott, if you could
I'm
zoom
going to
in
double
on
check.
kind of the top
Actually,
half.
I'm not going to. I know this date is in my notes, so I'm just going to grab it from my notes. I'll
Ma'am, what
I'll come back to
information
that, Chad.
does this provide?
I'll bring the information back.
So the
to
warranty
share with
deed
the
is the
class.
transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clinton Katie Benson previously owned the property and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the part of the legal description. And then finally, there's the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you,
It's
Scott.
only
Can you
in
please
his
bring
name.
up 5-4?
Your Honor, we would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
404B is the prior bad acts character.
Would you approach, please?
And they are approaching. I was looking for I know it came up in this trial, the date they were married. I was just looking for the filing that had the prenup in it, but I will go back and find that later. They are approaching. The part of the HELOC fraud was the forged power of attorney that we saw on day 1. discussed. So, Basero in the chat asked, EDB, do you think she would argue with financial control by Eric? No, because all the digital evidence shows that she was the only one in charge of the bank accounts and that Eric never even logged into the bank accounts. So she was in charge of all the family finances. The only finances she wasn't in charge of were the business finances because the other business partner's wife was in charge of those. So
The witness can see 5-4.
State moves to
It's a
admit
good question.
5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep. Ma'am, what is this?
This is the
HELOC.
HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
So the HELOC was at 5.5%, $250,000. Excuse me, can we do HELOCs again at 5.5%?
And who does it identify
Excuse
as
me?
a borrower?
Eric Richins,
And what does it identify as the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
Yeah, we're getting into other people's properties at this point.
Scott, if you can scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, maybe the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
Kouri Richins, using her power of attorney that she signed.
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Darden Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Scott, please. 5-89, Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89, Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
You can hear the judge rubbing
Ma'am,
his
what
hands.
does this depict?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month. And the negative numbers
Oh, God.
indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So, for example, on March 1st,
I'm so stressed. So this is money taken out of the HELOC starting at March 1st, 2019, and the withdrawals just show it going down, down, down.
well, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
It's a great,
And the
it's
bars
a
go downward
great
because
representation.
this is a negative number. It's the amount owed.
That's right. And so I've got like on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative $250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
Oh no, we're back to
With the
your
exception
analysis.
of one, the payments were interest-only
I
payments.
do have this
so
at
the minimum payment.
1.25, so that's
And then
gonna
you
aggravate
can
that.
see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was
move
at
me
its
out of the way
balance
for
or
a minute.
exceeding.
No, chat, Corey's not an
So am I
attorney.
right then that but for the one 50,000?
Kouri had a power of attorney, so she could act as power of attorney for Eric. It is alleged that Eric did not sign that she signed it, so that Eric did not know she had a power of attorney over him.
$1,000 payment in October 2020. The only payments were minimum monthly interest payments.
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri
Rare
Richins
Wally
projects.
shout out. So the money from the HELOC went to her business
Let me back up half a step.
projects.
When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payment?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC?
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Right.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again. Thank you, sir.
Miss Casey Ann said, I wonder when Eric updated his trust. That is something I can tell you. I don't know if that has come in this trial or not. It might have come in on the first day of trial.
Scott, can you
but
scroll through that,
Eric
please?
changed his will and trust in, when was it? 2020, November 2020. After he found out about the
Could you scroll
HELOC.
through this one more time for me, Scott?
They were married in 2013. The POA is in the other fraud case. I don't know if we'll see. We heard about it on day one. I don't know if we'll see more about it. We might.
One more page.
It is alleged that Kouri did not know that the will was changed. Her attorneys say that she absolutely
Ma'am, do you
knew that the will
recognize
was
this document?
changed.
I do.
We're not there yet.
What is it?
This is
I think they are waiting to bring in the Eric's other sister who had the confrontation with Kouri over the change of the trust. We have not seen that sister testify yet. I imagine we'll get there after all of this. Not
the
today,
original
but
draw of
after all of this.
$60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
For those of you asking
5-6 is admitted.
if Kouri is paying for her private
Scott, if you
attorneys,
could zoom in
no.
on the check.
They are appointed, even though they are privately retained.
Ma'am, who's the check made
They
out
are
to?
appointed.
It's payable to Eric Richins.
Do you know why?
Object to speculation.
Speculate a little
No,
bit.
that's foundation. He asked, do you know why? That's a yes or no question. That is the foundation.
Foundation.
Do you know? He just asked the
Ms.
foundation.
Karrington, who was the
What more foundation do you want?
home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where the $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you.
I love this.
Scott, can I get 5-7?
I love tracing where the money goes.
Your Honor, at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
The jury's
you
going to
close the court for a
start.
second?
The jury's going to start learning that 404B means here comes the T. They're going to be like, boom, 404B objection, and then we get to the interesting stuff. They're approaching at sidebar. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar. It's a longer sidebar. I appreciate that they panned to the audience.
Forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, did you move to admit 5-7?
I did not. I do so now.
Okay.
We are back from
Any
sidebar.
additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
Not other than what I've already covered, Your Honor.
Okay. 5-7 is admitted. There you go.
Ms.
All
Karrington,
right.
what are we looking at?
Bank accounts.
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins. This is that personal checking account 5244 for April of 2019.
I love
which
tracing
would
where the
have
money
covered
goes.
March of 2019.
Follow the money.
Transactions.
And did you trace that 60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes.
April 2019 is when that LLC started.
I think it's the second. If you can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
We're in
Did you then trace
2019.
the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
She was flipping houses. I wonder how, going back too far.
Scott, can I get 6-23D, please?
Is difficult, but I'm wondering what initial
Ma'am, do you recognize this
business
document?
lines
I do.
of credit
Did
she
you prepare
had.
it?
I did.
What
early in
material did you use
2019.
to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
It's just the one page, right?
It is.
Okay.
No objection.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
Ms. Karrington, what does this depict?
This is what I've called a purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the properties
love
in
this
these
chart.
years by K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
It seems that Kouri took the "it takes money to make money" adage the wrong way. Just the wrong way.
What trend information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then
You do not triple the amount of properties when you are in debt. What are we doing? What are we doing? No. What are we doing? You do not triple your business in 2021. Oh, no. 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 Just because the interest rates went down does not mean this is your opportunity when you're this much in debt. What are you doing? Oh my God.
only the one large project in 2022, and then also the
Eric
the
died in
aggregate
March.
amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
In 2022, she closed on the Midway mansion.
What does your teaching
Right around the time of Eric's death, she was closing on another property that they apparently were fighting about.
training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses, and it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have.
managing growth is really challenging. And managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean,
Bad choices were made. Ma'am, bad decisions were made. These bad choices.
you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 6-24 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds, the trust deeds show or reflected of the loan. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses
We'll get there in a
were.
minute. Thank
Okay.
you. I want to admit it first.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the state moved to admit 6-24 Delta.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that
bank
in
accounts,
split
man?
screen,
You know
2
what they're
pages?
going to do at the end? Here's where this is going to go, because she evaluated how much Eric Richins' estate was worth at the end. They're going to wait till the end to talk about how much Eric Richins' estate was worth, right? That's going to be the very end of all of this. This is stressful.
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor.
The judge is probably looking at the jury being like, they need a bathroom. We might need to clip the judge saying, for me personally. Yes, whatever you need, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I got to plan it out right after.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Thank you.
For me personally.
Okay. Do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those
Yeah.
property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the
Zoom,
first
zoom, Scott.
property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am, let me stop you. I mean, interrupt. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so
Okay, so the purchase price of the home was $215,000. She borrowed $221,000. The closing costs were $7,000. The equity in the property at the time of purchase was negative $13,000, but then sold the house for $404,000. The repayment of borrowed funds was $254,000. The total closing costs, or the total cost at sale, were $254,000. So then she nets $145,000 at the time of sale. And then there are expenses paid during the project of $98,000. So her net profit in that flip was $47,000. You can see where she was like, I've got this. Let's go. Okay. But then we get out over our skis.
the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section?
So when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have
I'm
been
sure the dates
amount
are
that
somewhere
landed in
on
her bank
this,
account.
but
Okay. And
these are charts of all the property
the bottom
transactions, which I
rehab
love.
expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account.
You said
and
she
I
reported
looked at
some?
her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she,
Holy fucking shit. If you're flipping multiple properties, how do you know what your bottom line is if they're not labeled about which fucking property the expenses go to? Huh? Chat's like, but it looks so easy on TV. Chip and JoJo do a great job. Right.
she
Right.
gave to her tax CPA?
Let's all
They
go.
were not correct.
Objection.
The expenses that she gave her tax CPA, they were not correct. Objection. I'm going to back up. Once we hear the objection, I want to hear the question again.
All labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yep.
Why not use the expenses she gave to her tax CPA? Hold on, I want to make a note of that. And then they approached, right? Look, she's a forensic accountant. So saying that, again, to me, saying that what was given to the tax CPA is not correct, I don't know if I hold that against Kouri first and foremost. You know, she's telling the CPA something, but the CPA should look at the numbers and back it up. I don't necessarily look at that as Kouri doing something nefarious. But they wanted to approach. So we'll see after they approach. But not giving your CPA the right information is tough.
Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax
And Bloodworth's just going to double down on that.
accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that K. Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the
Yeah,
body of
I
the
very well
statement.
think she was lying
so
to
I
her
took
CPA.
those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a
I very much think she was lying to her tax CPA. I think that the reason the defense objected was because the statement that that the things were not accurate might reflect negatively on Kouri. So I think the defense was going towards the argument that, well, you're this is 404 again. You're saying she's lying to her CPA, but I think as the jury, they might not necessarily look at that as Kouri's doing something shady. I think there's a lot of room for like questions. That's all. I'm not blaming the CPA. I just don't think it's prejudicial to Kouri either.
check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
Because they
So
were
if
noted.
it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins' notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses
Well,
unless
this is
you
an
were
awkward day
certain,
in court for
is that a
Kouri.
conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, then I'll rule on it. Could you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It
Sorry, I
does.
just
For
dropped
example,
something.
there in
That was me.
2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that 400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart,
That's right.
Wow.
but you know they were expenses towards
Good
rehab.
questions.
They were the same payees, so yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there
So this is
different
actually worse than
versions,
what we're
different
seeing.
draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100, let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example.
Matthew
okay?
said
Okay.
Emily
So she
dropped her
purchased
fork. She
that
must be a
house for
traitor.
$215,000, is that right?
That's right.
The dropped fork is always what's
And
going
she
to give it
borrowed
away.
221
This is
initially
still
on
the
it.
550
She had
house.
7,000 in closing costs.
Yes.
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
That's right.
You got to flip
And
it
is that why
fast.
it is color-coded red on your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and then she rehabbed it,
That's correct.
and she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes.
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs, perhaps none on this project. And at the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802
And how do you know that?
because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statement?
Yes.
Now, we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
So for this project,
Oh.
she made
So the profit might be different because not all of the expenses were attributable to each project.
it appears,
Fair.
based on your conservative accounting, $47,000.
Right. And I have that in gray because so much of the HELOC funds were used for this project. She bought this. She had the HELOC in March, and then she started drawing on it again when she bought this property in August of 2021.
So it's not in green.
And I believe that some of those funds were, I don't want to double dip.
Right.
So I've left it gray.
Because
So
there's
it's gray,
other
She
expenses.
made $47,000 or less on this house.
Yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay? Scott, can I get the Mill
Coffee.
Creek example? Okay. To make sure we all understand. She purchased, does this say that she purchased the Mill Creek house for $650,000?
Yes.
And then
All right, so we're moving on to a different property. I do not know the date of this. It's going to be on these charts somewhere. But the Mill Creek property, same, right? Purchase price $650,000, borrowed funds $721,000, other borrowed funds $115,000, other borrowed funds $41,000. The equity in the purchase at the time of purchase was negative $228,449.96. The sale price on that property was $1.15 million, a little bit over. The repayment on borrowed funds was $721,000 plus. The closing cost at sale was $115,000. The total cost at sale was $836,000. And then the net proceeds at the time of sale was $32,000, but then the other rehab expenses were $188,000, making the net profit or loss negative $155,000. So she took a $650,000 property, sold it for $1.15 million, and lost over $100,000. That's not how this game is supposed to work. We're going the wrong way. Who Dunny in the chat just said negative Ghost Rider. Yep.
she borrowed 3 times right away, $721,115.
Boy.
Yeah, so she bought this in March. So the borrowed
Oh, great,
funds of
March.
721 is what she borrowed
What year?
out of the gate. And then the 115 came a few months later.
Okay. And how about the 41?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of
This must have been
equity at the time of purchase or within a few months of purchase.
21?
She was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes.
She sold it for $1,115,000.
That's correct.
But she had closing costs. She had to repay what she bought on it. And she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right, that's just the loan, and you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment or interest costs.
Why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason, and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was it was conservative to not include them?
It was she had to repay at least what she borrowed.
Okay.
So
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes,
How much did you trace to this project?
188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more. Yeah.
There could be more out of that pot of 400,000.
This was a big project, and
Clearly.
yes,
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing
Chad, I think you're right.
$155,000.
I think you're right. She's like, but it looks so easy on TV. I think you're right, Chad. She was just like, what? It's fine. The thing that frustrates me so much in all of this is that her husband has a very successful stonemasonry business. There seems a very real possibility that they just could have worked together on this. They just could have been in business together, and she didn't want to, it seems. But wouldn't he have had connections to all of the other trades in the area, to who is doing projects on houses and the rest of it? This is fucking wild to me. But again, I'm feeling trapped conversation in 2019 and I want to build my own thing kind of belies why she wouldn't, but this is just bananas.
Project,
at least that, yes.
maybe more.
Yes.
I know Corey's going to get up there and be like, well, I wasn't losing
let's
money,
back
money
out of the
intentionally.
Whole shebang. And go to the
Unintentionally.
far right column. Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's two outlying numbers. The first is what does that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've
This is the Legacy Way project that shows that the purchase price is at 2.9 million. I wonder if this is the quote unquote Midway mansion, but I don't know. So this is the Legacy Way project, purchased at 2.9 million, borrowed funds 3.2 million, other borrowed funds was 2 rounds of 50,000. Equity in the property at the time of purchase was negative 459,000. Sale price foreclosed. Net profit loss nil. And then they're talking about the running equity in the business on the side there at the 2.1 million. So let's take a look at that. I wonder if this is the mansion.
What does that
imagine it is.
2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal
By the way, when she says net equity in all of the projects, that is a negative in front of the 2.1 million.
sum. So negative 2.1 million that she was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
Then we go down to that negative 469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost 469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also there's no net loss that I've included in this number for the properties that were lost in foreclosure.
Okay.
Because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost 469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to the project. So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
Scott, can you go to the Barney
Oh
column?
boy, lost over $900,000.
Okay. I just want to show the Barney column. I think,
What is
Your
the
Honor, this would be
Barney
a good time to
column?
Pause, and we can come back out.
I know,
Come
sure.
back and address the Barney house.
Very good.
Rawr.
Folks, let's take a break.
Dino roar. Dino roar.
Please rise for the jury.
Dino roar. I think all the foreclosures are after Eric's death. I don't think there were foreclosures before Eric's death.
Take a walk, use the restroom. Please do not speak.
All right. The court is allowing the witness
20
to
of 11, is that agreeable?
take a restroom break.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor? Okay, we'll be in recess until 10:40. Thank you.
All right, they are in recess. The prosecution is still drinking coffee. We're gonna just zoom past that break. I desperately need another coffee, but we'll get back to it. We're gonna zoom past the break. So, for everyone that is
00139.
just popping in, it's money day. Emily, you look too happy. Yeah, I'm nosy. Going through other people's bank accounts is fascinating to me. And we are going through the financial state of Kouri Richins prior to Eric Richins' death, including her home flipping business that was struggling, to be kind. And so we are going through all the forensic accounting to see what the state of Kouri's accounts were. And then we are going to look at what the state of Eric Richins' estate was as we get to, well, motive and maybe a little bit more of understanding some of those memes that were being sent or received on the morning of Eric Richins' death. So let's get back to court after they took the morning break. Buckle
Forgive me,
up,
Ms. Nestor,
everybody.
the Barney house, among other.
It is time, to put things on the record about the Barney house. I was marching in a parade in high school because I'm old and I was in band because, of course. And the poor individual that was playing Barney in this parade tripped, and the head of the Barney character fell off on the parade route. Kids actually started crying. I don't think I will ever forget that. There were actually kids that started just sobbing when Barney's head fell off. It was one of those moments where you're like, oh shit, that's interesting. All right, let's talk about the Barney house.
00139. Forgive me, Ms. Nestor, the Barney house, among other things, went in foreclosure.
The jury is out.
Correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which
Jury's
there
out.
was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what was represented.
Oh. Oh, well, this is why we're talking about this. This is why we're talking about this off the record. Okay, chat. I'm going to give some spoilers. Forgive me. I'm just going to give some context because we know this from pretrial motions. The Barney house was foreclosed after Kouri was arrested. I don't think that what I'm about to tell you will come up in trial, so just put a little noodly boop. I don't think this is going to come up in trial. The judge is talking about the fact that the funding for the Barney house came from a source that was not a traditional lender. In the financial fraud case, I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was a rude pause. In the financial fraud case, Kouri Richins is accused of negotiating a deal with her bestie and telling bestie, I will buy the house, secure all the funding. You need to give me lump sum of money down, and then it'll basically be a rent to own. And then at the end of this, you will get the house. So she took the lump sum from the friend. That money went not into the mortgage of the house, but to service other lenders. And then it got foreclosed. Bestie's husband and Bestie's children, young children, got yeeted from the property. But I imagine that the defense would like to keep out the stealing from the Bestie part of this funding. It is part of another case. It is something that might be highly prejudicial because there may be jurors who are like, okay, look, we've heard a lot of shit, but doing this to your best friend is a different level of cold. So it goes to character and other bad acts. And so trying to mitigate that is, I think, probably where the defense wants to go, because that is part of a separate case. So this is spoilers. The where, how, when of this money is probably not going to come in before the jury.
And this is the house in which there was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what
Best
was
friend.
represented. Is this that one?
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it.
Are we now trying to go full Banfield and be like, first of all, that's not my best friend?
We're trying to arrange a purchase. The friend could not qualify for a loan, so they were trying to do
I don't know if that's true.
Seller financing agreement.
I don't know if that's
where
true.
The friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. There was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with a insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been misled. That's up in the air. So if we're only
That's up in another case as well.
looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of the representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was, I don't even think they're saying there was fraud, but whether there was.
They've charged fraud in another case, but I imagine in this case, they're just going through the profit analysis because it goes on to the ledger of the debt that she was in. The fact that, I'll leave that there.
Dishonesty or any of that, then I want to have a 404B analysis. So I guess I'm just alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues the court said you probably have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right.
The court's like, no.
So I guess-
No.
I'm
I
just,
ruled
as an
on
abundance
this.
of caution before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind for purposes of just whether did she make a profit or loss on the property. That is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bloodworth, tell me where the state's headed with respect to the Barney property.
Well, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit
I love that the judge is like, I know what you're going to say. Just, I already ruled on this in the MILs.
and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was Fund 5, payday lender.
Right. The money didn't go where it was supposed to
Put
go.
differently, to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure. We may get there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay.
I can't
Any other
imagine.
detail regarding the Barney
I
property?
can't imagine that Bloodworth's going to get up there and be like, and she was your best friend. Like, not with this witness. That's just not
Do
right.
you intend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor. So initially, the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In getting financing on the Barney property in June of 2021, Kouri Richins submitted a statement bank statement to
Oof.
the lender purportedly
Yeah.
from AFCU showing a certain balance.
These financial statements are part of the other fraud case as well because they are an arts and crafts project. Right.
Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance.
I'm going to let him explain because then it won't be me giving spoilers.
Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender purportedly from AFCU showing a certain balance. Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be.
What he just said is that C&E, Eric Richins' company, and KRR, Kouri's company, both had accounts at AFCU. Kouri submitted a bank statement to the lender that purported to be from her company, but her company's actual balance was not what the bank statement showed. The actual balance that the bank statement showed was from C&E. And in the fraud case, we have seen the documents that it's literally the C&E bank statement with the Kouri Richins header, like literally cut and pasted to make it look like that's her bank statement. That is in the other fraud case. That I don't think is going to come in. I don't think that creative copy paste is going to come in here.
An exercise in admitting those 3 bank statements and moving on.
Maybe it is.
I think that is consistent with the court's ruling.
It is going to come in a little bit.
The other issue that may arise is there was
That sounds like it is coming in and the court's allowing it
an
in.
email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement. And then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, well, the inquiry is relevant because the lender had noticed a disconnect between her balance and her credit score. Kouri Richins' response is relevant because she had a very different response
Right.
to a different lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a
limiting
404B
instruction,
instruction
yeah.
to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here, but something to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations to her lenders were
not true.
accurate before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Right.
Your Honor, could you please read
Your Honor, can you read it again but slower? Hold on, Miss Nestor, we'll get there. So the judge is going to give a limiting instruction regarding this because, again, you have to balance the prejudicial effect, the potential character evidence, and the fact that the jury's going to be sitting there going, I don't even understand why the banks were still lending to her. What am I missing? And you also need to give the jury enough of a picture to close the loop for them because they've got to be sitting here looking at this going, how is she still buying fucking houses? Like, how is this happening? And I think the jury deserves some answers to that. Otherwise, they're going to fill in the gaps on their own. And I don't think that is appropriate. But it also goes to motive. This gathering storm was more than just, oh, we hit a roadblock with a few of these houses and everything got upside down really quick. It goes beyond that. And so there needs to be a way to close the loop.
She may
All
have
right, let's
committed
see what
some
Nestor's
other
objection
acts
is.
at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read that very first part where you said you're about to hear, what was that?
Evidence that defendants' representations to lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case.
Okay, it's not just lenders, though. It's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her
I don't know that
tenant.
we're going to get into evidence of that, are we?
So
I can add that to the list, that's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that.
We can
back
add
and
Besky
forth
to the
between-
list.
The lenders and others, because part of this
Fine.
is in an email to her,
Okay.
to a banker. It's not, I mean, through her,
Lenders and others is not a problem. Anything else?
Would you like to list out everyone she lied to?
I'm so a visual person. May I just look at it? What do you have in your hand?
It's CR 411. It is the standard Muji second
No,
404B
just the very
instruction.
first part.
I'm sorry. The judge is saying Muji. I'm slowing this down to real time. Emily, you're standing for this Judge Grows day by day. Yes, I apologize for nothing.
I am so a visual person. May I just look at it? What do you have in your hand?
It's CR 411. It is the standard Muji second 404B
No, just the very
instruction.
first part. The part that you wrote.
Representations to lenders and others were not accurate.
And then you said prior to,
The acts charged in
Ramos, can you write it down for her so she can see it? Ramos, hand her the Muji.
this case.
Ramos,
just a minute.
Ramos, give her the
Or
Muji.
around the time of the acts charged in this case. There's no science to this.
I
It's
think
the point.
I'm not going to flame Miss Nestor on this. I think she is trying to make sure that she has not missed an objection that she needs to make. And she wants to see exactly what the court is saying so she can connect it back. I think that's fair. She's like, I need to see the words so I can decide if I'm missing a key objection. This is a big area. Character evidence is a big area for appeal if Kouri Richins is convicted. So I don't disagree with her saying I just need to see it to make sure that she's on the same page. For those of you asking, Emily, you're yelling Muji. Yes, the model Utah jury instructions, M-U-J-I, Muji. However, she knows this because she should have the book in front of her and Ramos should just give her the book. But I'm not mad at an attorney saying, I need to make sure that I'm objecting properly. And if you need to see it, then I think that's fair to ask. I do. Sometimes I think she's being obstreperous. This time I think she's just saying, I can't process information this way.
Is the
And I think that's fair.
may not consider it for the character-based purpose.
Your Honor, let me provide more context. There is
However,
an
she
email
should have the Mujis there with her.
between
She
Kouri
knows
Richins
this
and
is
Ms.
coming
Barney
in.
where, Kouri Richins explains, Ms. Barney indicates her understanding that this money is a down payment. We will get to that email
Wait.
with Ms. Barney, but as it relates
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Miss Barney's gonna testify? Oh, buddy. Okay.
Mention it all.
Okay.
Mention it all.
Well, if you don't have the Law Nerd app now, you need to get the Law Nerd app so you know when Bestie takes the stand because apparently the former Bestie's gonna be testifying about this money. Damn.
Ms. Karrington, the state will ask, what was your understanding
excited
of the
about that.
purpose of this $45,000? Let me head off maybe a 403 cumulative objection. So
He sees where that's
I
going.
mentioned the inconsistent bank statements.
Right.
I mentioned the first set. There are 5 more in the history of this Barney home, kind of in short order before Eric Richins' death.
Ooh, boy.
They are not cumulative because they show an evolution between
Of desperation.
Kouri Richins and the lender of essentially the lender saying, I need to see this, Kouri Richins provides this number. And then when that doesn't get the job done, lender comes back and says, I need to see a bank statement showing this, and then Ms. Richins comes back with a bank statement showing this. So there is a relevance to the iteration that is beyond a cumulative effect.
The gathering storm, if you will.
Remind me the month and year that this is all occurring.
Fair question, Your Honor. I love an organized binder.
So, Your Honor, it begins in the summer of, kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay.
That's
So Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language.
Also, if all of you are like, Emily, Mr. Bloodworth's binder seems so much smaller than some of the other binders. I imagine that Mr. Bloodworth has his binders broken down in part by witness so that you can just grab the binder by witness. That would be my guess, so that everything you need for that witness is in its own binder instead of just massive binders of paper. That would be my guess.
Is fine in the instruction, but I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that
We
to
know.
inject wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney.
I mean, nobody's calling it that.
Banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to,
Honestly, Chat's more upset that she stole over $40,000 from her bestie and then got bestie yeeted from the home. So bestie spent $45,000 on a down payment and then however much over all the months and months and months of rent. And then when everything went fucking sideways, bestie lost every fucking bit of money that had gone into that property and it got foreclosed and she got yeeted. More than $45,000 down payment and then every month of rent. Bestie thought it was going towards buying a house and it didn't. It shows the desperation. It shows the gathering storm. It shows that when she couldn't get more money from lenders, that she was turning to those around her that she could still get money out of. It shows a change. So when people, and it is a natural inclination for people to be like, okay, financial troubles to murder is a really, really difficult leap for my brain to make. Right. Most of you couldn't sleep if your bank accounts looked like hers. Y'all are not the same. That's a good thing for you. But it shows that when she could not get money from the traditional methods, that she didn't stop. She was doing this to bestie before she closed on the Midway property. She was going to just keep going. She was just doubling down and keep going. And bestie wasn't like Thelma and Louise in it with her, like, let's ride, dog. Bestie was like, oh, great, you're going to help me get a house. I trust you. And so as she is continuing, she runs out of lenders. She starts turning to those closest to her, and she is running out of options. And in January, she is running out of options. And she wants to close on the Midway mansion. And she is out of financial options. But she's going to close on the Midway options. And you know what she's doing? Instead of being worried about this, she's booking a motherfucking vacation for like $5,000 to Secrets in St. Bart's or whatever with her boyfriend. This is after the money from bestie. $45K from bestie. She's booking a $5,000 vacation that she's going to take in April. Why does she think things are going to get better in April? Right.
the email that she sent.
But sure, tell me again that the searches about luxury prisons for rich people are about Jen Shaw. Tell me again that these searches are about Jen Shaw. Right.
Banking
Sure.
fraud with the respect to altering bank statements, all into an aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts.
And defense is making her record a la
Significantly
Murdaugh.
prejudicial. It is a significant attack on her character. Offered to show action in conformity. It is irrelevant. It is 404B. And
You
just
did
to make
this-
sure I've made the record, 401, 403, 404B as to
Your
all of
rights are
that coming in,
preserved.
period.
Your rights are preserved.
Okay.
Period. The judge ruled on this. Sorry, Your Honor.
As this,
The judge ruled on this in the motions in limine. Did you notice that Miss Nestor preserved her record and then sat the fuck down? She was like, I have made my record. I am sitting.
Discussed on the record in multiple days of motion and limine hearing, and in 2 written rulings by the court, both on defendants' motions in limine,
Per my last ruling.
the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendant's 404B objection to the admissibility and defendant's objection to the admissibility of this evidence under Rules 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form of a 404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form.
The judge is like, I did not open the door for you to re-argue my ruling. I just wanted to tell you what I'm telling the jury, but that's how we got here.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay.
Lindsay in the chat asked, did
We're ready
she
for
just
you.
think the friend would not file a report on her? I mean, WTH. This is my speculation after dealing with a lot of fraud defendants. Kouri thought that, kind of like gamblers, a lot like gamblers, she was just one thing away from it all being fine. And a lot of fraudsters maintain the very real belief for them that they are just one thing away from it all being good. So no, Kouri thought the bestie would never know. Kouri thought it would just all be even at some point. Kouri never thought this would all crumble. However, Kouri was willing to do whatever to make sure that it didn't crumble. And it doesn't matter who gets in the way. And we saw this with Murdaugh. It does not matter. I will do whatever I can to preserve myself. And that is what was happening here. So, did Kouri think it would? Kouri thought she would be able to fix it all because Kouri's smarter than everybody.
The defendant, or to show that she acted in a manner
All right. Sorry, Your Honor.
acts charged.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me let you read this to the jury, people. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in
And then I'll go
additional
back to
instruction,
1.25.
please listen carefully.
So the jury's back.
You are about to hear evidence that defendants' representations to lenders and other individuals and entities were not accurate during the time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining defendant's motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
If you're the jury, does that instruction just make your ears perk up more? Right. I'm going to put us back to 1.25 for a little bit. I wanted to just let the court read that into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're back at 1.25 speed.
Ma'am, when we left off, we had highlighted the column
That feels faster than 1.25.
299 slash.
Bloodworth,
Barney.
did you have
recall
more?
that?
No.
Yes.
Bloodworth, did you have more coffee over the break?
What does 299 slash Barney refer to?
There's a house,
might
the
slow this
address
down
starts
again.
with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation of that.
Immediately slowing this back down as we get into the bestie of it all. Well, whoop, there it is. Bestie.
House.
And did you analyze that purchase transaction.
Yeah, this tea's
did.
coming in real time.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
Not Fake Forge. Iron Bridge.
What is Iron Bridge?
They are a hard money lender, and they
That's
are
why
the
they use the name
lender
Iron?
that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Emphasis on hard there,
Hard
Bloodworth.
money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard and they're hard. The interest rates are higher than
like rigid.
conventional loans, like from a bank
Like
or a
difficult.
credit union. Typically, they also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something. And
I agree with you,
terms
Chad.
are
I hate all of this. I agree. I hate all of this. I agree. However, it is legal for her to do. I agree. I think it's usurious, but it's where we're at.
defined at a certain interest rate. And then upon default, it's an exponential growth. You know, the default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or other terms, yeah.
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
They do.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Iron Bridge for a loan?
And the reason Kouri's using hard money lenders is because Kouri is so far in the hole that there is nowhere else for her to go. But this is a problem of her own making. This is I want to buy 5 properties, I want to buy 15 properties. She has created this gathering storm. Yeah.
Secured by the Barney home.
Yes.
Did you review the materials in Iron Bridge's loan file?
I did.
Scott, can I get 5-57, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is an America First Credit Union bank account statement for K. Richins Realty.
She was leveraged to infinity
the
and
account
beyond at this point.
6577 for May of 2021, and this was directly from Iron Bridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-57.
Previous objections, Your Honor.
5-57 is admitted.
All right, we're speeding back up
Scott,
until
if
we
you
get
could
back to
kinda
the
zoom
T,
in on
because
the
I
top
imagine we're going to get to some
portion. Yep.
emails and stuff. But once we get to emails and stuff, we will slow back down as we're going through the nuts and bolts of this particular loan for K. Richins Realty from the statement date May 31st, 2021. It shows the I'm just going to move myself out of the way as they talk about this. It shows the bank account, not the loan document, the money market account, the checking account, the savings account, etc.
Ms. Karrington, what information does this provide?
So as I said, there's the header, K. Richins Realty LLC. The account number is 6577 and the statement of May 2021. And then,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
Keep those numbers in mind, folks. As Amy's book it list in the chat said, other people's profits. Keep those numbers in mind. So that is her bank statement.
I think your witness can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
I do now. Sorry. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for K. Richins Realty from America First for the account number 6577 for May of 2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
So the one we just looked at came from Iron Bridge Financial. This one came directly from the bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
529A is admitted. Published now.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, if you can zoom in.
Oh, look. Same bank statement, but the one provided from the bank shows a balance of $15,000. Well, one of those things is not like the others.
Ma'am, what does this present?
This shows in the header, the K. Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that P.O. Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can
So a lot of you in chat are like, wait, what happened? Hold on. We're gonna back up real quick. I'm showing you on the screen, and then we're gonna go back to the witness's testimony. I'm showing you on the screen the K. Richins Realty bank statement that was provided to Iron Bridge lender for the Barney property. This is dated May 31st, 2021. It purports to be the statement for May 21st, 2021. It shows K. Richins Realty. It shows the address at 28 Willow Court in Camas, not the P.O. Box. It shows the account number 6577, and it shows numerous accounts. Let me move me out of the way again. It shows a share savings, a money market savings, and a checking totaling $210,000. It also shows like an SBA stuff and information. This is what was provided to the lender. The second item that was just put into evidence by the prosecution. Let me zoom.
Actively at month end.
No, let me zoom. I was zooming badly. The second one put in I went too fast. Nope. The second one that came in is from May 31st, 2021, and this was under subpoena from the bank. This is May 31st, 6577, K. Richins Realty with the P.O. Box showing a balance of $15,609. And then we are going to get to a third bank statement, which will show the completion of the amalgamated bank accounts. Next.
This shows in the header, the K. Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that P.O. Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B.
Shut the fuck up. Did that just happen? Did you just say what I think you said?
And the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to...
I mean, I guess it's time to swoop since we're not zooming today. There we go. I mean, I guess we haven't swooped today. Good Lord. All right, we have now swooped. We'll swoop again. One more swoop. It's watching it in real time. We are now swooping. The chat is like one of us. Yes, well, you know.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
Yeah, we know. Swoop, swoop. All right. Swoop, swoop.
5-32B.
That's funny. All right. We're looking at evidence item
Ma'am, do you recognize this
5-32B.
document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stone Masonry, which is Eric Richins' account company. And this is the May of 2021 statement
Yes, I
that
feel
came
like the
from directly from
prosecutors
the
are
credit
playing
union in
bingo with
response to
law
a
nerd
prosecution
terms.
subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
Bingo with law nerd terms. I'll tell you about one of my first trials where we had a bingo game going. Those are stories for later. They are now showing the C&E account that they subpoenaed directly from the bank.
-32B is admitted.
So this is Eric Richins' business account subpoenaed directly
ma'am
from
does
the
this
bank.
present?
So in the header, we can see the company is C&E Stone Masonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement for May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those three accounts is $210,898.61.
Is it accurate then that
Weird.
the statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of K. Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stone Masonry?
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-6, please?
Melanie in the chat said no way she used his statement. I mean, she purported it as hers.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Ironbridge and Kouri Richins, and this was from Ironbridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's see. Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on?
Same plus
Corey's.
hearsay.
Mike, I'm sorry. Let me restate my question. Do you care about the before and after or just Corey's statement?
Your Honor, the email, of course, reads from the bottom up.
Right.
Context?
The state needs to admit the bottom to understand Ms. Richins', the effect on the here being
Okay.
Ms. Richins. We can redact that first line. I think it doesn't matter either way to the state.
Objection to instructing the jury that they cannot consider any of these statements other than those written by Ms. Richins for the truth.
No objection to that instruction.
Ms. Nestor.
Not to the instruction, but remain my objection to the entire document.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see an email string. Ms. Richins' portion of the email string you may consider for any purpose to whatever extent you decide. The other portions of the email string you may consider only for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins, upon the listener, not for the truth of any matter asserted in those other portions. Published 2-6.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Brittany, in case I didn't say it, 2-6 is admitted.
Oh, boy.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
Oh, we're starting from the bottom. Now we're here. Okay, I won't
enlarge
pause.
that, please.
We're reading from the bottom up.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read all of it because we know they're not reading everything in court. This is from Ironbridge Lending. Happy Friday, Kouri. We just got docs out. Looking forward to closing our first deal together. Just wanted to reach out. When I ran your credit, it was lower than I expected, 650. Looks like there are some delinquencies with regards to a few credit cards. I was just a bit surprised by that. I know you have a lot of money in the bank to cover expenses. If you wouldn't mind shedding a little light on this, that would be appreciated. Thanks so much. Enjoy the long weekend. You should have gone with your gut on that one, Richard. You should have stuck with the gut. Yep. Stuck with it. So this is from Friday, July 2nd, 2021 at 3:48 p.m.
And Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please.
All right, this is Monday, July 5th, 2021 at 4:53 p.m. from Kouri Richins Realty. or krichinsrealty@gmail. To Richard at Ironbridge, quick question. Hey, Richard, hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. Yeah, sure. Everything is paid off now, and it just probably hasn't updated. I recently learned about all of this as well, lol. And then my husband decided to explain to me this was his doing a while ago. We are in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them, to keep it short and sweet. Lol, it's been crazy to say the least, ! I look forward to working with you guys on our first and hopefully many projects. She submitted her husband's business bank statement spliced to them and then blamed the husband, the victim in this case, for the delinquencies out of her bank account that we don't even know that he knows about, and it seems that in fact he doesn't. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that plays out. Yes, the I'm just a girl defense is going to come into this, but I'm just a girl. That's my husband. He did that. That's not my fault. Please lend me money. I'm just a girl.
Ms. Karrington, did you analyze whether all of Kouri
Just
Richins'
down on
credit
my
card
luck.
delinquencies were paid off in July of 2021?
I did.
Were they?
Feel sorry for me. Just a baby.
Scott, can I get 5-21?
Lol.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Ironbridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
Scott, right, if you can zoom in, please, on that top portion. Ms. Karrington, what information does this provide?
Well, starting with the top on the right is it's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact. So that tells me that this came from
A subpoena.
Ironbridge. This is then the secured promissory note between K. Richins Realty and Ironbridge, and the loan amount, where it says principal amount, is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
I mean, that's not the most insane interest rate I've ever seen from hard money lending. Back in 2021, that is not insane for hard money lending.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
Yeah, they were less than that.
They were at those historic lows, 2.5%, 3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
Right.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
Which is fair.
Am I right then that for the 6 months
To remind everyone that that was
six-month term of the loan, Kouri Richins
that
did
was
not owe any
very
money?
high at
This
that
one,
time.
it was a balloon, but this one did require monthly payments.
But then everything was due on January the 8th of 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer.
The entire loan was due January 8th, 2022. Huh.
And she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Thank you, Scott. Did Kouri Richins endeavor to refinance?
Yes, she did.
And use Excel Financial Services to try to refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
How'd that go?
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please?
Not well, bitch, is what I imagine the answers are, said
Ma'am, do you
Allah Dorinda
recognize
Menley.
this document?
That was a Real Housewives callback for those of you that are like, Emily's just out here calling people. No, no, no. How's it going? Not well, bitch, is Dorinda.
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Same objections.
5-60 is admitted.
Scott, can you blow it up?
Embiggen from America First.
Real quick, Ms. Carrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real quick.
This is America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the three accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.
This is a different account, not the KRR Realty account. This is the Kouri Richins account. So different America First
There's
account.
15 cents at the month end.
This is July 31st,
Did you attempt to
2021.
verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott.
Hold on to your butts. This shows $694,000 in a bank account with Kouri's name on it from July 31st, 2021.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-35A.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
This is the America First bank account.
It's enlarged.
Same statement from August
Ma'am, what does this present?
1st.
That this is Kouri Richins' account using
Sorry, the actual statement is the more accurate way to say that from August 1st, 2021.
that P.O. Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021. And the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94 at the end of the month.
Audacity.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A, please?
The audacity.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Those two things aren't the
It is
same.
the American First Credit Union account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves
see where this is
5-32A
going.
into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
And the C&E account, same bank,
Ma'am, what does this?
makes it easier to copy pasta on it all. Same bank. Look at that balance, $694,730.
Present.
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stonemasonry's account 7664 in January of 2021. And there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to
So the first one was copy paste of C&E's business account to KRR business account. That one was a copy pasta of the Kouri Richins personal account and the C&E business account. So the first ones that Bloodworth is going through, the first one comes from the lender, the second one from the actual Kouri account, the third one from the C&E account. And we're doing this. This is fair, chat. A few of you have pointed this out. And a few of you have pointed out that 15 SNK said, Emily, you did kind of dare Bloodworth to swoop after he zoomed. I think I might have yesterday on stream or the day before. I might have made a joke that we got a zoom, but we didn't get a swoop. I might have made that joke yesterday. Yeah.
The subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
So this is from the financial services.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
It's like you absolutely threw down the gauntlet. Fair enough. All right. They are approaching.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We are back from
Move
sidebar.
at 2-7.
Yes, Your Honor.
States 2-7 is admitted. One moment, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry again, was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal?
So this is from Excel Financial Services. It looks like a CV for Kouri Richins.
David Ige?
Yes.
Oh, that's the photo she used on her author bio for the book about grief. Mm-hmm.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of, thank you.
Since they do not read them in court, which might be a ruling of this judge, I am going to read it for you. This is the bio from the resume that was sent to the financial services. I've been doing real estate investing for 4 years, from fix and flip projects to buy and holds to investing in companies and wholesaling. Chad, I am ADHD and dyslexic, but is that how you spell wholesaling? Like, we're not talking about boats, right? Let me know if it's me. It might be me. That doesn't look correct. But then again, don't trust my brain. I mix letters up. I've done special projects as low as $2,500 for an auction home, up to selling multi-million-dollar fix and flip projects. I have a master's degree in human resource. Well, all of you wanted to know what the master's degree was in. To the extent that we trust Kouri Richins to report on anything, honestly, that's what she's saying. I mean, at least we know ChatGPT didn't write it because this was in like 2021. I have a master's degree in human resources in which has fucking hell. I have a master's degree in human resources in which has become very valuable in running my company of 147 employees based out of Park City, Utah. Girl, where? Also, just Grammarly. I am currently working on my general contractor's license that will be completed within the next month. I have been certified through Retennis Real Estate Investment Education, and I also obtain a real estate license. What? In my last 5 deals alone, I have profited nearly $1 million. $1 million. $1 million. I am very confident in my work. True that. Yes.
I am very confident in my work.
Facts have been found. I am very confident in my work, in my team. I mean, her team is just her, so yes. And my projects that I invest in. No. I would love to work with new investors on upcoming projects to really maximize the ability of our real estate investing capabilities and reach our full potential. It doesn't say lol anywhere. Chat, you're like, wait a second. Are we really at 147 employees? No, we are not at 100. No, there are no employees. No, there are not. There's also no profits, but Very successful, chat. She's very successful. And she likes big cookies. We saw multiple charges to crumble. Very successful. I love that they're letting the jury just soak that in. Just
Ms.
read
Karrington,
it.
did you
Read it all.
Analyze Kouri Richins' finances to determine
Payroll.
if she employed anyone,
Mention
and
it
if so,
all.
how many employees she
Mention
had.
it all.
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So I don't know how many, but it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, 1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
So she has 147 employees and her total payroll expenses are $1,500. Sure, Jan. Sure. Gusto would never.
Okay. And is it called 1,500 to 2,500 weekly, biweekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and nothing that would rise to the level of paying, I don't think, paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
No, not
Depends
really.
on how much they're making.
Get spoken like an accountant. Yeah, we're gonna have to let that
In your
linger with the
analysis, did
jury.
you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
Ah, yes, the Sonia Morgan approach. Unpaid interns. I wonder how many employees
Thank you,
CNE
Scott.
had.
Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5?
Yeah. Cozy Treehouse, this is accurate. Cozy
Ma'am, do you
Treehouse
recognize
said,
this document?
Yes.
I do a 70-person payroll biweekly, and it costs between around $200K, depending on overtime.
What is it?
It's the operating agreement for K. Richins Realty dated June 7th, 2021, and this is from Excel and Mr. Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 4-5 into evidence.
Same objections.
So this is another
4-5
document
submitted.
sent to the lender.
Your Honor, before we publish, well,
My apologies.
that page doesn't matter.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, Scott, can you scroll down one page?
This is something
pages?
subpoenaed from the
3
lender.
pages? 4 pages? Your Honor, stop there. Article 4 is, that's the relevancy.
Okay. I may be missing a nuance here. Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
All right, they're approaching on this document. We're going to zoom past the sidebar.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Ms. Karrington, what is this document?
This is the operating agreement of K. Richins Realty.
All right, I'm going to, oh God, the whole thing is just written in all caps. My brain literally can't.
Dated June 7th of 2021, and this was provided by Excel Financial and David Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please, to Article 4.
Remember, for those of you just popping in, Excel Financial was helping or attempting to get the refinance loan for the Barney property because the balloon payment was due on January 8th, 2022. And that payment was either pay it in full or refinance to a, mortgage. And so this is the company that's trying to, or she's asked to help her get that mortgage, Excel Financial.
Thank you.
Article 4, interest and authority. The ownership interest in the company will be as follows. Doreen Kouri, 81%. Kouri Richins, 19%. Please do not speculate on who Doreen Kouri is because you will probably be wrong and everything is going to come to light. Just let the witness answer. Emily, just go. Right.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-61, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Ige in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Okay, this is another statement from Excel Financial.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61.
I think we're at 1.25. Yeah.
Ma'am, what information does that present?
It's an America First Credit Union statement.
Up at the top here where you see numbers over where it says statement, that's a Bates stamp. That is not the issue with this America First document. The issues will become readily apparent. September 10th,
Says Kouri
2021.
Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those three accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
We see where that's going.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union.
So from the
And
bank.
then if you look in the, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
the real
This came
account.
from,
The actual
in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit
the
5-35B.
actual bank
Same
record.
objections.
5-35B is admitted.
Scott, 5-32D.
The prosecution is just going through this fairly methodically.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Really is.
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stonemasonry, account 7664 in September 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
We didn't see the
State
one
moves to admit 5-32D.
from Corey's
Same
account.
objections.
5-32D is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in.
But they did not
And what does this present?
show it to us. They will
That,
be showing these to the jury.
For the account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664 in September 2021, the three accounts collectively were
So Corey's personal account did not have this money in it. Eric's business account had this money in it. The accounts got spliced and given to the lender.
$169,442.28.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 5-62?
You guys see a pattern? So we
Scott, can you
went
bring
through
up 5 on up?
the
Can you take
accounts
562 down?
to the original hard money
Bring up
lender.
5-29D.
These are the
Split
accounts to
screen
the
for
refi lender.
5-29C.
The defense is going to keep marking those
And do
objections
these documents follow the same pattern we've just discussed?
as cumulative.
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C into evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D?
I don't know
It's
what.
just 562.
Would
I
you
don't
like to
know.
see that again, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, so same objections to 529C and 529D. I don't remember seeing 562, so if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-62 and 5-29D and -29C are admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not going to publish them. I
Understood.
think everybody understands.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of three. Scott, if you could start with 524.
Would you pause for 1 second?
Okay.
Do you need a moment? Do you need any clarification?
The court is talking to the court clerk about clarification on the records being admitted because the clerk is responsible for making sure those all get noted down. And Bloodworth is like, we're not going to put all these up now. We're just admitting them all into evidence because he's trying to move this along because A, we see the pattern, but he's laying the foundation for the witness that's going to come in later, and the foundation that when Kouri went to get the loan on the Barney property, these were the bank accounts that she was representing. When she went to refinance it in January 2022, these were the documents, Eric's business, spliced into her documents. And it shows that gathering storm, to use, words from another prosecutor, another case, another state, another time, but to show this growing problem with the finances leading into January, before the attempted murder in February, before the murder, overnight, March 3rd to March 4th, 2022.
Correct.
And the
I'll just hit the number
bestie,
again.
who was the subject of the
5-24.
property, is going to come in.
The witness has it. Because I think you
I do have.
Okay.
I'm tracking the wrong.
A lot of these properties were foreclosed on.
I'm tracking the wrong exhibit number.
So a lot of these properties were foreclosed on. So I think a lot of these lenders took the hit on that. There's litigation over the estate of Eric Richins, but none of these are in Eric Richins' name. The money taken from the HELOC is part of the civil litigation with the estate, and there's an entire fraud prosecution that's trailing this, that a lot of these counts are accounted for. These are not being prosecuted here. They are part of the context for, okay, so somebody has some financial problems. How does that have anything to do with a murder? It's growing. So the thing that the prosecution's laying the groundwork for, that is Scott, the tech guy for the prosecution with the glorious mustache. But the groundwork is being laid as that this was not just some business issues, and that she was continuing to embiggen those issues
How does that
and
problem?
borrow.
Do we need to do something to help you?
No, I think we're good now.
And when she was closing on the Midway home, bigger Midway home, she was saying that they were celebrating, but we heard at the beginning of this trial that they were actually fighting about that. And those memes are, but celebrating this massive closing on this massive property. She's millions and millions and millions in debt. So is the I'm so rich regarding to closing on a house? Or is it regarding the death of Eric Richins?
The page that I'm seeing and the witness is seeing doesn't have a sticker on it. Can we go back to page 1 so I can make sure? 5-24, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I apologize, Scott. I go back to wherever Mr. Bloodworth wanted you to be.
That's page 149.
Going back to where Bloodworth wants us to be. Perfect. I think we're here.
So, Scott, can you please bring up 5-29E?
Rexy Moto asked, how did Kouri have access to Eric's bank account? I don't know that she had access to the bank account,
And then
but it seems that she had access to the bank records enough that she had the statements. So she had the bank statements. There's no evidence that she was taking money out of the statements. There's evidence that she was cut and pasting the statements.
5-32E.
And she might have had the login to it because she had the login to everything else. Or they might have been physically printed out in the office.
Ma'am, do those documents follow the same pattern you've just testified to?
They do.
Your Honor, the statement was 524, 529E, and 532E into evidence.
Same objections.
But it's a
524,
good
529E,
questions.
and 532E are admitted.
The Bates number I'm interested, that's that number at the top for the 524s. The Bates number ending in 149. Scott, can you bring up 5-29F,
All right, we are now going through the foundation
5-32F?
and just admitting all these documents. Do you guys remember the day we did this in Murdaugh with like where every single bullet and bullet casing and gun was
Ma'am,
found?
did those two documents,
It's a long day.
along with 524 at page 152, follow the same pattern that you've just testified to?
They do.
This is going much
Sorry,
faster.
I didn't understand the last thing. 529F, 532F, and what?
Exhibit 5-24 that we just admitted, but page 152.
This is going much faster.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-29F and 532F are admitted.
So we have these groupings of documents. The one that came from the
Ma'am, I want to
lender
ask you now about a
from her account to Eric's
$45,000 set of wire transfers.
All right, everybody. If you have, if your ears have glazed over, come on back. Now's the time. Come on back. Now's the time. Let's talk about this $45,000 and where it came from and where it went.
Related to the Barney home. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So it was a down payment.
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay.
Oh, we're going back to normal speed. We need to do the T on real time.
Mention it all.
Those wire
Mention it all.
transfers.
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney
Yeah, we need to
to
just slow that
Kouri
back down.
Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So it was a down payment.
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, well, Scott, can you bring up exhibit?
Bloodworth looks like his soul just left his body because they just talked about this over the break. They just went through this and he's like, sure. We also know that Chelsea Barney is going to come in and testify. Nestor looks so annoyed. This is all coming in. The judges ruled on it twice, but sure.
The 2-.
The heavy sigh, and here's what I think is happening. Honestly, this is just my speculation. This is clearly not how Miss Nestor sees it. I think that Bloodworth is trying to scoot over some of this to not draw undue attention to it, to lay the foundation so that when Chelsea Barney testifies, there is information. And Nestor gets stuck in like a loop of fight mode, which is fair. There are things that can't come in, but we know this witness is going to testify. And if you want to lay the foundation, it's just going to draw more attention to it. But that's her strategic choice. So mention it all.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor,
And there's emails and
well,
text
Scott,
messages.
Can you bring up exhibit 2-19?
Okay, let's read your client's emails then.
R.
Sure. Let's read the emails. I bet there's going to be communications about this because Chelsea Barney is going to testify to them. So
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
bippity boppity embiggen.
There's several pages, Your Honor. Well, I'll just move to admit it.
Great. I'm going to zoom. He moved to admit it.
Objection to this.
All right, there we go.
Okay. Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
We talked about this.
403 and 404B.
Yes,
This
sir.
was discussed at the
Those
break.
objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
This was discussed at the
States
break.
Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted.
Nicole asked, what is the
Did his
problem?
witness see this
The
document?
problem, as I see it,
Yes,
is that Ms. Nestor
Take it from there.
wanted
just-
more foundation laid. Bloodworth was trying not to get into all of the email communications or text or whatever at this point regarding the Barney house, and was trying to say your understanding of where this $45,000 as the forensic accountant, this was your understanding. Let's track the money. And Nestor's like, let's not do that. And he's like, okay, we're going to mention it all.
I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Karrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just
And whoop, there it is. Text messages. This came up at preliminary hearing. This came up at the bond hearing. This came up in pretrial motions. So when I said I suspect that this is what the prosecution's trying to do, it is based on a very long history with this case. This is from the 1987 phone, I believe it's Kouri's, text from January 1st, 2022. What the fucking ha-has? Ha 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 ha. I totally pulled an Eric ha exclamation point. I bet you are dying, Chels. Ha. I mean, at least there's no LOL. What time do you get off? I have no idea how you're working. Did Derek have fun? He seemed like it. The next text, I can't see the date yet, is from Kouri. Oh, hell no. The kids are probably so damn confused. It's sad. As soon as she meets someone else, she will do this all over again. Who are we talking shit about? Somebody. We're talking shit about somebody. Ugh. As soon as she meets someone else, she will do this all over again. Okay, so for your house, we are finally getting everything done. I don't have an exact number on your mortgage yet, but it'll be about $2,300, maybe $100 more or less. I will have the final numbers this week, and then I'll let you know.
slowly, please walk the
Dog.
jury down the text string.
Walk the jury down the text string. Oh, I guess I could have waited for them doing bacon. Okay, fair. Are they all hungover? That's the context I'm curious about from the January 1st, 2022. I'm not judging. I'm just curious, seeing that it's New Year's Day.
Ma'am, is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
And we know the 1987 phone number is Kouri's. It's saved. It seems to be saved in the user's phone as friend. Kouri dumped all these messages. Chelsea didn't. So these would be from Chelsea's phone extraction. I just want to see the date of this second one. I don't know if that's the same day or not. Okay, this is January 2nd, 2022, 2:38:47 p.m. UTC -7 from Kouri. I'll also let you know I'm down payment when I get that. It will be this week, but don't stress. It will be affordable for what you have. No worries. So when the defense said, how do we know that money is for the house? Well,
Kouri Richins is in
She
blue, right, at the
said it.
1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
next text. Hey, Chels. Okay, couple of things. This is, oh, it didn't scroll down. Emily, let's go. Did it scroll down more? No, it didn't scroll down more. Hey, Chels. Okay, a couple of things. Do you have any paint left over at your house? My mom said she used some kind of paint to touch up a again with the fucking cabinets, to touch up a cabinet there, and she was pretty sure she left it with the other colors. It would have been darker gray, like a millennial gray, but darker. We're going to be closing on your house Tuesday. What are you comfortable with putting as a down payment? This transaction is part of the subsequent case. That was from, it says delivered January 9th, 5:28 p.m. UTC -7. I'm just making a note on the date. Text back from Chelsea. Oh, yes. Sorry, she texted me about it and I forgot to text her back when I found it. Okay, what are they waiting or what are they wanting as one? Are we paint and down payment? So when the defense objected to wanting more foundation and the prosecution said bet, do we think this was a good strategy for the defense or not a good strategy for the defense? Should we have just skipped over this or nah? Okay, from Kouri. Oh, no worries. Will you set it on your front porch? And she will run to grab it, the paint. $59,000, don't freak. I know you only had around $47,000, so I want to see what you're comfort with and I'll float the rest. You guys will be seller financing it to me. So what will happen is I'll close on it in my name Tuesday, and then we're going to set another closing for 2 weeks to close and change it to your name. January 9th, 2022, 5:12 p.m. UTC. For those of you asking, Emily, these seem like crimes. They're in a separate case. She's charged with this in a separate case. Chelsea texted back, okay, it's out on the porch. Let me count my cash and see all that I have. I have 40 for sure. Let me see what all I made over the last couple months. That's from Chelsea to Kouri. That's all I have. Let's see. This is from Chelsea to Kouri. I'm doing my taxes tonight, so depending on how fast that comes, I could use that. If I do need you to front me some, I'll pay you back with my taxes. This is from Kouri to Chelsea, January 9th, 2022, 5:53:12 p.m. Okay, no. I'm spinning this on you last minute. They are just finishing docs. I knew I would have to float some cash, not stressed. All is well. Lots of exclamation points. Just ready to get this wrapped up so I can pay out my lenders and put this in a long-term loan. So don't worry about paying me back. It will just be wrapped in the loan. If you can do around $45K, that would be perfect. If not, don't stress. Yeah, fucking wild! Exclamation points. I have to probably call you though. It's a lot to text. Exclamation point. Cool, I'll tell my mom thank you. Regarding the paint. Oh, so sick in the chat said, oh, Bestie is testifying. We heard that earlier today that Bestie will be testifying. Who said other people's paint? Monica's. Other people's paint. Yep. Okay. From Chelsea. Okay. I will count how much I have. I'm sure I can do 45. No problem. Okay. Call when you can. So when the forensic accountant, that's from January 9th, 2022 at 5:55:48 p.m. UTC -7. When forensic accountant said, I know where the money came from. Sweet. Okay, will do. 1/9/2022. That was a little bit later. Okay, I've got 45,000. January 10th, 5:06 p.m. Kouri, woot woot. Wait, damn it. No. Hold on. I didn't pause it. That was on me. Kouri. Oh, what did I do? I did all the things. I did not embiggen, I ensmallened. Damn it. I just want to read the fucking text. Okay. Woot woot. Okay, I can deposit it in your bank tomorrow and then just write it to my account and then I'll wire it to the title company and then I'll send you the receipt and the docs. 1:10 at 6 p.m. No. Keep reading, Emily. Fucking hell. That was me. Embarrassed. January 10th at 6:08:31. See what the next text is. Chelsea's text, yes, I'll do that tomorrow. Those texts are only coming in for friend's going to testify, so friend can be cross-examined on these. This is coming up for where that $45,000 went. From Kouri, awesome. Here is the information. Account name, K. Richins Realty. Account number, routing number, reason, down payment, 299 East 100 Street. It'll be real interesting to see when we get to the bestie. That's from January 10th. Kouri, I'm kind of nervous. Ha! Bestie. Okay, I'm so excited but scared as hell. Ha. Oh boy. Let me know how that goes. Exclamation point. I feel so bad for him. He posted a picture of him and the kids today. Just them. No Allie. Allie's catching strays. January 10th, 2022, 7/17/32. Is Allie the one they were talking shit on earlier, do we think? Kouri, ha ha ha. How very Massachusetts. Oh, I bet it's so much money. 3 exclamation points. And your own house. 3 exclamation points. Eee! How exciting. All the exclamation points. I totally will. I do too. I can't believe how much he's still representing her and won't tell his parents or anything because he doesn't want anyone to think bad of her. Like what? I just want to shake her. Okay, so we've got excitement about the house, shit talking about people they know, and then I totally will. Okay. How exciting. And your own house. Chat, I'm sorry for spoilers. I'm not going to guess at who the person they're talking about because we have no idea. There's too many people. I'm sorry for the minimal spoilers. The minimal spoilers are that this house gets foreclosed on. Bestie pays the $45K in. Bestie pays rent, and the house gets foreclosed on. The transactions don't get turned over. This is from Chels. Yes, I just hope I can get back on track and develop a savings again. Ha. Not that that was much, but I thought so. Well, right. If you've worked to save $45,000, it's a lot to you, and giving it all to someone is wild. Right. And then switching to whatever shit talking there is. Oh, I want to fucking slap her. She's being such a bitch, and I can't believe he's being so nice still. For those of you that are like, Emily, these sounds like crimes. Yes. It is in the other case. It is more than 45,000 gone because it is also over 2,000 a month. So 45,000 plus, I think like 2,500 a month for however many months. From Kouri, hey, you're not wanting Derek on title, right? Just you, written as Chelsea Barney. And that's from January 11th, 2022 at 2:43. So you guys have done a great job issue spotting in all of this. I don't think Bestie is suitor. Bestie is a victim in the financial case. This is from Chels. Correct. I'm waiting for UCCU to transfer the rest of the money into my MACU account, and I will send it right over. I have to tell you about, I'll have to tell you how this lady was at the bank about me depositing my cash. I kind of want to hear that story too. This is from January 11th, 2022. especially for bringing it in smaller dollar amounts. I imagine that the bank teller in Utah might have raised an eyebrow. How rude of them. Kouri said, okay, cool. That's what I thought. Okay, no worries. Oh God. Did they think you robbed a bank or something? No, Kouri. They didn't think she robbed a bank, boo-boo. I mean, I guess we don't know if the cash was wet or stapled, so we do have questions. 1/11/2022. From Chels, this lady was such a bitch. I will have to call and tell you. Oh yeah, that's the kind of story that's way better dramatically told. I'll have to call and tell you. One sec, I'm finishing volunteering at school. Give me 15. I can't believe the defense continues to read these prosecutors improperly. Can you lay foundation? Yes. Do you remember ages ago in this case? Some of you, if you're new to this case, won't, but do you remember ages ago in this case where the defense was complaining about something with jail calls and the prosecution laid out all the jail calls, including the jail calls where Kouri was calling her lawyer a bitch? They put in all, they just were like, they have embraced mention at all. They have just embraced the mention at all. Oh, you would like more foundation? Hello, foundation. Let's have it all. Let's literally mention it all. So from Chelsea, what's your bank? This is January 11th, 2022. They tried to warn you. America First Credit Union is what Kouri responded. A lot of you are asking if friend ever got the money back. No. I just don't remember exactly how much it is. It's over 50,000. It's more than that because of the rent, but that's in the other case. We'll link it. We'll link the video about that case down below if you would like to side quest later. Not all of it will come up in this trial. So remember, it's extra information that the jury doesn't have. Friend said, okay, IDK if my bank is weird or what, but it sent you 2 trial deposits. When you get them, let me know the amount. They both are that they sent. Then I can send the rest. Why didn't you just fucking wire the money? Trial deposits. Why are you connecting the 2 accounts? Just wire it. What are we doing? Okay. This is from January 11th, 2022 at 4:06 p.m. There was no text on that one. Kouri said, definitely weird. I've never heard of that. That's Kouri responding at 4:12, same day. A couple of you are asking, do we know what Kouri used the money for? Yes, and the forensic accountant is going to get there today. They're laying the foundation for that, so I'm going to let the forensic accountant get there. Kouri said, I know it's asking all these, or Chelsea said, I know it's asking all these questions. Chelsea is saying, would Venmo work for $40K? You want to Venmo $45,000. Kouri, no, you can't Venmo that much. Venmo max is out at $5K. Did you go into your bank and do it? So we'll get to where this money goes. The defense objected to the do you know why Chelsea sent Kouri $45,000? And now we are into the entire text thread. Defense said, no foundation. And the prosecution said, would you like an entire kettle of tea? Chelsea said, no, I was trying to do it online. Will I have to go in? Chelsea, girl, go to the bank. No, don't do this online or call. You probably need to go to the bank. Kouri said, yes, if you can, it's so much easier. Yeah, go to the bank. Go to the bank. Friend says, okay, I just asked when Derek is home because Burks is sleeping, and then I will go in. Sorry, friend. My bad. My bad. My bad. A couple of you asked, why aren't these read aloud to the jury? Different jurisdictions do it differently. They're just being pulled up so the jury can read them all. So there's no dramatic or prejudicial reading. They can't read it like me. No biggie. Exclamation points. So yeah. Holy shit, spelled WHOLEY. Emily, don't judge other people's spellings. I know. Holy shit, I did it. You will get 2. UCCU will be 18,300 and MACU will be 26,700. Woohoo! I've transferred you my life savings, Kouri. I've got a house. Yay, house. Kouri. Ha 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 ha. You did your first wire transfer, Chels. Congratulations. Ha ha. Exclamation point. I go about 10 of these a week. That's how my business functions. Okay. I'll let you know when funds are received. It'll be first thing in the morning. Exclamation point. This is January 11th at 6:08 p.m. I do business. I do business. Yeah, girl, the reason you're doing so many wire transfers is because you are skating with the negative account balances, but sure, business. Chelsea, Jesus, that was difficult for me. Haha. But now I know what to do if I ever have to do it again. Okay, thanks, friend. Right. Kouri laughed at text message. Jesus, that was so difficult for me to do. Kouri said, forgot to text you. Wires received this morning. Are you working Saturday? That date was from January. Hold on. That date was January 12th. My head is in the way. January 12th, 2022 at 8:13 p.m. Forgot to text you. Wires received. I think the foundation has now been laid for where that money went. Let's track the money. Chelsea, yes. Yay. Yes, I'm working Saturday.
Thank you.
Okay, so tell us again how you knew where the money was going.
That text exchange mentioned a $45,000 down payment. Did you trace those 2 wires?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-29G at
Follow
Bates
the money.
794.
Follow the money.
Your Honor, this has already been admitted.
D or G?
G.
Is that correct, Brittany? Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Karrington, what is this again?
This is the K. Richins Realty.
And now we're gonna follow the money.
Account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you trace those 2 wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, can we do
So remember, Bestie was
Let's
told
see,
this
it's the
money was
middle.
going to down payment to the house. Now we're looking at the bank transfers.
we need to go down a little bit to like the 11th. The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in.
I
And
love
then
the
if you
little
go down a
highlighter.
few
It's
other
so
lines,
good.
also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there. That bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account. Those are those 2 wires from Chelsea Barney.
And Scott, if you can move it to the left. At the time they hit the account, what was the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Is that negative?
Did you
Oh yeah,
then trace the fund?
the little minus is so small on the side. I was like, wait, what? Okay, so the account is negative. You can see all those money lenders getting paid, and then what is that? $800 at Home Goods? Right.
From this account.
I did.
Got to decorate the houses
Can you please
to flip them.
show us what happened to that money?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account, the $19,299 on the 12th, the middle transaction. That went to the family account.
The account, Kouri's business account, is negative almost $2,000. She gets the 2 wire transfers from Bestie that are supposed to be for the down payment on her house. And when she gets the wire transfer, the first one of $26,000, she takes the wire transfer and takes $19,000 of it to her own personal account.
Account, the 2204 that says Eric Richins, that's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
And
The court's like,
and then also there were she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out. And then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
It never went to the mortgage.
Well, we have to account for the another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
What did it go to?
She said debts and her own account.
The transaction that's highlighted, the $19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from this KRR account to the personal joint account. And
That's
then
correct.
to FundFi to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th went to the family account. And if we go to the family account, you can see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A.
She told Bestie, this is the down payment on
You
your home.
recognize that
Yeah, you have a
I do.
home.
What is that?
We've taken your whole savings. Yeah, you have a home. And then $20,000 of that immediately goes out. And then the rest of it goes to pay lenders. None of it goes to the mortgage on Bestie's home. Emily, these are crimes. Yeah, they're in the other case that's following this.
This is the America First Credit Union statement.
This is going to the personal
family
account?
2204 of February of 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions. And this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
530.
Same answer.
Can you show us on this account that 19,299 transaction you were just referencing?
The house was closed on,
Scott,
Marjorie.
I think it's on the
It got foreclosed on, though.
second page, yes.
The Bestie moved in and was paying monthly mortgage payments until it got foreclosed on. And then it all went poof.
So you can see
Not TJ Maxx and Home Goods.
on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came
And then, okay.
out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to FundFi.
So Kouri, just to summarize what this witness said, Kouri took $19,000 out of her joint bank account with her husband to pay off FundFi, payday loans that her business had incurred. And then 2 days later, replenishes that exact amount back into the family account. Why do you think she would do that?
For Kouri Darden Richins.
And Fund 5 was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-30, please?
This is after she booked the $5,000 vacation.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
We're getting close
This
in
is the
time to when she
information
reaches out to
from
Carmen.
America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire or the outgoing wire, and it was returned in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at
This
the
is
top left,
tracing the Fund
January
5
10th,
transfer.
22. It tells us the amount that is
Just follow the money.
$19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9, but 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is Fundify Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins or someone who sent this to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
A number of you are asking, why does the defense keep objecting? Because I think they've adequately preserved their right for appeal.
Let's go back to the loans.
So it becomes strategy. They had a continuing objection on this. Nestor is choosing to be heard still objecting. I think she's trying to, well, this is purely speculative on my part, but trying to indicate to the jury this is not something that should be coming in. That's my vibe. But I'm sure Nestor is like, no, this is my ongoing objection, though the court has already noted it multiple times.
You had testified earlier that that Iron Bridge loan became due on January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
What happened?
She extended that loan for 2 weeks.
God.
3 weeks.
Like,
She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
During that
Bestie,
time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
that was me. Bestie was walking into a powder keg and did not know it.
That's true, yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Check to speculation.
Did you review her correspondence with Excel Financial?
I did.
Did that correspondence,
It's not speculative. We've already talked about this. Excel Financial kept saying, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Can you send us more information? And she kept sending more information. It was all spliced together, but she was sending more information.
explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins at K. Richins Realty. And she had some
Bloodworth
bank
keeps walking away
account
from the
statements
mic.
were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a cosigner. And so that's when the operating agreement that now showed Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted. And also bank account statements were submitted for that. And then another stage where they needed to show.
They needed a cosigner. So Corey's like, I've got one. She's the other me. She's not Kouri Darden. She's Doreen Kouri. Perfect. We've got a cosigner.
A specific amount in a bank account statement in order to close. And the loan
then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of K. Richins Realty.
Can you tell the jury who Doreen Kouri is?
Did
Are we going to get there?
K. Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
What then happened with
Yeah,
the Iron Bridge loan?
Excel said, "Fuck that."
Once it was extended once.
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Till when?
Thank you, ma'am.
Till when?
Your-
Till when? It was extended till when?
And with the Iron Bridge loan, once it was extended once.
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Whoop, there it is.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
No objections to lunch.
12:40 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please
boy.
be careful to not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome to talk to each other about all kinds of other things, but not this case. Please rise for the jury.
It is brewing. That storm.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything
See
else
if anything on the record before
we
lunch?
break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
No, sir.
Ms. Karrington, please don't consult with anyone regarding your testimony during the lunch break. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
We'll be back at 12:40.
What a strategic lunch break. And what was the day that was extended to? March 8th. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Court's in recess. Thank you.
Well, hell. What a busy morning in the Kouri Richins case. And so far, we've had just one witness, unless you count Kouri Richins against herself. But we are dealing with the money of it all. And unlike other cases where we've seen weeks of this evidence, I imagine it will be today, maybe a little bit of tomorrow, but it's going to be a day of financial information. And what are we learning about the mounting pressures that Kouri Richins was facing? Well, not only did we see a rapid acceleration in her debt, but we also saw that she was starting to hit more roadblocks with any avenue for lending. Hard money lenders, payday lenders, traditional lenders. She was starting to hit roadblocks with all of that lending and doing whatever she could to try to get loans to go through. And one of the properties we ended up at lunch talking about was a property that's being called the Barney property because it was a property that was purchased, we're going to get into it, for Kouri Richins' best friend at the time, Chelsea Barney. Well, this transaction is part of the financial crimes case that is trailing after this case that was filed much later. But what we know about that property is that in text messages we saw, Kouri was telling Chelsea, I've got you. We're going to keep the mortgage around, $2,500 a month. I'm going to float the rest of the down payment. You're going to give me $45,000. It is going to be seller financed, meaning Kouri is selling it to Chelsea Barney and Kouri is financing it. Well, Kouri bought that property with a hard money loan that had a hard deadline for either pay it all or get a new loan. And Kouri was trying to get a new loan and kept sending information to the lender, including a new operating agreement where all of a sudden a new mystical, magical individual, I don't actually think exists, became the 81% owner of K. Richins Realty. Just out of the blue, we've just materialized a person who's a co-signer on the loan. And then all of these bank account statements that were edited, spliced, forged, where you would see headers to either Kouri's business bank account or Kouri's personal bank account. But then the body of the bank accounts were from Eric Richins' business account. And there were a number of them that were being submitted to the lender. Ultimately, that lender was like, yeah, sus, we're good, and did not finance that loan. Kouri was carrying over the hard money loan that had a deadline of pay it all or lose the house that she had just put her bestie in. I don't think bestie had any idea this is what was going on, that there was like a drop dead deadline of you have to pay all this money or we're going to foreclose on the house. And so Kouri is now trailing over this hard money loan that has a ticking deadline, and it got put over once and it could not close with the mortgage lender, and it got put over again. And the next day it was, or no, the next continuance, that's weird. The next extension was due March 8th, 2022. Eric Richins died overnight between March 3rd and March 4th. And this loan on Bestie's house was due March 8th. So when we are looking at, as Creighton Waters called it, the gathering storm, we are looking at the pressure cooker that Kouri Richins is facing financially. And she's not just looking at defaulting on lenders. We are now looking at defaulting on her bestie, who had just given her all of the savings she had, according to bestie, and was going to be making those monthly mortgage payments. And what did Kouri do with that money? Follow the money, everyone. Follow the money. What did Kouri do with that money? Immediately took $19,000 plus from the money wired to her for the mortgage, put it into her personal bank account to replenish funds she had already taken out of her personal bank account that she was in charge of in the marriage, it seemed, taken out of the family bank account, and moved it to pay her payday lenders. So 2 days before, January 10th, Kouri took $19,000 plus out of her family bank account, paid her payday lenders with it, got the money in from bestie, immediately took almost $20,000 of it out to replenish her family bank account. And then the rest of it went to her lenders. None of it went to that mortgage. And spoilers, the bestie is going to testify, get the Lawnerd app. We will let you know the second bestie takes the stand. I don't think we're going to be hearing from Doreen Richins because it seems to be an amalgamation. I do not think Doreen Richins is an actual cosigner. I think it was created from the ether. I think Kouri just grabbed names. She did not actually have a cosigner. It was just more lies. But the bestie is going to testify, and we saw a bunch of the text messages. Yes, there are other financial crimes that are going to come in. The reason this is coming in is to show the pressure that was mounting on Kouri in the days leading up to Eric's death. And I think the benefit of that also is to give context to the memes of Kouri's "I'm so rich," rubbing the face in money, idiots everywhere. Because we see the bank accounts. Kouri is not rich. Unless she's just like squinting one eye and not looking at the negatives. It's like, no, I'm really, really rich. I mean, it says negative like 5 million, but it says 5 million. Does your bank account say 5 million? There's a little negative sign there. Ugh, you're being negative. Please. Very wealthy. It is a pattern of growing behavior that we are seeing here. And I imagine we'll see more of it after the lunch break, and we'll also see the bestie at some point. I don't think today. So where did all this start? Well, what we learned today with where did all this start is that she used the power of attorney that we heard about on day one, the Richins family said that power of attorney was never authorized by Eric Richins. They contend that it was forged by Kouri Richins. That's not going to be proven further in this case. But we saw the testimony that the power of attorney was not authentic. She used that power of attorney to take out a home equity line of credit against the home that was in Eric's name only and pulled out to the limit $250,000 from the equity of the home in that HELOC in Eric's name. And that money from the HELOC was the first thing that went into her business bank accounts from what we can see. And that was in 2019. We know that Eric found out about the HELOC after that and then consulted with divorce attorneys. This gives more context to the fact that Eric changed his will in 2020. We have seen conversation about that, but we have not seen the documents on that yet. The prosecution says that Kouri Richins did not know he wrote her completely out of his will. The defense says she absolutely knew and she stood nothing to gain. She stood nothing to gain from killing Eric Richins. And that's really where they are going to be breaking this case down on what did Kouri know? What pressures were building? What did she think? And did she think she could keep this house of cards going? And what day did she close on that big Midway house? March 3rd, March 4th, March 5th? She chose to close on an almost $3 million property, knowing that the bubble was about to pop on Bestie on 3/8. Huh. Interesting choices there, aren't they? Because she still didn't have funding secured for Bestie's house. And that was about to go bloop. Maybe that's why we saw so many frantic Google searches about when life insurance pays out. Don't forget that in this case, we have 2 counts of insurance fraud that relate to Eric Richins' life insurance and 1 count of forgery related to that life insurance fraud. So we will start getting to the evidence of the insurance fraud and the forgery related to the insurance fraud later. So, interesting timing, all of that, isn't it? Yeah, it's the lunch break. We're going to zoom through most of it. I'm going to take, I always say 10 minutes, normally about 15, but if I say 15, it'll be 20. So I'm better off saying 10 and it's around 15. Either way, potato. We will message you in the Lawnerd app. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to grab some water. I'm going to grab some more snacks because I want to see everything that this forensic accountant has to say, because we're going to have to get to the life insurance fraud and we're going to get to the amount that Eric was worth. And we've already seen some of those C&E bank accounts, because she was using those C&E bank accounts to bolster her own business. Absolutely wild stuff. And I think the prosecution has gone through this much cleaner than we saw in Murdaugh. It has been methodical. It has been interesting. There are times where we're just like, okay, here's the foundation for this. This is what it means. Here's the foundation for this. This is what it means. It's interesting stuff. A lot of you are concerned for Bestie. It's going to be hard for Bestie to recover all of the money that was lost. It is going to be difficult. Yeah. But there is a separate criminal prosecution for that. At the end of today, I will link the video below where I go over that separate prosecution when it was filed. And you can see my reaction in real time to learning that Bestie was one of the fraud victims. That was an interesting reveal. There were a lot of reveals. There were a lot of reveals in that second prosecution, but that is tailing this prosecution. So this is coming in for motive and for the forgery and fraud to some of its foundation for that and background for that. All right, law nerds. I will see you in about 10 minutes. We've got much to cover. Get the Law Nerd app. We will send you a ping when we are back. You will also hear this in the chat when you are back if you're just listening in the background to our new and improved court break playlist. I hope you enjoy it. And we will see. A lot of you are asking, will the fraud trial be televised? Ask me again after we are done with this case what I think, because I don't know if the fraud case will go forward. I have thoughts on that. We're going to have to wait till this case plays out, because that's the kind of case you, depending on how this plays out, you try to resolve without going to trial. But you never know. All right. I'll see you guys in a few. Go get some hydration. Go get some food. Bye. Okay, the unicorn was fun for me to make, so I'm leaving it on the screen for a minute. I enjoyed it. So we're leaving it there for a minute. You guys ready? I know. All right. Let's get back from court, shall we? You guys ready? You ready? All right. Let's get serious, dangerous. Well, financial. Let's get nerdy, chat. I have resisted the urge for popcorn on stream. It is a terrible idea. Much can go wrong eating popcorn on stream, but it is my favorite. And we are going with some lightly buttered popcorn. That is what I want. If it gets stuck in my teeth or I start to choke on it, it's going to be fine. 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 We're in court. We're just going to make it work. Look at how much Kouri just made it work. I mean, or didn't. I guess that's the fair point, or didn't. But we are back for more financial testimony, and I cannot wait. Can't wait. I can't wait. I am very interested to see what happens after lunch. The defense is going to have their continuing objections that we have seen. We're going to continue to have those objections. It's going to be fine. Today in court, I'm going to have to go find yesterday where I made a joke about the swoops and connect that to today where we actually saw Prosecutor Bloodworth say swoop. But for those of you that are new to this case,
Ms. Nestor.
No, sir.
Okay.
they're going to bring the jury.
Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
They're going to invite the jury back in. For those of you new to this case, during the suppression hearings, the prosecutor kind of winked at the chat a little bit and said this.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
Prior to that, the court had directly stated that there were YouTube channels covering this and then stated my exact number of subscribers at the time. I was like, they've seen us. And then Bloodworth said zoom the other day. And then today said, Scott, can we swoop to that? And I almost fell over. So yes, do I think people are watching? Yes. So do I know that? Yeah. Well, based on what's said, yes. Yes, we do. Does that surprise me? No. We know that people involved in the trials watch our channel and others. I wouldn't be surprised. This chat is very smart. Wait, are Nestor and Shermanack matching today? Both of them are in the blue shirt and the black suit. Do you think they both got to court and went, shit, we're twinning, or no? So I'm not surprised. The chat gives you a fairly good, especially if you're looking at like our chat and other chats, a really good sense of the questions people are asking, what people want to see, how they're taking in the evidence, what they think of Carmen Lauber, what they think of the testimony of Crozier. And it's why we ask that the chat does not make personal attacks. There is a difference between evaluating somebody's testimony and being like, I don't know if I believe all that, and talking about the way that they look or what have you. So our chat's nuanced in that way. And I think that's really important. For those of you asking where some of our phrases come from, exhibities came from the prosecutor in the Brooks trial, who at one point just accidentally said, Your Honor, can we pull up the exhibities? And I was delighted by it. The prosecutor clearly meant exhibits, but I was delighted. That's where exhibities comes from. The whole backstory of Baby I Love You is going to have to wait for another day, but the whole backstory is from me and my friends at the DA's office, because it goes back to that. It's not from TV, movies, pop culture. That is from my work experience and my extensive amount of listening to jail calls and people being like, how's your day going? I'm like, baby, I love you. Baby, I can't be without you. Baby, I want to be with you. And then the defendant called the next one. Baby, I love you. That's where that comes from. I think the first time it came up was in the Banfield case. It might have come up on stream before that. Maybe not.
Karrington.
I think it came up.
You are still under it.
During Banfield is when
Mr. Bloodworth.
When it
Thank you,
really
Your Honor.
came in.
Scott, can we please have 8-12?
All right, and right
Your Honor, this is an evidence
back
already of the court
into. Thank you, Lyndon. Lyndon in the chat said Exhibit E came from Exhibit Y, which is why the prosecutor started giggling about it. And Brooke was, because it was
Ms.
like
Karrington,
Exhibit E.
do you recognize this home?
All right, we are back to they're going to call it the other Midway house or the smaller Midway house. This is the one with the background. This is the one where Carmen Lauber was leaving things in the fire pit.
I do.
This one.
Is this one of the projects of Kouri Richins' real estate business?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm interested to see which ones this is.
Did she use Boomerang Finance to finance this project?
Yes, she did.
All right.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 5-58, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an America First bank account statement
Oh, boy.
for Kouri Richins Realty. K. Richins Realty. Account 6577
All right, so
from
Boomerang was this
June of
financer?
2021. This is
Since we are going to continue down the road of here you go, I'm going to put this at 1.25 for a bit and we'll see how it goes. I think we'll be well served there.
sent directly from Boomerang in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-58.
Same objection.
Salt and light, I see you. I appreciate you being here.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what, again,
And
does this information,
Congratulations
does this
on the
statement
gifted
present?
membership.
This is, like the others, this is Kouri Richins Realty, the account 6577 for June 2021. And you can tell at the top, this came from Boomerang. And then the summary section says,
I really appreciate it. I'm going to back this up real quick. I really appreciate in the organization of this that the Bates stamps also are indicating where it's coming from, because we know with all of these sliced and diced account statements, some of them are coming from the lender. This is coming from Boomerang. One's coming from Boomerang. One's coming from America First for Kouri. One's coming from KRR Realty. And one's coming from America First for Eric Richins. And so it's nice to also see on the Bates stamp that this is coming from Boomerang and then has the Bates number. It really is easy to keep track of when the jury goes back and deliberates weeks from now and looks at these and is like, okay, this is the one that came from the lender. This is the one that came from legitimately the bank. And this is the other one that went legitimately from the bank. So yes, I think it's also funny that the first three it's just boom. It's just, maybe it's a shout out to Boston Crusaders. Maybe we also have band nerds in the Bates stamping. Who knows? I'm teasing. It definitely stands for Boomerang.
tell at the top, this
But
came
I
from
appreciate
Boomerang.
it.
And then the
It's so
summary
organized.
section says,
boom
calculates
stamp.
the three accounts. The total is $702,000.
Let me guess. KR Realty didn't have $700,000 in their business bank account. Shocking.
And $831.96 at the end of June.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
Yes, I did.
And
Scott,
did
can I get
you- and now the subpoenas from the
5-29B,
bank?
please? Ma'am, what is this document?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins Realty LLC 6577 for June of 2021.
This went
in
back
response to a prosecution
a
subpoena.
while.
The state moves to enter 5-29B.
This went back a
objections?
while.
5-29B as in boy is admitted. Published now. Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Carrington, can you show what information this bank statement presents?
Kouri Richins Realty at the PO Box 759, the account number 6577 for June of 2021. This came directly from the credit union, and the two accounts at the end of the month had the balances of $15,339.12.
Scott, 5-32 Charlie, please.
And this is going to be the one from
Ma'am, do you recognize this
Eric's
document?
company.
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry for June of 2021. The account number 7664 that came directly from the credit union in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-32C.
Same objections.
5-32C
Right.
is admitted.
Right. So when
One more time.
many of you,
This is the America First bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry.
Oh, look at that.
The account 7664 from June of
Exactly the
2021.
same.
This one came directly from the credit union, and you can see in the summary section the three accounts totaling $831.96.
the same.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit now. You've used the term funding sources a couple of times.
A lot of you asked, Emily, how does she keep getting money? Well, chat. Fraud. Some of it was fraud. There was a bunch of fraud. There was fraud. There was fraud happening. Fraud. There was fraud.
We're going to talk about funding sources, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I paused it and then I messed it up. It's real easy to just qualify for all the monies if you don't have to like base it on your own monies. So much easier.
Scott, can I get 5-93 Delta 2?
So Fraud, all the fraud.
Ma'am, did
Lots of
you recognize
fraudy
this
fraud.
document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes.
What material
zippies.
did you use to prepare this document?
This is based on the lender documents, the loan documents from the lenders for each of the properties, the home equity line of credit, the bank account statements, settlement statements for the purchase and the sale, and
I'm just moving myself. It's me.
the
it's not
deeds,
you.
the trust deeds that were recorded with the different county recorder offices.
The state moves to admit
Out of the way.
5-93D2.
No objection.
5-93D2 is
Okay, Ms.
Ooh, charts. I was trying to move myself out of the way because I thought we'd be getting to some charts. All right, funding options for Kouri Richins, color-coded to primary lender, secondary lender, and rehab lender. It starts at the bottom. Now we're here. The baseline is 0, 10%, 20% on up, 2019, 2020, and then it goes all the way to the Legacy Way house, which we think is the big house. Yes, on the Sierra West, I did read those as Sierra Mist. No. And then we can see all the different funding options. Love a graph. These exhibits have been great this trial. They've just been great.
Karrington, it might be easiest to step down. I'll let you decide that, but can you explain to the jury the information presented on this document?
It might be easier if I step down.
It's up to you.
I'm going to try and do this without the pointer. So what I've done here,
Other people's
along the
pointers,
bottom
ma'am, other people's
are
pointers.
just some phases of funding. And as far as the phases of funding, it's not a very
Other people's phases of funding? Too far? I mean, creative spelling, maybe.
hard and fast scientific analysis. But as I looked at all the transactions, they kind of fall into kind of different phases. And so what I've said is, she started a business in 2019. She had the one project early on, and then she had some other projects. And in the beginning, she used a primary lender, Sierra West and Matt Strong, and that's a name that I think you're going to hear over and over. So he's her primary lender for almost all of
Matt
her,
Strong.
not all of them, but almost all of her projects, a significant number. And then in the very beginning, as we've already talked about, she used that HELOC, draws from the HELOC to fund the projects, the rehab expenses, until it was no longer available because it was maxed out. And in the very beginning, she had a little bit of cash. There's like
Right. She used the HELOC until it was immediately maxed out in 2020. Right. The HELOC, it says Willow Court because that is the home equity line of credit on the primary home. We've talked about that much today.
a tenor of $15,000 that I can see coming from her own sources to pay for projects. And she had a seller financing project. And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina. And those seemed to be fairly successful. They were smaller projects, and they were before Utah, before she registered her business. So I've kind of left those off. But I do feel like to complete the picture, we need to talk about that. And
I
then
think it's actually
Cocker
really
Hands and
helpful to
Blackwell-
know that shit didn't just go sideways immediately, that there had been some amount of success before just jumping into all of this. I'm really curious if there were business partners involved in the stuff in South Carolina. I'm curious, but it makes sense to not bring South Carolina in because it didn't happen in Utah, and it's not really the lead up to this. Chat wants to know if Moselle was involved. Probably not.
Those are two of her lenders so Matt Strong would be her primary lender, so she'd acquire the house with his funds, and then these would be what I'm terming, it's my term, rehab lenders. These are funds that she borrowed to give her money to fix up the house. So
when she says rehab lenders, those are lenders for the flip project, not the purchasing of the house. For everyone who came, we talked about this a little bit before lunch, but yes. So to do the house flipping.
we have put these, what I'm trying to depict here, that as time went on, the proportions change a little bit. And then as time went on, the funding sources changed. So no longer was she using her own cash. That was only in the very beginning. And the HELOC was, as you've seen, remember the chart where it was maxed out pretty quickly.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth.
The objection to narrative is like ask another question. He did ask her to explain the chart. Bloodworth is going to come in, I would imagine, with, and then what did you do? And then what did you look at?
Ask a question.
I'll ask the question now. What changes from the first column to the second column?
Okay, from the first column, there's a HELOC and the seller financing and cash. Those don't appear in the second column because those are no longer available.
What changes from the second column to the third column?
The third column, you can see that the proportions change here. This is where we've talked about Iron Bridge and Boomerang, and Doreen Kouri, as you've heard, comes in. My understanding is that is Kouri Richins' aunt.
Oh! But it actually, like, did Kouri Richins' aunt consent to this? Because chat was wondering if it was the aunt. I don't know if the aunt consented to this. Did the aunt consent to signing up on this? Chat feels vindicated. Ma'am, you have vindicated chat. Actual Doreen. Well, I don't know if it's actual Doreen or if Kouri just used her name. I'm still not. Sorry, I'm opening my water. I am still not solid that the aunt actually allowed Kouri to do this or that Kouri just did it all on paper. I still have questions about that.
The accounts receivable loans, those are those payday loans. We've talked a little bit about those. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell are still part of her lenders here.
Yeah, she might have just used the aunt's
How does
name.
Doreen Kouri contribute as a funding source?
As far as actual funds coming in, I have not been able to locate any funds that came in from her, but her name during this time period is used. She's on that operating agreement that's dated in June of 2021 that gets submitted in the fall of
Doreen is who Carmen was working for. But I, again, don't know if the aunt knew this.
2021. Her credit is used for
so she might have known.
Excel financing and the David E. Gay potential refinances. So she's part of that process.
Okay.
And she's also used for a lot of these payday loan applications. Doreen had a cleaning company, and I understand. And her name individually she's a guarantor on a lot of these payday loans.
Oh.
So is it right then to summarize that
Interesting.
she's a funding source because her name and
She's
credit
using
is
her
used,
credit
but she's
and
not
name.
a funding source in terms of a source of cash?
She's
I
not.
don't believe she's a funding source as a source of cash. I haven't been able to track any of that coming in from her. There might be some, but I've tried my best to identify every transaction. There are some that I still don't know, but definitely her credit and her name are used.
Her credit and her name are used. This still does not confirm to me if Doreen knew this or not. We don't know if Doreen knew this or not. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like the aunt was a guarantor on a number of these loans, she says. We'll have to see if it's with her permission because, again, Kouri had a HELOC out on the house and Eric didn't give permission for that. So we don't know. But the cleaning company that the aunt had, Carmen worked for. We don't know what the aunt knows. So I'm putting an asterisk on that. We don't know what the aunt knows, but we'll see.
But what then changes from the third column to the fourth column?
What I attempt to show here is the growth during the fall and winter of 2021, the growth of the accounts receivable loans and Doreen Kouri. This is a time of intense activity in the fall. We've talked about October, November, December, into the new year, and that's what that's supposed to show. Blackwell's dropped off until later. Those are the significant changes there.
And then what is the change from the fourth column to the final column?
So in early 2021, she had sold, Kouri Richins had sold the last significant project that she was going to sell for a while. And so there's not a whole lot of new funding activity except for what I've called the Legacy Way house. Some others are referring to it as the Midway Mansion. That's that big house that she buys and signs on the day after
Not a mansion,
Eric
it's a big
Richins
house.
died. And what's different
It's a ship.
from this column to this column, you see this is all blue. Matt Strong is her primary lender on that house. But then also she uses Cockerhands and Blackwells and the Burns and then these other Lieb, Soto, and Sills. all to come together. She uses all of those lenders just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where she uses Matt Strong to acquire the property, and then she uses these lenders for rehab funds, over here she uses all of those lenders just to acquire it, leaving nothing left over for rehab expenses.
Okay, thank you.
So the Midway property, the Midway big house, is in not great condition, we have heard. It was going to take a lot of money to flip, we have heard. And she maxes herself out so far on the lending that there is nothing left to actually flip the property. What was she planning on doing then?
Yeah, we can trade mics now.
For those of you just coming in after lunch, we're at 1.25 speed going through these because the charts are so helpful. Views through lens said, that's other people's problem, Emily.
Okay, ma'am, let's talk about the accounts receivable loans portion of that chart. What are accounts receivable loans?
Yeah, that's wild.
They are, so accounts receivables.
We're doing
are
accounts receivable loans on the
future
houses that we
revenues
haven't
that have
sold
been
yet?
earned but haven't come in yet. They're coming in later. And pardon me, this is, you can call these factor loans or future receivables loans, but also payday loans. Like, in exchange for $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. That's what someone might say.
For a hamburger today?
What receivables did Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty have?
They had properties that were in the middle of rehabilitation, remodeling, whatever, and then would have been sold. So those, when they're sold, those are the
Right.
revenues. So those are future receivables.
Scott, can I get 5-97?
So she was using the properties she
Ma'am, do
was
you recognize
flipping
this document?
as
Yes.
collateral.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the bank account statements that we've talked about, the lending documents where I could find them as identified from the bank account statements. And then I did searches of the state's database, not the prosecution, but the state of Utah database for the UCC filings to identify some other information.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-97D.
No objection.
5-97D is admitted.
Okay, ma'am. Scott, if you could just zoom in a little bit. Oh, you did. There we go.
All
Ms.
right.
Karrington, what information does this present?
Get ready to lose your minds when we are looking at these loans and how much she had to pay. This is not a typo, chat. When it says there are daily amounts due on some of these loans, that's not cap. There are daily amounts due on some of these loans. Some of them are weekly. Yes, this Greengrass Holding loans is over $5,000 due weekly, $5,800 due weekly. The FundFi is over $3,000 due weekly. The other Greengrass Holdings is $5,400 due weekly. Don't worry, they're going to total up her weekly loan servicing debts. We'll get there. We'll get there.
So these represent separate and distinct loans that Kouri Richins took out. The date is the date that the UCC filing was not. I need to explain UCC filings. Is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. If someone buys a piece of property, like a piece of land or a house or something, there's a deed that gets recorded at the county recorder office and then if they borrow against it, the loan gets recorded there, documented there in a trust deed. On the other hand, say someone buys a piano or a piece of equipment for their farm or something. That is not something that the lender can advertise to the world that they have an ownership interest in it until the loan's paid off. So they can't record it at the county recorder's office. So they file something with the state of Utah or whatever state they're in that says, I own this property until this borrower pays back the loan. And it's called a UCC filing. It's Uniform Commercial Code. And that's with the Department of Commerce at the state. So what I did is all public record. So I pulled up whatever UCC filings I could find under Kouri Richins, K. Richins Realty, Doreen Kouri, any of those, and I was able to piece together a lot of information, and this is the result.
So does this present that she borrowed $645,000 of payday loans that she received? Well, that's the amount she owed, right? And then she received $474,000 of that?
Yeah, and I can see how I can make this a little bit better, but so then the column that starts with net funds, that's the amount that hit her bank account. And you can see that I've got some gray shaded areas. I can tell from her bank account that she's paying this loan. But there's sometimes I can't tell which funds came in. Like it says just bank to bank transfer, and I don't know which one applies to, for example, on June 5th of 2021, the funded.com. I can see how she starts to pay $149 monthly to funded.com. But I haven't been able to figure out, and they didn't file a UCC filing, so I don't know how much she borrowed. So I'm not going to make an assumption and put a value in there and calculate
she's
a
leaving it
number that I
blank.
can't support.
Right.
So the net funds column, she got at least $474,000 into her bank account.
And
The
she
blank-
owed them at least $645,000.
I appreciate that she left the blank space to show that those monthly payments were being made, but she couldn't find the amount of the loan. I think it indicates that there's more here, but we're only going with what can actually be followed up. Fair.
That's right. So the receivables purchased, so in my example that I gave you a minute ago, she took out a loan. Okay, let's look down here. 9/30 of 2021, the Green Grass Holdings. So she committed $87,000 of her future receivables to get $60,000 today. And by the time origination fees were taken out, she got $54,000 that landed in her bank account.
Right.
And in exchange,
She was paying interest on a $60,000 loan, but fees were taken out. So she got $54,000, was paying a shit ton in interest, and was paying it off because she was like, we'll just get even. 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 Right.
for that, they filed a UCC filing later, actually. But the payment that Kouri Richins committed to was that payment that we've seen, that $5,438. And she committed to pay that every week until the loan was paid back. And so she got $54,000, but she had to pay back $87,000.
These last dates at the bottom that my face is covering are November 3rd, 2021, October 25th, 2021. So this is that lending pattern that is zooming to where she's getting the money from Bestie December, January. She's taking out these essentially payday loans because the amount of properties she bought exploded. She went from 5 properties and then in 2021 bought 15 properties. So like you did this to yourself. She decided 15 properties is what she was going to do, like go big or go home, X 15. And so you see the lending and the borrowing also increase because she decided to embiggen the business in an ill-advised way. She was like, no, the internet says it takes money to make money. I'm just going to use other people's money. It's going to be fine. Wrong. But you can see the acceleration of the borrowing as we are speeding towards December. But she found $5,000 to book her and Grossman to a little lover's trip at Secrets.
Follow that thread then. Scott, can I get 5-10, please?
Don't worry. I know how much the number is of what her weekly servicing was from the preliminary hearing. Just
You
wait.
recognize
You won't be
that document?
disappointed.
Yes, I do.
It's going to make you want to
That the
barf,
green grass
but you won't be
funding
disappointed.
revenue purchase agreement that you just referenced and showed the line item?
Yes, it is.
She did not have to
Your Honor, the statement was
buy
5-10 into
15 properties this year. So she was,
Is that the only page? It's just the agreement?
these are just wild
It's 2
choices.
I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
States 5-10 is admitted.
This is the revenue purchase
Scott, if we could
agreement.
zoom in on kind of the merchant information down to, yep, right there. Okay, Ms. Karrington, what does this tell us?
Oh, well, there's the cleaning
this
business.
is the agreement between K. Richins Realty and other companies with Greengrass as of September 30th, 2021.
Did you investigate those other companies listed under the merchant's legal name?
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
Some of these are related to Kouri Richins, like where she holds her contractor license or something else. And then the LTD's personal cleaning, I believe, is related to Doreen Kouri.
Other than the one related to Doreen Kouri. And is that, by the way, what you meant by Doreen Kouri as a funding source in part?
Your
Yes.
Honor, based on that, this line of questioning, I would object to this line of questioning, continuing objection on our prior objections.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Except for the LTD personal cleaning, did any of the other companies,
I don't know why we would object as to character if Doreen knew that she was helping here. The character objection makes me wonder if Doreen did not know. So I'm gonna keep that open as a possibility. I'm not assuming that her aunt knew.
connected with Kouri Richins have revenues?
I don't believe so, no. It's possible the WCA Enterprises, she's got a couple of projects where the buyer is K. Richins Realty LLC doing business as WCA, but as a standalone enterprise, I had requested the state subpoena documents, bank accounts, or anything that would support the fact that they had revenues, and I didn't. I'm not aware
Shell
of any
game
bank
of
accounts that they have.
LLCs, right? That's lots of LLCs.
Scott, can you scroll down to the loan amounts? Right there. So is this what, if you can highlight that line at 60,000 to the right?
$5,438 weekly.
Can you please explain that line?
Okay, so this is the, someone might say, if I could have $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. And that's what happened here. It was purchased at 15%. The payment frequency is weekly, and there's that $5,438 payment requirement.
And did we see some of those payments being withdrawn from her bank account in that October statement that we reviewed early on?
That's true, yes.
Did Kouri Richins continue to pay on that loan throughout the end of 2021 and into early 2022?
She did not.
Why not? What happened?
So this document, you can see at the very top of the document, this is from Kings County Court in New York, the very top, right there.
Oh,
and the
right, they
date there
sued her.
is December 9th, 2021. Greengrass filed a lawsuit against K. Richins Realty, all of these companies, Kouri Richins personally and Doreen Kouri personally, for non-payment of the debt.
Oh, well, I guess Doreen figured it out when she got sued.
I can identify a small set of payments, and after that, payments were not made from the bank account, and that is also what the complaint says.
Objection to this whole line of questioning based on our former objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I mean, it's giving Tom Girardi when he's like, oh, baby, don't worry about all those lawsuits. You know how people get, they get all suey. It's fine. It's nothing real. It's just all fake.
Scott, can I get 4-17, please?
Oh,
You recognize this
boy.
document now?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's related to that lawsuit that I just explained. And I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
Well, getting sued's definitely going to blow your
Statement is
cover.
4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
I'm not sure this is. Would you
I'm not sure it's hearsay.
approach regarding the hearsay objection?
It's a court record from what day was that? The December 9th, 2021 lawsuit. Oh, the Gathering Storm has a lawsuit, y'all. December 9th, 2021, she gets sued. This is leading up in the time to her buying the house with Bestie. All right, I'm going to Zoom
We're gonna
past the sidebar. It sounds like they're moving on.
We're going to move on from that one, okay?
Okay.
Can we please turn to tax?
Curious to see what else was in there.
Yes.
Did you analyze
Knowing that she's getting sued in December definitely adds a little bit of context.
Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' tax returns?
Yes, I did.
Oh, my monitor froze again. That's been happening.
Types of returns
Apologies,
did you
chat.
analyze?
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E.
Taxes.
And a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
Taxes.
How do each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct.
You are being succinct. We get
And
it.
Corey's,
They each get a
Kouri
K-1.
Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on
just a
K-1, would just
pass-through?
flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
Did you analyze KRR's,
Succinct.
Kouri Richins Realty's return?
Yes.
Were her tax returns helpful in understanding her financial narrative?
If I answered that yes or no, it would require some explanation.
Well, it's direct. You're allowed to explain.
Let's start by yes or no.
Yes, it did help explain
However,
the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Objection, same objections we raised previously.
Would you approach them?
I mean, we went through this, but okay. I'm going to fast forward as they approach regarding the unreliable accounting. This has come in previously that the information given to the accountant was not accurate. All right. That's a long sidebar.
There's a legal issue I need to discuss with the attorneys. If you would please take a break, we'll let you stretch your legs.
Nope.
Okay. I guess we're going to talk more about that now. Mention it all.
Help me rule.
All right, I'm going to slow this back down because I'm very curious what arguments we're going to see about the taxes. Emily, you enjoy the financial stuff too. I know. I enjoy it so much. I do.
Mr. Bloodworth, to help me rule on defendant's
So the jury's
objection,
out?
Would you please proffer for me where we're headed regarding the tax returns?
Yes, Your Honor. I think in response to that question and maybe the next one, Ms. Karrington will testify that K. Richins Realty's tax return were unhelpful for Ms. Carrington's analysis because Kouri Richins' expense reporting to her accountant was inaccurate.
Okay. And then where will we go after that regarding the tax returns?
The implication of the inaccurate expense reporting was that her tax returns showed a profit. Then there will be questioning on if the expenses were reported accurately, would they have shown a loss? There's a tax advantage to showing a loss. Why would you want to show, from a tax perspective, why wouldn't you want to take the loss?
Right. Just
And Ms.
take the
Carrington
L.
will testify that during these time frames, Ms. Richins was trying to attract funding, loans, and a
And you can't
tax
take the L.
return that showed a profit would help her attract loans.
However, the losses would offset the earnings in her husband's business account and like nullify their financial situation. She wasn't worried about their marital financial situation. She was worried about her business, right? Because she was trying to attract more lenders.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, take it from there.
Well, now I have a new objection.
I imagine you have a couple.
I do.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, absolute speculation as to why, I mean, the loops you have to jump through to get that she's over-reporting her income.
I mean, those
to
aren't
use
loops.
it to get funding when there's zero evidence in this case that I've seen that she's ever produced her.
Pause there for a minute. Let's assume for the purposes of our discussion for the next few minutes
Pause.
that instead of opining about what was in Ms. Richins' head, Ms. Karrington, based upon her education training experience, talks about what real estate investors would need to show to attract funding and whether someone with a balance sheet that looked like Ms. Richins would need funding. So more general rather than
Right.
specific.
Fair.
Except that in this particular case, I know we have 10 terabytes of information that was produced, but I don't recall ever seeing any evidence that she produced her tax returns to any lenders, ever. And if she has seen that, please correct me, but I've not seen it.
That's a good
So
point.
if there's no evidence in the case to support this speculation, then it is speculation, it is prejudicial, it's harmful, and it shouldn't come in. But I also think if she's, to whatever extent, for whatever reason, if she's filing false tax returns, that's a crime. And
I
that's-
mean, ma'am, we are waist deep in financial fraud. It's fair if she never presented the tax returns to the lenders, that's fair. But hey, there's more crimes here. Ma'am, we are knee deep in it. Also, she kept calling the IRS. So why is she on the phone with the IRS so much?
another crime, wrong, or bad act under 404B, and again has zero relevance to whether or not Ms. Richins killed her husband. And so I object on all those grounds.
The were they ever
Okay.
shown to lenders is a good
One
point.
step at a time. Addressing these issues in the order that they were raised by defendant. Mr. Bloodworth asked the questions in a way that does not require or invite Ms. Karrington to speculate about what was going on in Ms. Richins' head, but speaks more broadly or generally based upon her education, training, experience about why
Be an expert
real estate
with an expertise
investors
expert. Want your tax
in
return.
Ms. Richins' circumstances.
They always want your tax return.
Might benefit from making their tax returns look a certain way versus another. Any clarification on that?
No, yeah.
Okay, that resolves the speculation objection. Next, moving to the 404B issue, the court determines that evidence regarding the appearances that Ms. Richins was preserving regarding the success of her real estate investing business, circumstantial or direct, and evidence regarding
He's
the
threading
potential
that
consequences that would flow
needle carefully.
if those appearances were shown to be without basis or not accurate, circumstantial or direct, are probative of a non-character purpose of showing motive. That is, that she, put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate.
Calamity is the word of the day. Calamity is the word of the day. Calamity is the word of the day. Your Honor, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I hope the prosecution uses financial calamity in their closing because that's exactly what it is. The jury is out. The judge is ruling. Calamity is exactly what it is. 10. 10 out of 10.
Needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court has summarized
And we know.
the reasoning that it has
We know. Sorry, Your Honor, that was a rude pause.
put forth in
Hold on.
much more detail.
There we go. Good enough for government work. We know what Kouri was thinking. This is why bringing in the business partner's wife yesterday was so fucking smart. God, I love it. I love seeing the plan kind of play out day over day over day. Because now we know what Kouri was thinking from the business partner's wife yesterday. In 2019, Kouri's feeling trapped in her marriage. She's worried about what everyone will think. She doesn't want people talking about her the way she's talking about other people. Isn't that always the way? Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. But Kouri doesn't want people dogging her out the way she's dogging out other people if she gets divorced. She thinks the kids are going to prefer life with their dad and the ranch and the horses and the off-roading vehicles and the rest of it to her because she knows with the prenup, her life looks very different if she gets divorced. And so we heard that yesterday that in 2019, that's where Kouri's at. And she got her master's degree. Now we know it's in HR, or at least we know she says it's in HR. So now we know that she gets her master's and starts building this business using the money that she took from the home equity line of credit that's subject to other litigation and is argued to be fraudulent. And she's starting this business because she wants to be, you know, the most beautiful girl in the world. She wants to be the bestest real estate attorney. Did she ever send a tape to Bravo? Did Kouri want to be on Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? Who was she a friend of? Was Kouri like, I'm gonna build all this up. I'm gonna have my real estate empire, and put me on the show. I have so many questions, but also we know from that testimony yesterday how the appearances mattered to her because she was talking about it with her friend. Oh boy, ma'am, you should have just gone for Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. That might have been the better show to shoot for. I'm just saying. Wrong shot. Oh no, you were in jail by the time they were making all those TikToks, weren't you? When did the mom talk start? Because mom talk would never survive all of this. When did the mom talk of it all start? Was she already in jail by then? Maybe. Was she following all of them on its? God, I'm so curious. Emily, no, don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. We're in trial. Leave it alone. Calamity. But it makes so much sense why that witness came in yesterday before all of this, because we know what Kouri was thinking. We know what Kouri was thinking because she told her friend who told us.
Detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine.
And the court's laying out this ruling for the fifth time.
On the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue.
Oh my God, we're going to have to look.
By reference, that reasoning.
If she went to lunatic fringe.
However, to make sure
there is a however
that the jury does not
limiting
inadvertently
instruction
and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences. Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes?
Yes.
Okay, so may we agree that the court will give an additional instruction?
Can we all agree
to the effect of
that
you are
Calamity
about to hear
Kouri should be
evidence,
spelled with two Ks?
That defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms.
Wow.
Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right. And then Can we just take a look together at Rule 103B? Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm going to choke on my popcorn. No. And yes. Oh my fucking God, this is happening. I don't know the last time I've seen a judge do this. May we all please look at the rules. Counsel, I have ruled you do not need to keep objecting. Stop it. Stop objecting. I have ruled. It's preserved. Stop. He's so patient. Oh my goodness. I'm going to let him, Your Honor, I'm going to let you finish, but that shit's funny. Law nerds, it's been a minute. Stop objecting. Stop objecting. Stop objecting for the record. It's inappropriate at this point. Stop it. Let's all look at the rule together.
No, sir.
All right. And then, can we just take a look together at Rule 103B?
Let's all look. But, Your Honor, it would be better if everyone did a triple.
Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect, genuinely, that Ms. Richins disagrees strongly.
Bloodworth is not even looking at the rule. He's like, this ain't about me. And the defense is like, where's the rule?
With many of the court of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect, genuinely, that Ms. Richins disagrees strongly with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal. To the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so under Rule 103B.
Stop it.
Totally respect what you're saying, Your Honor.
But-
My only concern is that as we litigated this, we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion.
Why don't we just object to all of them? Why don't we just object to all of the documents? Blanket objection. We object to all of them. You've ruled on all of them. Fantastic.
Earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me.
He's
but
trying to.
My understanding was that
That was the goal of that
I was
colloquy.
supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under
No. He said you didn't need to do that, and you continued to say, I'm going to do that. And he's like, but you don't need to.
what we've talked about. There are documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of our demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you doubled down on.
The judge was
regarding
chuckling.
the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just reasserting the objection every time or if you're choosing. And that's why on occasion I have to ask whether this is a new or different objection.
So I can try to do better about alerting the court if there's a new ground, but I'm still concerned because we don't have a ruling
Popcorn was the
anywhere
right
that
choice.
I've said.
Popcorn was the right
Exhibit
choice.
632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree. That's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection, but the problem with that is we've never in any of our litigation said this set of documents.
You have a
Well, your
continuing
motion in
objection
limine
to all.
certainly did. It listed
said
about 20 documents and then denied
Yes!
it. So you know
Get
that
her!
those 20 are not a problem. But nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
Yes!
So feel free to proceed as you are, but
Caution, caution, caution. Danger, danger. The judge is like, oh, no, you didn't. I told you, the judge knows that when he gets boxed in, he's like, no, we did not. He is so patient. He's incredibly respectful. But he's like, what we're not going to do.
Well, I totally agree. That's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection. But the problem with that is we've never, in any of our litigation, said this set of documents.
well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents and then I denied it. So you know that those 20 are not a problem. But nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are, but to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you
Alert
have
you.
to say more. Otherwise, I won't
Understood.
know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention, for the record, is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document, we believe, falls under what you've already ruled on.
And he's saying
If
you don't
I have
need
something
to.
that's new that I don't think you
No.
ruled on at all, I will let the court know.
He's saying you don't
I
need to,
appreciate
though.
Thank you.
Okay.
He's saying you don't
Anybody
need
need a
to.
break before we invite the jury back in? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
Bring the jury.
Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
Oh, boy. She's like, I understand and respect that. I'm not going to do it. Oh, boy. I do appreciate, though, that in her colloquy with the court, it was in a much more respectful way than we've seen in previous days. So that's not for nothing. Oh, they're bringing the jury.
Bring the jury.
You know what we didn't do? We didn't take an afternoon flight. We didn't. We didn't. Pick your snacks. We didn't take an afternoon flight to Utah. Let's pick up the afternoon crew. Let's go to Utah. All right. We are still waiting for the jury to come in. That was a spicy colloquy. The court's like, just not for nothing. You don't have to keep doing all of that. I've ruled. Stop saying same objection. Yeah, the court was kind of over it. And he's right.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, an additional
And now we are going to be getting a limiting instruction regarding the taxes. A lot of you asked, where are we flying into? SLC? Yes, we're flying into SLC because I like the lounge there. Mm-hmm. Yep.
instruction. You are about to hear evidence
Now I can pick up the popcorn I dropped.
that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate. During the period of time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you
Emily,
believe
this is
she
the only
may have
judge that you
committed
don't
some
zoom
other acts
through him
and
giving
some other
instructions.
time.
I know.
Please proceed.
I do it
Thank
for
you,
the
Your Honor.
Lonards. We're going to go back to 1.25. Today has been feisty. Today has been feisty.
Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track.
Let's talk about taxes. Let's talk about
Were
tax,
Kouri Richins
baby.
Realty
Let's talk
tax
about,
returns helpful in
well, other
your
people's
understanding
money.
Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
The jury's
And I
back.
answered yes and no, or yes or no. Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything didn't match. The money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly on the tax returns, and then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to
Right, she had to go back and
Kouri Richins
redo it.
rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed
shit.
as a liability against the revenues. And the documents also show that the only loans that he understood
Well, the
that K.
CPA
Richins
wanted to
Realty
puke when they
had and was
found out.
obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of $5 million, $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
Yeah. No.
What was the effect?
Don't do that. Don't do that. And the tax preparer, it's not the tax preparer's fault if your client is lying to you. And now we can see how easy it was to lie. She just didn't include any of those loans. But then what was she doing with the bookkeeping when she started making those in monthly, daily payments? Because those would have to, where were those? Was she doing the books so that those didn't show up? Because it's all up in the bank accounts. Interesting.
Fact of this inaccurate reporting?
No, so
on K.
missing
Richins
like
Realty's
400,000 or 500,000
tax-
in liabilities.
So someone who, or a business that understates the expenses inflates the net income. So it makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Which is like the absolute opposite of rich people shit. The rich people shit is finding the not profit, so then the not taxes, because you're taxed on the profit. It's the game of getting to the not profit. That's the game does not work to show more profit. That's not how you do that. Okay.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income, yes.
Yeah.
Setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment, based on your training and experience as a forensic accountant, why would a business person want to inaccurately,
Notice how he changed
from a
the
tax
language.
perspective, want to inaccurately report their expenses and end up paying more tax?
Most, I don't know. If expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
Right.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Good question.
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
But it's not about paying more taxes. What would the business objective be, right, to showing greater profitability?
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Right.
Why would a business similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position, want to appear more
Yeah,
successful?
all of you are saying to get loans. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating at a loss. And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021, that would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021, that wasn't accurate. That's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and
That's a speculation.
Overruled.
factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is
Paper
when
doesn't lie.
she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are
That, friends, is what expert witnesses look like when they start spitting facts. Yes, we're at 1.25, but she's just like receipts, timeline, screenshot, everything. Why would we do this? Because we are galloping towards buying that big house. The numbers are the numbers.
properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide with the inaccurate.
Excuse me, ma'am. In December, she also booked a vacay for April. The offer on the big house in Midway was in December of 2021. Interesting, isn't it?
Tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated, and funding was being sought for those.
Did you
Funding was
investigate whether
actively being
Kouri and
sought.
Eric Richins had any tax liabilities?
Yes,
Did they?
yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities, tax liens were about $70,000.
Liens?
And federal was about 80,000 at least. So 150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-36?
Tax liabilities of at least $150,000. Because when you report a profitable business that's not, you don't have the money to pay the taxes. Well, now we know why the phone calls with the IRS. Oh boy. Did Eric sign the tax returns? Like legitimately? I don't know if it'll come up in this trial, but this is just where my brain goes. Was Eric signing these tax returns? Did he know? Did he know about the tax liability? Because when he's looking at his business bank account that is regularly $600,000, $700,000 plus in his business bank account, I'm not concerned that Eric Richins can't pay the tax liability. So I have a lot of questions. What, when, where, how, and did he find out? I don't know if we'll ever know that in this trial, but I'm curious. That was joint tax liability because they
It's possible,
filed
but
jointly.
fix that. My apologies.
Or maybe it's a scroll down problem.
I don't know if it's relevant to this trial. It's just, I'm very curious on the subtext of that. And if he knew, if he didn't know.
Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, the personal checking account 5244 in May of 2021. This is directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-36.
Same objections.
5-36 is admitted.
We're back to that.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the chat.
Yes, chat, the taxpayers of Summit County, Utah are paying for her legal team. I guess she's not one of them, as she owed the state taxes.
Ms. Carrington,
or at least
what is this?
wasn't up to date.
This is a check
The date on this is 4/29/21 from C&E Stonemasonry. Paid to Eric Richins. It says for taxes.
from the C&D Stonemasonry account, and it's payable to Eric Richins, dated April 29th, 2021, for $36,000. And the memo on it indicates taxes TC-546, and that tells me that's a Utah State Tax Commission payment.
And did
Shit. Where did that check go? Did the business, because the business should pay Eric for the taxes that he owes on the business earnings, even though they're K1. We're not going to get into all of that. But the business giving Eric or paying Eric the money into his personal account would be for him to go and pay the state taxes. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go?
based on your analysis, did C&E provide Eric and his business partner, Cody, for that matter, distributions in order to pay their taxes?
Check the hearsay.
There's a hearsay objection on that.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Why isn't it in the documents? Sorry, Your Honor, I'm getting frustrated.
Check the hearsay.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Lay some foundation for how she knows.
A lot of you are asking if that check's in Kouri's handwriting. No, the check would have been written by the business partner's wife who was doing their bookkeeping and accounting that testified yesterday.
Did in reviewing the C&E accounting materials show that C&E distributed to both Cody and Eric Richins estimated tax payments?
Yes, no one has told me that, but I can see from reviewing all the bank accounts that there are pairs of transactions, and they are for Eric Richins and his business partner habitually over several years, and they are for different tax liabilities.
I have all the bank records, so I just looked at the bank statements.
One moment. The hearsay objection's overruled. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's just in
Ma'am,
the
did you trace this
It's just in the
check?
bank documents.
If we can go back to the main document, Scott,
Where the fuck did that $36,000 go?
can you show your tracing of this check?
Sure.
All of the money.
Scott, if you can scroll down.
We're going down, and
Right there. So mid-screen, you see April 30th, the deposited check item for $36,000 go over there. And
You are in the negatives and you're spending $2,000 on Garth Brooks tickets? You don't have any fucking money. Oh my God. What are you doing?
so that's that check. And they're included in this exhibit is the deposit slip. So
I hope it got rained out.
I can match that up. Plus
Emily,
the check
that's
copy
mean.
came with this. So I know this is the same $36,000. And then, sorry.
And then where did it go? $36,000 comes in to pay the taxes. And then where does it go? Bank to bank transfer for $25,000.
At the time that was deposited, what was the account balance?
83 cents.
Shit.
Can you pick up the tracing from there, please?
Yes. So in doing a tracing, I look at the balance at the time a specific transaction is made. And so then I have to match up. But for certain funds, other transactions would not clear the bank. So the following transaction is April 30th, that bank-to-bank transfer of $25,000 could not have been made but for the deposit of that $36,000. So I know those have to tie together. So then I'm looking for what other information will tell me that deduction of $25,000.
And where did that $25,000 land?
It's a wire out.
Music to my soul said, Emily, it's not Kouri's fault. She blames it all on her roots. She showed up in boots. Uh-huh. It's fair. It's fair. She is, in fact, the friends in low places.
goes to Stewart Title, to Stewart Title's Bank of Nevada, I believe.
Scott, can you go back to the main document and scroll down, please?
So then the tax money goes to cover her
Oh,
business
I'm sorry,
debts.
down a page.
No. Keep going to the wire.
Also, if you've got money, I don't care how much you spend on concert tickets. God knows if I was ever in court and somebody was trying to talk and discuss about how much money I've spent on concert tickets, I would be like, wait, but you don't understand though. But what you don't understand though, spend all the money you want on concert tickets, but not while you are not paying your taxes and stealing $45K from your bestie. Like, then no. Then no.
This one, please. Sorry.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, it's a domestic outbound. So
Fucking
this is a
hell.
wire that is going out of the account. If you go down the left-hand column, it shows you $25,000. If you go to the middle column, it's from Kouri Richins. Right
cover
above her
title to
name
buy a
is the account
property.
number 5244. And over on the right, it says it goes to Stewart Title Company. And then go down to the bottom left, and it says earnest money, Kouri Richins. Earnest money being kind of a deposit on a purchase of a property.
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you...
Did they just pan over to Ramos because he was like, okay, buddy?
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you...
All of you are saying that you can get concert tickets less than that. Law nerds, what you forget is that Kouri does not want to sit with the peasants. Yeah, you forget that that's not the life that Kouri deserves, y'all. You forget this. To be fair, but I agree with you. You know, we need the VIP tickets. She's very important, law nerds. The money that is supposed to pay their state taxes that results in a state tax lien goes to close on a house in the year that she is buying 15 properties. It is just wild. You don't buy so many properties, just stop. But again, it's like gambling. It's just compounding on itself and picking up speed.
referenced as Legacy Way that others have referenced as the Midway Mansion.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the property?
Krista,
Pam.
I have no
Also.
shade to you
I've
spending
been
that.
by it several
for
times
Garth
over the last
Brooks.
3 years, and I
Third
have
row.
researched the
You spend your money how you want to. I have no shade for concert tickets. I have shade for concert tickets when you're having a fucking tax lien because you're not paying your taxes. Then we're making some bad decisions. Y'all are making good decisions. You spend your money.
recorder's documents, the deeds affiliated with that. I have submitted a grandma request, which is a request for government records so that I could understand all the Wasatch County building permit, the inspection records over the years, the life of that property. I have interviewed
I also wanna know
the
who she
prior
went to
owner
Garth
before
Brooks
Kouri
with,
Richins bought it. I've
be
interviewed
honest.
the current owners. I've traced all the, after Kouri Richins bought it, tried to sell it, I have reviewed each of those 13 offers to purchase the property. And I've also looked at the bank accounts and the loan documents for her purchase.
Wow.
Let's please start with the drive-by. Scott, can I get 6-7? Do you recognize this?
We're starting with the drive-by.
That
Let's
Midway
start with the
Mansion?
It
overview.
is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6 that
Sorry. I didn't realize we were getting to 6-7. There you go, chat. 6-7. And the judge is going to say it too.
7.
Oh, I didn't rewind that adequately. There we go.
Let's please start with the drive-by. Scott, can I get 6-7? Do
6-7.
you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the Midway Mansion?
It is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6-7 is admitted.
Scott, can you zoom in a bit?
We're done now. the Midway Mansion. She bought it, maxed out everything she had, and had no money left to renovate it and flip it.
Dash
What did she think was going to happen?
8, please. Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the real estate purchase contract, commonly known as a REPC, that K. Richins Realty submitted as her offer to buy the property in December of 2021.
The state moves to admit 6-8.
No objection.
6-8 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that first kind of top section. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this tells us in the far upper corner, this is Sierra, and that's the bait stamp that identifies that this came from Sierra West Capital, Matt Strong being the primary lender. It gives, and then if you go first line kind of over on the left, 2/23/2021 is the date. K. Richins Realty is the buyer. Douglas Roylance is the seller. And then a couple lines down on the right, it says the earnest money deposit of $50,000. And then as you go down, it gives the street address is 106 North Legacy. That's why I call it Legacy Way. It's in Midway. That's why people call it the Midway Mansion. And then
I mean,
the
this is
parcel
going to
number
leave a
center.
legacy.
And it says C addendum. We'll get to
I
that
don't
one
know
in a
if I
minute. But Scott, if you can
much
scroll down
expected, but
what information does the purchase price paragraph provide?
So it tells us what the the offered purchase price is $2.9 million for this property. And then the accounting on the left shows that there's a $50,000 deposit. And then the balance will be paid at settlement, and then the purchase price there. And then
$2.9
I know that this is
million.
accepted because it's got initials on both and the dates on both, the buyer and seller.
Scott, can you just scroll down?
$2.9 million
all the way
on
through
a
the
property
next page?
that she can't flip. She's not sending I'm rich emojis.
Keep scrolling.
She's pulling the dirt over herself in a hole with this purchase.
Keep scrolling. Let's stop there. Thank you. Let's
Yeah,
zoom in on
the 50K deposit is
contract
insane
deadlines.
to me.
Through the signature? Yep. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this gives a chronology of different steps that need to
the
be taken.
deadlines.
It's very typical in every transaction, most transactions. Sellers have a duty to disclose any of the warts and problems with the house. Those are due by January 7th of 22. Due diligence means that's the opportunity for the seller, that's an opportunity for the potential buyer to do any homework, anything that they need to do as far as due diligence before they sign. That's due February 4th. Financing and appraisals, that's also for the buyer to arrange financing, funding, do any appraisals that
And
they want to do,
closing.
and they have until January 7th to do that. And the settlement deadline, that means this deal has to close by March 4th of 2022.
How very Murdaugh the timing is. March 4th.
Does that March 4th date hold any significance in this case?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Sure does.
That's the day that this property deal closed and Kouri Richins purchased this house.
And that Eric Richins died.
Purchase it on March 4th or March 5th?
I'm sorry, March 5th. March 4th is the date that Eric Richins died.
Thank you.
So it closed on
Let's discuss the warts and
3/5.
problems, please.
We saw the testimony from Eric Richins' sister that she was horrified that the property was still going through closing, and that morning, when Eric was still in the home covered in a sheet, Kouri was telling sister-in-law that she was still closing on it, that she knew how Eric's business was going to run and who she was going to get in there to run it, and she had it all figured out. Sister-in-law's testimony was the first day of trial. And then she still closed on it. And the defense is going to try to say those memes, the morning of the 4th, are about the closing of the house on the 5th. So.
Scott, if we can go down to the...
And yes, for all of you asking, the property is unfinished.
Keep it up. Zoomed out, right there. Is that the addendum that was referred to earlier?
Yes, it is. Addendum 1.
Okay, I'm going to walk.
That's a lot of an addendum.
Copy of 6-8.
That's a lot of addendum.
And this is the addendum, am I right, that discloses all the warts and problems?
Yes.
I've circled a few of the
We're gonna look at what a
paragraphs on
mess
that
this house was, I guess.
disclosure, that addendum. Can you please read those paragraphs aloud to the jury?
Okay. Bear with me. This is paragraph 2. Buyer is to acknowledge and affirm and agrees that these parcels, parcel 1, parcel 2, are sold as is. Buyer acknowledges, affirms, and agrees that both building structures have extensive vandalism, theft, as well as flooring and other structural concerns that may need or will require replacement or repair. Due to delays in construction and the permitting/approval process, the structures have been idle, exposed to the elements, and are not habitable, and are also suitable in many ways for continued construction. Damage has occurred because of the idle status of the projects. Buyer affirms buyer's intent in moving forward with the building project or abandon the project altogether based on buyer's own investigation of said structures in their state of idleness, disrepair, unfinished, and uninhabitable quality. Additionally, animals may have taken up residence in the ventilation systems for which there may be additional damage. Buyer acknowledges and affirms that buyer accepts the property in its unfinished, disassembled, unrepaired, damaged state and agrees to confirm through buyer's own due diligence which repairs and remediation efforts are necessary. Buyer acknowledges and affirms buyer's own actual or potential costs of repair, remediation, demolition, remodel, restart, reconstruction, and/or completion in moving forward with the building projects. Buyer agrees to purchase and accept the parcels, buildings, structures, and all aspects of the purchase of said parcels on an as-is basis and waives and releases any and all claims against seller or any deficiency, unexpected outcome, or unknown condition, cost, delay, failure, or liability.
I say you leave the house
Paragraph
for
3.
the animals.
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms.
Just don't buy it. Just let the animals live there. What? She maxed out all of her access to money. And yet, purchased this house. On day 1 of trial, we heard that Eric was against this purchase, that he had gone out there and was like, no. She was millions in debt and servicing loans in the thousands due daily. And the decision was, this $2 million house is a steal. Okay.
The sale of said property is sold without all or necessary or desired permits, certificates, or allowances to build or complete the building process from Wasatch.
Oh, and just so we're clear, you don't get the permits. You don't get the permits. The defense coming in here and being like, no, she was going to make a ton of money on this project. It doesn't have the permits to finish. How long is that going to take? A year plus? How long are you don't have the permits. Yeah. And the defense is like, no, she's rich. She's flipping this house. You don't even have the fucking permits. You're not flipping shit. Oh my God.
County or other governmental agencies, and buyer is and buyer is to be solely responsible for obtaining any required building permits from Wasatch County or any other necessary government entity. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that seller's building process was halted by the governmental permitting or allowance process, and as such, buyer intends to purchase these parcels as is, with full understanding that buyer may also face challenges and costs in obtaining
The government had already halted the permitting process. You already hit what? No, chat. Okay, chat. We're going to circle back to a deep dive on what the fuck happened here through the public records with this house, not while we're in this trial. I have so many fucking questions. I have so many. We're coming back to this. We are coming back to this. The government has already halted the permitting process, and yet you're over leveraging yourself to buy a home that you can't even get the permits to finish.
Necessary or desired permitting allowances to build, rebuild, or complete the building and occupancy process.
I mean, they disclosed
Buyer
all of it.
acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the structures do not have certificates of occupancy, necessary approvals through all required inspections, and other indicators of structural habitability. Paragraph 4. Buyer acknowledges that seller has been working with the Army Corps of Engineers over a lengthy period of time and that this entity is currently requiring additional wetlands evaluation of various materials, including water, environmental, etc. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other test requirements and certifications, etc., that are to be completed to their satisfaction. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps is an independent government entity separate of Wasatch County, and that the Army Corps may require its own permitting, which Wasatch County may also require in order to obtain building permits. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers does not monitor or collaborate with Wasatch County.
I did not see that. I did not see that coming. It keeps getting worse.
In any way. Wasatch County may or may not issue building permits independent of the Army Corps of Engineers.
Shit.
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer, not seller, is responsible for moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineers and all other governmental organizations that may have oversight or control of the parcels and building projects and occupancy certification processes. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the process of moving forward could take considerable time, present costs, delays, hardships, and burdens to buyer. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer does not require any contribution from or assistance of seller with regard to obtaining all necessary permits, certificates, allowances, or approvals to restart the building process.
So you can't even get permits. You can't even get permits from the county because the Army Corps of Engineers has blocked it. Oh my God.
Or complete said process and obtain all necessary inspections, approvals, certificates, permits, or allowances.
Chat's asking, how is it inhabitable? It's not. It's specifically listed that this home, as she is buying it, is uninhabitable. And it has to be remediated and fixed and finished. But the entire process stopped because the Army Corps of Engineers got involved. We can't deep dive this now, Emily. We're going to be here for 10 years.
Paragraph 5. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the parcels have sewer rights, but that the sewer is not yet hooked up, is below grade, and will have to be pumped. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms all necessary steps to obtain sewer function is the responsibility of the buyer and may be required to be on site on the subject parcels.
And you probably can't
Paragraph
do
6.
septic because
Buyer
whatever the
acknowledges, understands, and
AOEs...
affirms that additional or dedicated open space, i.e. wetlands, or other required remediation or mitigation may or will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that to achieve mitigation or remediation, additional properties may be required for such.
can't even
Thus, a
get
potential
sewage.
off-site property may be obtained by the buyer.
Oh, it gets
And
worse.
if not on an additional off-site property, then remediation or mitigation may or will be on-site the subject parcels. There is a mitigation process that will be need to be coordinated with the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that there may or will be costs related to preparing lands to offset any disturbed wetlands.
How did this parcel get sold in the first place? How did this even get sold in the first place?
Outside consultant with
Chat, I see a lot of you asking about the Army Corps of Engineers. If she doesn't explain it, I'll pause and explain it. This keeps getting worse. This is like trying to do any type of renovation on a historically protected building, depending on what country you're in, where you need like 10,000 approvals. And even then they're like, no, you can't change the color of the shutters. This is worse than that. This is worse than that. I'm stunned.
BioWest has collected data and submitted data and recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers still need to make its final decisions and will determine a mitigation plan with permits in cooperation with buyer.
How did
Paragraph
this even
12.
get sold in the first
Buyer
place?
acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers may or will require further evaluation and study of wetlands underneath mounds of fill soil on the parcels. So seller will provide access to buyer's consultants or any other third parties related to studying groundwater or soils for the Army Corps of Engineers.
We're talking tens of thousands, if not more. We're talking tens of thousands, if not more, to do all those studies. You can't even begin the permitting process until those studies are done. How did they even start construction on this in the first place?
Karrington, in your experience reviewing REPCs, have you ever reviewed a REPC like that?
No, because why would anyone do that?
Scott, can you please bring up 6-9?
No,
I will
you would
retrieve
no.
the exhibit.
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, it's a little more than Eric saying this is hard to fix up, isn't it?
Ms. Karrington, do you recognize exhibit 6-9?
I do.
Wow.
This is the settlement statement for the Legacy Way Midway Mansion property, where K. Richins Realty is the buyer and Douglas Roylance is the seller. And this is the final version of the sale.
State moves to admit 6-9.
No objection.
I mean, we're not here because of good decision making, right, Chad? If there's good decision making, we're not sitting here. So, wow. Wow.
Tim, what information does this present? And if it's easier to step down, please do it. I don't know what's easiest.
I don't know what's easiest at this
my
point either.
basis, I
What
don't
the
have
fuck is happening? All right. This is the financial T for the sale of the Midway Calamity. The settlement date set for 3/4. I'm not calling it a mansion.
Okay, this is not actually as complicated as it appears. So this is the property address here, the buyer, the seller, and the lender,
Holy
Sierra West
shit.
Capital. So that's the Sierra West Matt Strong stuff. So then over here shows the settlement date and the disbursement date as March 4th of 22. And then this is the internal file number at the title company. This shows the sale price. This is the buyer's version. There is a seller's version, but this is the buyer's version. This is the sale price of the property at
I'm
$2.9 million.
stunned.
And then here shows 2 of the 4 loans on this property. So here's the original loan from Sierra West to this $2,624,850. There's another lender from the Burns, and that loan is $420,000. These are some prorations. This section here, are you all right if I keep going?
Please, what's that section there?
This section, these are the fees associated with these loans. So the first position lender is Sierra West Capital, this $2.6 million loan. They charged $124,850 at the outset just for the loan. And then on top of that, it accrues interest going forward. It's a 6-month balloon. So this being March 4th of
6
22,
months?
she has to pay that off by September 4th of 2022.
No.
The next two, the $150 and the $20,000 relate to this loan, the $420,000 by the Burns. And then Scott, could you please scroll down? Thank you. That's great. So
Chat, just where we're at so far. Does the financial gathering storm in this case make more sense to you than in Murdaugh, or less sense to you than in Murdaugh if you watched the Murdaugh case at all? Does this gathering storm, do you see a more direct connection to it than in the Murdaugh case? That is my question for you.
then here, these are the title insurance costs that are paid to GT Title Services, who's the
That's
title
what
company
I
in this
thought too.
transaction. So these are the different costs associated with that. So the first one, the lender's coverage premium, that's for the first position, the Sierra West one. Second position is the Burns, the $420,000 one. The third position loan is going to be this. For some reason, this is down here. I don't know why. But this third position lender funds is $150,000. That's an aggregation of a bunch of people who got together and they pooled their resources to loan $150,000 on this deal. And here is the buyer's portion of the real estate commissions, the 2% at $58,000. The other side paid $1,000 per their agreement, and then some recording fees. On top of this, there's one more loan from David Cocker Hands that came in before this. He gave her the money for the earnest money. So did Matt Strong. So they both gave her.
Ma'am, if you keep saying Cocker Hands, I'm not going to be able to recover my brain. We've had a lot of last names in this trial, including Throckmorton. But Cock or Hands is killing me. We've had so many last names. And this one is gonna take me out. What are we doing? Somebody asked, wait, where? The awkward fan said cousin of Scissor Hands. Must be.
The $50,000 for the earnest money. But later, the fourth position lender of $67,000 recorded his deed. I don't understand why it's not incorporated here, but it's not. But it is still attached and recorded on the property. So this tells us that all in all, there needs to be $3,201,230 that the buyer needs to come up with. And as I said, there's also that other $67,000. So she borrowed $3,259,000 against this property to buy it for $2.9 million. And then there was a little overage. And so this $87,240 came back to her. And we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits her bank account.
Oh,
So does this show that she
Boy.
borrowed $3.2 million from other people to close on a $2.9 million house, and at closing she walked away with $80,000?
87,000, yes.
On the day that the Midway Mansion closed, how much was it worth?
2.9 million, because that's what she paid for it. That was the agreed price on that for that
yeah,
transaction.
it wasn't worth that.
Is the real estate market like other markets in that the value of something,
Oh, there's
whether
going to
it's
be an
gold,
objection to this, I think.
oil, real estate, the true value on any given day is what a willing buyer and willing seller agree to?
Yes, and so in addition to the fact that that's what the market dictates, the IRS rules also say that a transaction is valued between a willing seller and a willing buyer, and industries function like that all the time. Business valuation, a forensic accountant who conducts a business
This property, sorry, ma'am, that was a rude pause.
valuation
Hold on.
of a business will use that same concept.
This property is a fucking crater. It's a crater. Okay.
Did you use that same concept in valuing all the properties involved in this case?
I did, because that's what she paid for them.
Right.
Scott, can we get 5-114, please?
I bet the seller couldn't wait to offload this. Music to my soul. I don't think they could have
Ma'am, do you recognize
appraised
this
it
agreement?
with the
I do.
as is. I don't know.
It is a loan agreement reflecting that large loan between Sierra West Capital and Kouri Richins Realty. And this was a response from the title company, Griffith and Turner Title, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
No objection.
5-114 is admitted.
And just, Scott, yeah, perfect. So this is, am I right, is this the loan agreement between Kouri Richins Realty and Sierra West for the Midway Mansion?
It is.
And Sierra West was the biggest lender at $2.6 million.
That's right, yes.
Scott, could you just scroll down on page 1?
And I don't even know if they would have gotten around
Scott, could you go to page
they didn't get much more into the Army Corps of Engineers stuff, but the Army Corps of Engineers would have been dealing with environmental impacts, which is why you saw the references to wetlands and all the scientific surveys needed. But they would have blocked building if the building of that home was going to disrupt environmentally things that were going on in the area, which could involve habitats, animals, wetlands that are protected. I just don't understand how this is getting sold. And I just don't understand if this land is that much of a problem to build on, why it got sold in the first place.
12, please. And is this part of what is
Crazy.
Are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Yes, that would be consistent, yes.
These are the closing documents on the Midway Mansion, at least the closing documents for the largest funder on the Midway Mansion.
That's right, yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Went in and did the notarized closing on March 5th. Huh.
Scott, can you go to page 21, please? Is this another different signature page?
It doesn't seem to
Yes,
be worried
this
about
one
what's going
is
to happen to their
basically
family. with-
acknowledging that
their
the
primary
company that's
breadwinner being
buying
dead.
this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please?
This was the day after Eric's death.
Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Can you go to 32, Scott?
Her sister-in-law
I'm sorry, can you,
testified
Yes.
about
32.
being stunned that Kouri was going to still go through with
Is that
this.
yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Wow.
33, Scott? Carrington, is that yet another notarized signature page in the closing documents?
It is.
Thanks, Scott.
Notice all these notarized pages are Kouri Richins allowing other Kouri Richins businesses to buy this business. Right.
Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins have the ability to service the $3.2 million in debt when it came due in 6 months from closing?
She did not.
Shocking.
Scott, can I get 2-14?
Shocked Pikachu. When it came due in September, she didn't know what to. So weird. Well, I can see why Kouri wasted no time suing the estate to get the trust set aside to get the money because, well, the pesky little business of Eric's estate all being tied up in a trust that he changed would really make this difficult.
Please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena
Oh, yes.
from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway Mansion? We can scroll through it.
Can we scroll through all the emails together? Can we show it to the class? Did you bring enough emails for the class? The class would like to see the emails.
This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
She borrowed the $50K earnest money deposit? Of course she did. Of course she did. Of course she did. Other people's pennies, right? Right.
Objection.
Other people's paychecks.
2-14 is admitted.
Scott, can you publish the part you had highlighted on our screens?
Oh boy.
Let me know you're ready. Okay.
I'm gonna give
Email. They're gonna highlight some of this. I'm gonna read the whole thing to you. So if you're listening in the background, you get to know what the entire email says. Yes, it starts. Paul Benson knows his stuff! Exclamation point. He's selling a Park City property right now for $42 million. And he got 5 offers in the first week. Insane. Yes. So this property is buying at $2.9 million and then $3 million in reno. ARV $16 million. Oh, that's why she was. You're leaving out the Army Corps of Engineers of it all. You are estimating that it can be renoed. 2.9 closing, 3 million, and then you're gonna sell it for 16 million. Absolutely insane numbers. Someone is gonna make a killing on this. Well, that aged badly. That's where I need your help. Thoughts, ideas. Realistically, obviously, I don't have 3 million for renovations. Coming up with the 2.9 is gonna be challenging enough. No shit. So what should I do with this? Do you think I should wholesale it as a county assessed, wholesale it as at a county assessed price? Do you think I should close on it get it dried in, windows, doors, maybe exterior, and then sell it to someone to finish it? I mean, good luck with that. Do you want to partner on it and do something with it? Let's see. Honestly, I'm open to any and all ideas with this one. It's definitely out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. The low, low price of all of the money you have access to. Oh, I'm sorry. Haha. Help! Exclamation points. Let's do something with it. Just not sure what. Maybe your Heber guy would want to buy it as is from me and have him remodel it with MCC, double close, or assign it over to him. Maybe he just wants to invest in it. Honestly, I just don't know with this one. Sorry, that was haha. Something is there. Just finding the right direction to go with it. With the $50K, if you can make it work, awesome! Exclamation point. If you can't, that's fine too. You do what you're comfortable doing. Numbers are tight on this one. That's an understatement. So I thought it may be a challenge, but for real, if you can't make it work, that's totally fine. Just let me know. LMK. Smiley face. I attached the contract here if you want to read it. Wowzers. That's a lot. She's like, I don't even know if I can make this work, but it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Didn't her defense open saying she was going to make a ton of money on this property? This is the one, guys. This is the one last bet that's going to pay off. This is the one that's going to make everything even. This is the one. This one.
Ms. Karrington, based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway Mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just.
Objection. Corey's face is objecting.
Based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway Mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. You'd say it.
The judge. It's a different question. See, we do that here. We do a thing, we ask another question, we do a thing, we ask another question. Maybe we listen to make sure we're objecting to what's being asked. Make sure we're listening is fucking
Your Honor,
sending
that's not
me.
consistent with what he just admitted.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Karrington, based upon your financial analysis, did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway Mansion?
Not that I,
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him.
No, he's not. What's in front of him is an estimation that reno would be about $3 million.
As far as the evidence.
His question does not relate to this. Any other objections? Overruled. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
not that I'm aware of.
Thanks, Scott.
Oh
Ms. Karrington, did you
my goodness.
investigate
I'm going to put this
try
back to
to trace
1.25. I just wanted to hear
any
the judge.
money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did.
I think the jury is also pretty confident that Kouri did not have access to $3 million to renovate that property and sell it.
Look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe,
Okay.
but no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that, the reason it's a maybe, is that your question. The reason it's maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for, what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's one that I recall fits that category, but it's minimal.
So at most, she, as best you can tell, invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
I think we're going to see the prosecution argue this purchase is premeditation at some point. I think we're going to see the prosecution saying that Kouri was confident closing because she was confident that she was getting Eric Richins' estate. And we will get to how much that estate was worth, I think, by the end of this testimony, because this witness evaluated that. But that Kouri was closing this property confidently, eye on the prize of that $16 million sale price, because she knew she was going to grab that money from Eric. And they're going to argue that she was planning for that maybe as far back as December. She's putting an offer in on this house. She's booking a vacation for April with her boyfriend. And she's starting to plan what life's going to look like when she has that money from Eric's estate. I would imagine we will see them arguing along those lines. And then to make it work, we need that money from the bestie to kind of patch things over here. We need the money from the taxes to patch things over here. Oh boy.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell
Oh, you're right,
the Midway
Chad.
Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
I'm sorry. You're right, Chat. Emily, it's not premeditation. She's manifesting. Pesky bit that he changed his will, though, and she didn't seem to know.
Yes, she did.
When?
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Thank you, Chat, for no
Did
spoilers.
Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to try to sell it unsuccessfully. And at some point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a he recorded a document, notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
Right. And did the 12...
She never sold it, which is also why we do no spoilers in the chat. She never sold it. The lender sold it. It got yoinked from her, and then the lender sold it.
12 failed contracts all failed during the diligence period.
Yes, they did.
Of course, the contracts failed during the diligence
In
period.
the
They read
months
that
leading up
list.
to Eric Richins' death, what categories
She
of
never
assets
sold
did
it.
Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She had, she owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those were various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Oh,
Including the new.
Chat, come on back. If you were listening in the background, you can stay listening, but I'm going to slow this back down to real time because it sounds like we're getting to the totality of the circumstances questions. At the time of Eric's death, how much was Kouri worth? What were her assets? What were her liabilities? And how much was Eric worth? What were his assets, liabilities? So I'm slowing this back down to real time because this is going to be the summary question that really is the culmination of all of this.
Property was about 6
Here, I'm going to back that up.
After closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
including the new property was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
Those are the assets.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth. She also had all those payday loans that we've talked about, and she also had different lines of credit that
Tax
were,
liabilities.
by and large, all maxed out. Not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out, and she also had credit cards that had high balances.
What about
On
the tax
March the
liabilities?
5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins' liabilities?
Right around $8 million.
So netting that out, on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansions, what was Kouri?
I'm sorry. Didn't the defense tell us in opening that, like, pish posh, but she had a lot of assets? And what you're going to see is it wasn't, she had a lot of assets and they're not accounting for that. Well, if the assets are 6.3 million and the liability is 8 million, what you don't have really are assets. What you have is a hole of debt. Especially if every single asset is leveraged beyond the value of the asset. Yeah.
Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
As a forensic accountant, have you formed an opinion as to Kouri Richins' financial position on March the 5th?
It's going to be very interesting to hear what Eric Richins' net worth was.
2022, after closing on the Midway Mansion.
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Calamity.
As of the date that Eric Richins died, Kouri Richins was in financial distress, and her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing.
That
and
enterprise crashed.
But for a significant infusion of cash and capital would have continued to collapse. It was
A house
imploding.
of cards.
Her debts and liabilities far outweighed her assets. And even if she had sold everything she had, it would not have been enough to get back to zero.
It wouldn't have been enough to get back to zero.
Let's turn briefly
Wow.
to Eric Richins' estate. Did you analyze the value of Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
What material did you study in this analysis?
The insurance policies, the life insurance policies, including there's a life insurance two life insurance policies that Eric and his business partners
Had on each other,
had on each other.
as you should.
So there's the company, the documents that relate to that, the bank accounts, the documents related to the house where the family lived, and his bank account statements.
Are the bank accounts de minimis in relation to Eric's interest in C&E, his life insurance, and his home?
Pretty much, yes.
Carolyn asked in the chat, couldn't she have filed for bankruptcy? Filing for bankruptcy would have disclosed some of the things that were maybe not desired to be disclosed, including the HELOC, including some other things. But also, I think Kouri kept thinking that if I just get this one to work, it'll all be fine. So bankruptcy is quitting. If I just flip the Midway Mansion, everything will be fine. This is just the one piece and it'll be fine. bankruptcy's quitting. It's also publicly not going to comport with keeping up appearances. But it seems like she was just, I can just make this one work. I can just make this one work. And also with those tax liabilities, I wonder if there was a concern that more would come to light criminally. However, the way that you're going to go down on tax stuff versus murder is different, like a lot different.
Let's set those aside then.
Right.
And yeah, the fraud on the lenders, I think the lenders
Eric Richins' interest
would have an
in
argument to
C&E,
not discharge
or how
things.
was Eric Richins' interest in C&E determined upon his death?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies, so it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
So Eric's interest in his business was $2
Scott,
million.
can I get 7-28 Delta?
Kouri's net worth on March 5th was negative 1.6 million. That's the difference between the assets and the liabilities. Eric's interest in C&E was 2 million. Remember, in the prenuptial agreement, if they get divorced, she gets no interest in C&E. If he dies, she gets his interest in C&E. So,
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The
Ooh, there's a
insurance
chart.
policies of each of these insurance policies, the applications for a couple of them, the claim information, and also the payout of these policies.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-28D.
Objection.
7-28D
the
is
judge
admitted.
didn't respond to the objection at all. I'm going to put this back at 1.25. For those of you just coming in, C and E is Eric Richins' stonemasonry business that he owned with his business partner. This is the forensic accounting of the life insurance policies. Some of these
Ma'am,
were
what again is
paid.
this?
We'll talk about those later.
This is just a simple list of the different life insurance policies. I have not included the buy-sell agreement policies, the $2 million that benefited Eric's business partner, but these are the others.
Scott, if you could please highlight the claim paid, the policy amount column. Does this show that Eric Richins had $2.2 essentially $1 million in insurance upon his life?
Yes.
Scott, can you go to the claim amount paid?
Not all of them paid out because concerns.
What, ma'am, does this column, what?
These are the policies that would have gone to Kouri. 2,197,000. This is not the interest in the business. These are just the other life insurance policies that would go to Kouri or the trust. You will notice that the last life insurance policy is from February 4th, 2022. There are insurance fraud charges here in this case, so we'll hear some more about that, I imagine, with this
Information, ma'am,
witness.
does this column present?
So for each of these policies, there was a specific amount paid. Like the top one is related to the house, and so it paid 70% of the existing mortgage, not the second, but the first. The things that I've highlighted in green are the three policies that were paid directly to Kouri Richins. The others were paid, the $500,000 was paid to the Eric Richins Trust.
We'll come back. So, well, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, is that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
Thank you, Scott. We spoke earlier about Eric Richins' premarital home.
Yes.
What was the approximate value of that home?
I think it was about $1 million, give or take.
And it was encumbered by the $250,000 HELOC that Kouri Richins signed for.
That's correct.
And was there an outstanding mortgage that was 70% satisfied by life insurance?
That's right.
So there was a life insurance policy that paid 70%
about
of the
the
mortgage when he
1.3 million.
died. It didn't cover the HELOC that she took out.
Dollars in life insurance proceeds that Kouri Richins received upon Eric Richins' death. Did you trace how she used those proceeds?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 7-31D? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I looked at Kouri Richins' America First Credit Union accounts and also Kouri Richins' UCCU account where she deposited $1 million. And I guess that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-31D.
No objection.
State 7-31D is admitted.
Wild stuff. I think I sped
What
us
ma'am
back
does
up.
this present?
Kouri Richins' use of proceeds from Eric's death, June 2022 to September 2022.
So on another schedule, I've listed every single transaction that I've traced back to the 3 deposits of insurance proceeds. And so the first line of this shows on June 16th, 2022, she got a little over $1 million from the auto owner's life insurance policy. And what I sought to show is before the money came in or as the money came in, how much was in her accounts. So she had $543,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. She got the $1 million in. And then the next one down on June 25th, the $251,000 that comes in. When that comes in, what was the balance in her account before the second policy was paid? And she had $543,000 in that account. So basically she spent about half of the $1 million between the 16th and the 24th.
Wow.
And then on September 2nd, if you go to the third one that's paid, is that $100,000 policy got paid, and that's when she received those proceeds. And what was in her account the day before was $9,691. So that meant that she had spent the $1.2 million basically before she got that last $100,000, and then that final line on September 19th, she had $802 in her account. So that's just a look at the balances, and then I have looked at every transaction in these accounts to show to try to understand how those proceeds were used.
We'll turn there next. but
And
let me just
where
make sure
did
we
the
understand
proceeds
this.
go, ma'am?
Does this show that between June and September, 3 months between June and September, she received $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds and spent $1.36 million in life insurance?
That's what the bank account shows, and this is drawn from the bank accounts.
Thank you.
Received 1.36
Scott, can you bring up
million.
7-29D,
Spent 1.36 million.
Your Honor, we're broke up again.
My apologies. Let's reset.
Boy. I imagine much of this money is going to service those loans,
I need
right?
you to unplug and plug back in.
We're gonna
Oh, there you
plug
are.
back
I
in.
apologize. 7-29D is visible to the witness.
Ms. Karrington, did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The bank accounts that I just spoke of, the America First Credit Union accounts and also the UCCU account.
Your Honor, the state moves 7-29D into evidence.
Sorry, can we just blow up the very tippy top of it, just so I can see the label on it? Thank you, no objection.
And, 7-29D is admitted.
And then, Scott, can you split screen the 2 pages?
The life insurance is the
Ms. Carrington,
subject.
am I right that it doesn't really?
Life insurance is subject to 2 counts in this case and much litigation with the estate. imagine that the money is gone at this point, but it is subject to litigation trying to claw it back into the estate.
Read left to right, it reads top to bottom.
It's a vertical, yes,
So this page on the right is really right down here.
that's correct.
Okay, what information does this demonstrative present?
So I wanted to portray the funds that came in from Eric's death, and I've highlighted, or I put in bold the different life insurance policies, proceeds that came in, and then the way those were spent. I have taken everything over $1,000 to try and be brief. Obviously, this isn't brief, but so there are a lot of transactions for, whatever, $700 or $43. Those are not on here. So anything over 1,000 is on.
And Scott, if you could go down to the very bottom, so the very bottom of page 2. What information does this present?
So this shows even without putting those de minimis transactions in there, there's 1.3,
Wow.
almost 1.4 use of the proceeds, or that came in, and she spent the 1.2. So she spent it all.
But it wasn't about the money. If it wasn't about the money, how's it gone in a matter of months?
And then my footnotes here, I attempted to do the same
Love a
thing
footnote.
that was in that other section, my footnote 2. These are the different accounts that she had, and these are the account balances when the new insurance comes in.
Now let's just highlight, Scott, maybe the far left column on the first page. Perfect. So that shows where, when she gets a $1 million life insurance payment into the account, you then detail where
Lenders, hotel reservation, lenders, Barclay card, lenders, 10,000 to mom, Lisa Darden. That's part of the litigation in the, in the civil litigation and the other fraud case. But 10,000 to mom. Home Depot, Lowe's, IRS, $713. Utah State Tax Commission. Oh, look, we paid back the tax lien. Lenders.
There it goes.
That's right.
And those are all the transactions below.
That's right. And so you can see the money comes in, and there are some expenses for projects. There are expenses to pay debt, figure lending, Greengrass Holding.
How much is she spending on Stanley Steamer? This is like the fourth time we've seen Stanley Steamer. Is it a subscription?
Main Financial, but I can see things that do relate to what I'm thinking are projects like Rocky Mountain Dirt, Home Depot, Lowe's, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see on 6/4/22 those 5 transactions to the Utah State Tax Commission.
I'm sorry, chap. Emily, you missed the point. Stanley Steamer, yes. June 24th, 2022, Robert Grossman, the side piece, $25,000. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm so glad they did this before he testified.
And especially on the right.
Oh boy.
Scott, can you see that bottom one? 6/4/2022 Utah State Tax Commission, and go over, and it's $50,000, $342. Thank you, that one. That matches one of the tax liens, the state tax liens that I was talking about earlier. So that's one of them. And those other amounts could be for the other $20,000, or it could be for something else. But one way or another,
Unbelievable.
those are tax payments.
Do you see that?
Grossman,
Entry on
$25,000.
6/24/22 to Robert Grossman for $25,000.
Yes.
Are you familiar with?
Oh, chat, keep reading. Bloodworth's going to point out the T. Bloodworth is going to point out the T. Right.
You see that?
Right. Keep
Entry on
reading.
6/24/22 to Robert Grossman for
Hot
$25,000.
damn.
Yes.
Are you familiar with who Robert Grossman is?
Yes, he's Robert Josh Grossman. Josh Grossman, I understand, was Kouri Richins' boyfriend during this time.
The lover.
Thank you, ma'am. When you analyze
Can we go back to the memes that we were arguing about yesterday? The I'm so rich memes? Because I know that the defense was trying to say, but isn't there a picture of a house? Isn't this about closing on a house? No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. Baby, I love you. Here's 25 grand. You're my white tiger in the jungle. My rich white tiger in the jungle. Dr. B, we gotta talk about monetary gifts.
how the $1.3 million in insurance proceeds were dispersed, approximately how much of that $1.3 million were used to pay debt?
About 600,000.
Good question.
Somewhere in there. So about half, a little less than half.
Wait a second. What the fuck? What?
Approximately how much of that $1.3 million were used to pay debt?
About 600,000. Somewhere in there.
That's
so about
it?
half, little less than half was used to pay debt.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's all I have for now. I suspect we're going to take a break.
600,000 to pay for debt? Where the rest of it just go to lavish lifestyle? We're going to end up with lavish life. We're going to be talking about lavish lifestyle. Only 600K went to debt. Where'd the fuck the rest of it go? Oh boy.
Mention it all. Mention it all. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Let's, I guess we're getting across.
And the defense will have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I imagine
Is
this
there any
witness will
objection
be
to taking a
back.
break? Okay. Please rise for the jury. Let's take a break.
I imagine this witness will be back. The jury's going to go out for a break. I want to see if they put anything on the record. Well, they're not putting anything on the record because the court looks over and goes, where'd Miss Nestor go? If you're listening in the background, now's the time to come back as the judge does a very confused dance on the bench looking for Miss Nestor. I'm going to rewind it one more time because it's worth rewinding one more time. The judge is like, what the fuck? That was funny. The court is confusion.
10 of 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Karrington, walk around to the restroom, grab some water. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Thank you. Court's in recess. Thank you.
That was funny. Where'd Miss Nestor go? She thought you were on break, Your Honor. She was out. Oh, cross-examination. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm real curious to see where this is going to go. So let's just summarize real quick if we can, chat. We have gone through the prosecution's, well, I think it's probably one of their financial experts. It might be their forensic accountant. I do not know if we will see this witness recalled in rebuttal or later, because the prosecution did say that's all we have for now. So I expect that we will see this witness again later, because we did not get into quite all of the life insurance stuff that's charged here. I imagine the prosecution has done a really good job of storytelling. So I imagine it would derail the storytelling and that will circle back later when other foundation is laid. But what we learned was a lot. And as we went through how Kouri was getting funding on all of these, a lot of it was spliced account statements that were being given to lenders. We saw graphs of how her indebtedness changed. And at the end, summarized that Kouri's financial situation was dire. And without a significant and large influx of cash, that house of cards was going to absolutely collapse because the financial situation was crumbling. And she closed on the Midway big house on March 5th. We learned about all of the issues with the Midway big house and that she was never, in fact, able to sell it, and that the lender started the foreclosure proceedings of it because she was not able to make those balloon payments on that home. She was not able to sell it because it was a terrible investment. And they ended up taking it and selling it. We learned that at the time of Eric's death, she had over $6 million in assets, over $8 million in liabilities, for a total net worth of negative $1.7 million. And that the life insurance alone on Eric was over $1 million, that his interest in the business was over $2 million. We didn't hear about the rest of the estate's net worth at this time. I imagine we will hear more about it. And then we saw where the money went and how Kouri was spending it after Eric's death. And the part that shocked me with how indebted she was is that in the over $1 million that Kouri got from life insurance, and the life insurance is subject to civil litigation, and then there is other fraud litigation, but she got that money into her bank account. Over $1 million, 600,000 of it went to debt. The rest of it was also spent, but only 600,000 of it went to debt. And then as we saw little bits of the bank accounts, we saw that Josh Grossman, the boyfriend, paramour, Sancho, OPP, was paid $25,000. Her mom got $10,000. Makes a lot more sense why the mom was pulled into the litigation with the estate. I wonder how much money they're looking at there. She also went and paid off some of the tax debts because we did see that Eric's company paid him to pay his state tax liability, and she yoinked that money and sent it other directions, and they did have tax liability, and then those were paid after his death. So, cross-examination. Yeah, it's going to be real interesting to hear some of the testimony that comes after this, because we also got into that real estate transaction with her former bestie. That's going to be interesting. Let's get to cross, shall we? Let's get to cross. Law nerds, let's get to cross.
Back on the record in 231-500-139. May we invite the jury in, please?
Bring the jury. Ms. Nestor, he's talking to you. Ms. Nestor? He asked if we can bring the jury in. Are you going to answer, or are we just going to leave it hanging? We're going to dangle? Oh, the prosecutor's table's all smiles. I'm not surprised that they're all smiles. That is the way they presented that evidence was easy to follow, was clear, and was wild. The judge is still looking at Miss Nestor because she still hasn't answered. Your Honor, I have heard that a clacky keyboard works well to get counsel's attention. You can just we've seen that work in other courts. Also, you can tell counsel, I'm not just talking to talk. We've seen that in Florida. Just saying. I guess we're just bringing the jury in. Great. No answer. He's like, are we good to invite the jury back in? She said nothing. He was like, fine. Bring the fucking jury then. He has been incredibly patient. Nestor is just looking at the jurors as they walk in with a smile.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Ms. Carrington, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Also, the fact that Miss Nestor and Ms. Shermanack are matching, like same color royal blue today is, I am amused. I do not ever read anything into matching in court. I think it's all coincidence, but I am amused by the coincidence.
Good afternoon, Ms. Karrington.
Good afternoon, Miss Nestor.
You and I have known each other for some time. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Oh, well, this is interesting.
Afternoon, Miss Nestor.
You and I have known each other for some time. Is that
We have.
accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about how you got involved in this case.
Of course you would.
Is it fair to say that you were brought into this case by the gentleman who was working as a private investigator for the trust for the estate?
Absolutely, yes.
And his name is Todd Gabler, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr.
All right. We're going to get into the Richins family was pushing this prosecution forward and they hired her and bias everywhere. That's where we're going to go. We're going to go there at 1.25 speed.
Gabler is also someone you've known for a really long time.
I have, professionally, yeah.
Right. Well, of course. I should have said that. I'm sorry. And you guys even share office space, or did at one point?
No, never.
I thought you did. Sorry. And so initially, when you were brought into this case, Eric Richins' family was really your boss in the matter.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I was hired by their attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, after Kouri initiated the lawsuit.
No one bosses around the forensic accountant. You just give them the documents and let them free. You let them run. You don't really boss them around.
That's when I came in.
But the work you were doing was designed to assist Eric Richins' family in the litigation. Fair?
Fair, yes.
All right.
It was the estate,
And
technically, not the
During the time
family.
that you were working for the family or the estate or the trust,
Right.
did you also do some witness interviews with Mr. Gabler?
No,
You didn't go to any interviews of witnesses with him?
no, I did not go to any with him. No, I don't think so. No, I didn't.
And then at some point you stopped. It sounds like your work kind of trickled off for the estate or the trust when they
New
got a
lawyers.
new lawyer, right?
Right. I've known that firm for a long time, and I'm usually on the other side. So they use other people for their forensic accounting, and so I was not surprised when the estate got, when the trust.
Well, that's going to be a bit of inside baseball. The new lawyers came in, normally work with other forensic accountants, and she's normally on the other side to them. So they're going to hire the people that they're comfortable with, also not to create any conflicts with their other clients. That actually makes perfect sense that they're like, she's normally opposed to them. So that actually is just incredibly normal.
The estate got new lawyers, that they didn't adopt me as well, which is fine.
That's okay.
That actually
And
makes
then
sense.
how is it that you became associated with the prosecution team?
I don't know how that happened.
They reached out to you?
They did.
And are you aware of whether Todd Gabler recommended you?
I have no idea.
And Mr. Bloodworth asked you on direct. He mentioned that they've retained you at your normal rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it looks like you've done quite a bit of work.
I have done a lot of work.
Binders worth of work.
Yes.
And so how much have you been paid by the state or by the county?
I don't know exactly, but it's probably about $200,000, which is a lot.
Hey, Miss Nestor, how much have you guys been paid by the county? Because last time we saw that, y'all had exceeded the amount that you had been paid for the case and needed more funds. We were over $1 million. So the county's also paying you your rate. But I digress.
All right, now I want to talk to you a little bit before we get into details about it, the nature of the house flipping business.
Okay.
I think you talked a little bit about this on direct. But the idea of someone who's in the business of flipping houses is you want to buy a property that appears to you to be undervalued for sale. Is that fair?
You want to get a good deal on it. Is that what you mean?
Sure.
Yes.
So you look for something that maybe is a little below the value of the property.
Fair enough, yes.
And the idea is you do just a little bit of rehabbing, right? You don't want to sink a ton of money into it or you're going to not make a profit.
Well, it depends, right? It depends. I mean, it depends on where where it's located and what's the upside. Ms. Richins' properties spanned a lot of those. Some of them were very small, easy fixes and flips. And then like the one that we were talking about, the Mill Creek project, that was enormous. The Provo project was enormous. So it could be any of the above.
Sure. But if you want to make money,
Enormous.
the goal is to do as little rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, sure.
And as I would say, put a little spit and polish on it and then get it ready for sale, right?
I mean, at least we didn't go lipstick on a pig, right? Spit and polish. Chad, if you're listening in the background, look at Attorney Bloodworth's face. The amount of you that said huck to it in the chat is hilarious. Also, just come back and watch Bloodworth's response to that question. Just come on back.
Do as little rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, sure.
And as I would say, put a little spit and polish on it and then get it ready for sale, right?
Fair enough.
Okay. And then the goal is to flip it as quickly as you can for more than you
I
paid
am
for it.
amused.
That's correct.
And enough more that it covers whatever you paid to spit and polish it.
That's the idea.
All right. And the
Great.
nature
We've
of
talked
this
about house
business,
flipping.
Is the goal is to hold that property for as short a time as you possibly
gotta
can before you flip it.
and hold
Absolutely, especially because of the way the financing works.
Right, and let's talk about that. Okay. So because you know the goal is only to hold that property for just a really short time, you often use what are called hard money lenders, right?
That is true.
And we did hear you talk about that on direct, but just as a quick refresh, because I think that was 20 years ago. The hard money lenders lend money with
It wouldn't have been 20 years ago if we didn't have to go through all the objections. I mean, some of the objections were valid objections. Some of them we really didn't need to run through, but fine.
without all of the formalities that a bank requires to lend money, right?
For example, that is correct. For example, the underwriting process is almost nil.
And to sound really kind of
This part, though, the underwriting process is almost nil. That part. You're turning them and burning them on those loans. You got to get in and get out. And that's why the underwriting process is like, we good. Right.
juvenile about it. It's basically wealthy people that are willing to loan you money short term for a short period of time at a super high interest rate, right?
Right, and they assume the risk of that, and in exchange, they have very strict zero tolerance default clauses that make a loan just skyrocket in cost and interest if it's not met, if those terms are not met.
And the reason for that is this is a risky business, yes? For both sides.
I'd say it's risky for the borrower.
And for the lender, because they're not putting someone through all the vetting that a bank would. They're just trusting them that they're going to show back up in 90 days and pay them off.
But you're missing a key piece. They secure that property with their trust deed, so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair. That's absolutely right.
You're missing a key piece. Foreclosure. They'll just yoink the property. Yoink. The risk. I mean, are you going to risk it for the biscuit? And for the lender, they're like, well, we've got the property. Yoink. I like this witness so much.
So risky.
Whenever you make the defense attorney acquiesce on cross, it's a great day. And it's just facts.
They secure that property with their trust deed, so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair. That's absolutely right. So riskier for the person that's doing the flipping than for the hard money lenders.
Yes.
But the hard money lenders generally do not expect to get paid monthly payments in between when they loan the money and when they get paid back. Fair?
Well, it depends. And I think that's usually a true statement. Kouri
However.
Richins had most of her loans that were like that were 6-month balloons. There was nothing expected. In fact, when the subpoenas went out, I expected to get all these ledgers back, and nobody has a ledger because they didn't care. They just knew when the balloon was due, and they were going to get their money or their property.
Exactly right.
Miss Richins had 3 property. Well, she had 2 lenders that had monthly payments.
And because of what you just said, the hard money lenders have what we call a promissory note,
right.
just a promise that if I don't pay you like I promise, on
Gina
this
Jingle said they don't even foreclose. They can just take it via the deed in lieu of. Yes. They don't even need the process. They literally just yoink it. Yes. Yoink, and then they can sell it.
note, you can get the value, you can get the property and sell it yourself and recoup your money, right?
Yeah, there's a promissory note on any kind of a loan.
So when you put all those loans up there, they're backed by the collateral, the house.
Can you clarify which loans I put up where?
They're not all backed.
And that was a broad statement. So
I just want to make sure we're talking about because the loans I put up there are the payday loans, and those are different.
I'm talking about the hard money lenders.
Okay.
When you showed some notes, for example, where I think Matt Strong paid a couple $1 million on one property, somebody else paid $300,000 on another property. All those loans were backed by the
didn't
property. They were
pay.
totally secured.
For the first position lender, they're totally secured. The others are secured with the property, with the caveat that they are in second, third, and fourth position. For example, the Midway House, the Legacy Way House, the second, third, and fourth
disaster.
position lenders did not recoup any of their funds on
Okay,
that.
well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But if Kouri
trying to be
were to
precise.
default on a promissory note,
That's her job.
and they went after the property and took it and sold it, Kouri would owe zero because they would have recouped their note from the sale of the property.
That's
Kouri's not really in debt this much. Kouri doesn't really have this much debt, you guys, because the lenders can just take the property and sell it, and then she owes nothing. Yoink. Here's the problem, though, is that we still saw that assets and liabilities, the liabilities outstripped the assets by almost $2 million. So even if every single property was clawed back and sold, there's still a $2 million hole, well, $1.7 million hole of debt. So that makes it a little easier for the size of Eric Richins' estate to fill in the gaps to get Kouri back to zero. Sell all the properties. You're only in the hole 1.7 million. You've got 2 million from his estate. We're now even plus a little bit. I don't know if that's serving the way we think it's serving.
true. She'd owe zero and she would have made zero.
Right, but she'd owe zero.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. It's probably. She would probably owe zero. I don't know. They could go after her for the residual. I don't know of a situation where that happened here, but
Okay. Did you do any analysis of the average length of time Kouri held the properties before she would flip them?
It's a good question.
no.
Okay.
I do know. I do know about every property, but I haven't compiled that into a schedule.
Did you mentioned you interviewed, I believe, some of the hard money lenders, is that right?
That's right.
And prior to Kouri's, actually, let's do this. Prior to Eric's
let's.
death, every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri.
What?
Or, properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
What? Prior to Eric's death, they all got paid?
Beth, every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri, or properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
Let me think about that. Prior to Eric's death.
Yes.
No, that's not true. There's one of her early projects, I think it's Casperville, where she ended up $28,000 in the hole on that project. So she walked away with no buyer proceeds from that, and that was not a successful project. And I haven't looked to analyze who got what, but that would be a situation where not everybody got their money back.
Do you know whether she made them whole with her own funds or in some other way?
I have not seen anything that reflects anything like that.
So you don't know?
I don't know. No.
Okay. So except for one occasion, on all these other deals that were done before Eric's death, all the hard money lenders got their money back from the deals they did with Kouri, plus interest.
I would say that's
Okay, so the question is, of all of the closed deals, did all of the lenders come even? Of all of the closed deals, not everything that was outstanding at the time of death, of all of the closed deals.
probably true, but I may come up with another one. I try not to deal in absolutes.
Forensic accountant.
Right, and I
Right.
want to talk about these bank accounts.
Okay?
And I appreciate that you were trying to, excuse me. Sorry. I appreciate that you were trying to track insufficient funds, things that popped back. I call them in my parlance bounced checks. That's what I know them as and have done.
Other people's parlance. I guess Miss Nestor wanted to play along too. Other people's parlance. I'll allow it.
When you were tracking these, did you ever go back and see how or if or when they were made whole?
They weren't made whole.
Okay. So the bank continued to keep open accounts where $300,000 worth of checks were bounced, and you're saying there's no resolution of that on either side. The bank that sent it, the bank that got it, it's just, they just let her continue to have checking accounts where she bounced over $300,000 in checks.
So can I answer your question
Sure.
with a description? So the Navy Federal accounts really never had any significant money in there at any time that I looked at. So there was no like deposit that came in 2 days later that just missed. It just, there was never an attempt to try and cure that check on the Navy Federal side.
Let me stop you right there. Did you ever follow up and find out if Kouri made the person she wrote the checks to whole with another check out of another account in another way?
Well, we're talking about a couple different things. The checks that I'm talking about are the ones that she wrote to herself.
Okay.
She's the payee. So then, can I come back to that question? I'm trying to answer the prior one. Okay, so on the Navy Federal side, no. There was never an attempt to cure that.
Okay, but wait, stop right there. On the Navy Federal account, she was writing checks to herself.
That's right.
So did you track whether she actually put money in the account where she put the hot check, as I would say, to cover it later?
Well,
Drop
and
it
that's
like
what I'm
it's
getting
hot.
to. So
Drop it like
she
it's
writes
hot.
she writes a set of checks to herself, and they get deposited into either the K. Richins Realty 6577 or that Kouri 5244. Those checks go in, and eventually, they're returned unpaid by the bank, and so that makes the balance go way in the hole.
Sure.
Eventually,
Right.
there are
Because-
funds that go back to the account.
That's my point.
And my understanding of how banks work, banks and credit unions, they work, in answer to your question or your wondering about why would they allow her to continue going if she's bouncing all these checks, financial institutions don't look at just this account or just the accounts by this person. They look at the relationship. And so we've also got Eric and C&E
Bing, bing,
Masonry and whatever else. And so they will look at it from a business point of view. They don't want to kick her out because they've got another account that is making them money or is being dealt with differently. So that's the answer to your question, why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because somewhere in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounce checks. Or
No,
they
no, no,
would
no,
shut
no, no,
that
no,
down.
no, 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 that's not what she said. She did not say somewhere in all of these accounts there's enough money to cover it. The bank isn't looking at C&E stonemasonry going, they've got enough money to cover the K. Richins account. No, they're looking at the C&E stonemasonry account as a great client. They're looking at K. Richins Realty as being connected to that great client. Something in my office started talking to me. The great client they want to keep. So they're not going to yeet K. Richins Realty because they don't want to yeet great client C&E stonemasonry who regularly has $700,000 in their bank account. It's not because the bank thinks that Kouri can get the money from the other business. That's not even how that works. That's not the question at all.
The way you're stating that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality.
But Miss Nestor, it's not what she said. It's not what she said. Like, it's not what she said at all. Oh, I love this witness clocking it.
Question why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because
Also, keep
somewhere
reading, Emily.
in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounce checks, or they would shut that down.
The way you're stating that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality of the relationship, and they want to honor that relationship. There's not a scenario in which they would dip into C&E's account to pay Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty's checks. So that's an important distinction of what
Emily, leave it to the
where
professionals.
I would
Yes,
quibble
yes.
with what you're explaining.
Okay.
You're right,
I
ma'am.
never saw anywhere in your myriad of check statements that we went through that there was one where she was a negative $300,000. So those checks were covered. Yes?
No, they weren't. No. Could I please explain what the negative $300,000 is?
Not all those. Emily, let her explain. Keep reading. That's not what she said. That's not what she said. Again, that's not what she said, and that's not what the graph showed.
So it's a simple exercise where I looked at the bank account statements and I just added up the transactions that she tried to pay. And not all of those were paid. A lot of those were returned unpaid. So I'm not making any judgment call. I'm not making any conclusion other than looking at that K.
was the
Richins
attempt.
Realty account 6577. That is what she tried to pay
unsuccessfully without a fee.
And then other funds went into that account subsequently,
Right.
every time.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay, that's
Yes.
it. All right, now I also noticed when you're putting up all these accounts, I didn't see any of Eric's. Did you analyze how much money Eric had?
I did look at their family account, and their family account, when I'm looking at an account, it's really easy to try and get kind of a cadence or an understanding of how that account is used and the characteristics of that account. The family account, as opposed to the Kouri
camera's on
Richins
top of
Realty
it
and
today.
Kouri's personal account, was consistent. It always had a balance. That's where Eric's paycheck went in.
Let me stop you right there.
Mm-hmm. She was
Apart
just
from
trying to
Eric's
answer.
paycheck, where else did all the money from the family account come from, apart from Eric's paycheck?
There were distributions that came in from Eric's work, and there were occasionally, I know you've asked me this question before, and Kouri Richins did not put more money into that account than Eric Richins did.
Did she put a lot of money into that account?
She did put a lot of money into it, yes.
And that account was used for,
She put a lot of money into that account and immediately took it right out to do other things. Though it was a stopover.
family, for paying mortgage, for paying trips, all their personal expenses, right?
Not all of them, but that is the family account. That's where the kids' expenses were paid. Not all credit cards were paid from there because not all credit cards were family credit cards.
And Kouri was regularly contributing to that account out of her business accounts.
I would
Yes?
not agree with that statement.
Okay. So we know Eric's paycheck goes into the family account.
That's
What
right.
about the other accounts you mentioned for Eric? You said Eric had a separate account.
There was a personal checking account, and I had reviewed that initially. It looked like it was squarely Eric's account, and the 5244 was squarely Kouri's personal account, and so I kind of set those aside. She used her personal account for her personal expenses, and he used his for things that appeared to be his.
And you do not know the arrangements that Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had as a couple about when they would make money.
I bet their arrangements as a couple involved paying their fucking taxes, though. And like not having tax liens, though.
Available to each other, did you?
I don't.
Okay, so how much money was in Eric's personal account?
Habitually, there was enough to pay whatever was attempted to be paid from it. I know that my recollection is it had, 10,000, 20,000, something like that. I don't recall it bouncing checks, and I don't recall it going into the negative.
Okay, but you did not provide that to the jury to review in terms of assets that were out there for this family.
Those weren't assets. Those weren't assets. They also didn't include Kouri's account.
Your Honor, can we approach it?
Of course.
And we're approaching. Well, that's less than the $25,000 that was paid to the boyfriend. So,
Your Honor. So just to be clear, we have not seen today in the multiple hours of your direct anything about that account that Eric had.
No, that's correct.
And you also mentioned you looked into C&E accounts.
That's right.
And
We
C&E is
saw
the
a lot
name
of
of
that.
Eric's business.
Eric and Cody, right, his business partner.
Right. And
Right.
that's where he kept his business profits, correct?
They kept theirs, yes.
Okay.
they were Kalen.
And
They
I didn't see
distributed.
those accounts today. We haven't talked about
Yeah,
how
we have.
much Eric was worth while he was alive, have we?
No, Kouri didn't have any control or access to the C&E account.
You understand they're married.
I understand that they're married, but
Prenup!
that is not, that's a business account that was shared between two business partners.
Okay, but business owners can do something called a draw, right? What's a
That's
draw?
Your Honor, objection. Scope.
Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out. Do you want to approach for a minute?
Oh, these questions. Why can't they just grab money out of Eric's business? Ma'am? No? Also, prenup. Not her business. Literally none of her fucking business. Like literally none of her business. Oh, these questions. Okay, they're still at sidebar. I'm going to try to zoom a little bit. Get past this sidebar. I'm going to take a lot of zooming.
Okay.
Other
The
people's
C&E
prenups
accounts,
today.
that's the business accounts that Eric and his partner put money in for their business, correct?
That's where their revenues and their expenses were paid, yes.
And the jury saw multiple examples of C&E checking accounts today during your direct, did they not?
That's right.
And routinely, the dollar amounts in those accounts were in the strong six figures, correct?
Routinely, yes.
Okay. And you don't know what arrangement Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had about whether or not he would invest in her business, whether or not he would be a silent partner, whether or not he would help her fund her business. You don't know that, do you?
No.
You know what I do know? You know what I know for facts? That nothing in any of those bank transactions indicate that he was funding her business. None of that shows that he was doing that. No transactions show he's doing that. There's no distributions from C&E that then went into Kouri's account that were traced. Nothing shows that that was happening. Could it have happened? Sure, but nothing in the records indicate that that's what was happening.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about the Barney house, Chelsea Barney's house. You guys spent a couple hours on that, or about an hour and a half on that today.
They did not spend a couple of hours on that.
And as I understand your testimony, Ms. Barney was going to provide $45,000, or did provide $45,000, which you traced all through Ms. Richins' accounts, to Ms. Richins to be used at a closing in the future, correct?
To be used at a closing that day.
Thought they never had the closing.
Well, they didn't.
Right.
My understanding of that whole text string is that there was this closing that was going to happen imminently, and this was the $45,000 down payment that Chelsea was paying toward the house to then be in her name.
Right. And the $45,000, well, strike that. Let me back it up just a little bit so it's not confusing. Kouri Richins Realty had already purchased the Chelsea Barney home prior to all this, correct?
That's right.
And you went through all the efforts she was making to try, well, let me ask it this way. When it's first purchased, the idea was probably
Too much
to
backing
flip
it up.
right? Like she does all her business.
No,
She was going to keep it.
she was going to keep this one.
Okay, but she had hard money lenders the same way she did on her other flip properties originally.
Well, remember, she's got those two different kinds. You know, she's got the hard money where she's got a 6-month balloon and she doesn't have to pay anything in between.
You're really not going to trip up the forensic accountant on anything. She's like, well, no, that's not what was happening.
And she's got the other ones where she has a due date, a maturity date, and she has to make those monthly payments. This was one of those. And so her original loan was due January 8th of 2022, and that's about the time that this transaction with Chelsea is going on.
Okay. And as you explained in your
exactly
direct,
when it was
she was
happening.
trying to shop around for a long-term mortgage to get better terms of the
With
mortgage,
spliced
right?
bank statements.
Right, with David Ige and Excel, she was trying to refinance a few things.
Right. And while she's looking for a new mortgage package, Chelsea sends her this $45,000, right?
No, I think I could be wrong about this. She had been dealing with David Ige since August and September of 2021. It was right about this time that everything just fell apart because he needed wet signatures from Doreen and he never got those.
Okay,
And
so
everything
try to
fell apart.
focus on the question if you can.
Okay.
That's an interesting tidbit. Part of the reason the financing didn't close for the Barney property is because the lender wanted a wet signature from Doreen, the aunt, and we don't know if the aunt knew that all of her info was being used. The lack of a wet signature might indicate that the aunt either didn't know or drew the line at signing stuff and was like, you can use my name as a cosigner, but I'm not signing as a cosigner or whatever. But the lending fell out because they couldn't get a wet signature. Oh boy.
While Kouri's looking for a new mortgage lender, a new mortgage package, during the time that she's shopping for people, and you kept putting up all the ways she's trying to get new lending, that's when Chelsea provided to Kouri the $45,000.
I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what she's doing. What I can say in
Doreen
response
might
to your
not have
question is that I'm aware that she had been dealing with David Ige on a number of properties over a number of months. I don't know who else she might have been shopping, looking for a new loan. I know that she had a deadline and she had extended that loan.
Okay, I thought you said she was shopping with Excel.
She was.
Okay, so that's one person she's shopping for, right?
No, with.
You brought that up.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand and answer your question.
Oh, no. She's trying to argue with you, ma'am. No. You're not trying to argue with her because you're right. She's trying to argue with you.
I thought you said she was shopping with Excel.
She was.
Okay, so that's one person she's shopping for, right? You brought that up.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand and answer your question. You said she's shopping to all these lenders. I don't know that. I know that she was consulting with David Ige and had applied for a loan to refinance a number of properties through him.
Okay.
And there were 3 different phases with him trying to get that funding. Doreen was brought in trying to get that funding, and it did not come to pass.
Exactly. So the $45,000 was not put in a trust account at a closing firm, right? It was given just to Kouri.
That is true. And
Wait, please wait and let me just ask
Sorry.
my questions.
My apologies.
So the $45,000 is given to
Damn.
Kouri, not in trust, not to be held with.
Nestor, this is precarious. We've seen the text messages. Does anyone here, the friend, with all due respect, was kind of confused about how to do a wire transfer. It seems that friend had never purchased property before and did not know how that worked. And Kouri was like, this is my business, my business. What you keep in that house? Emily, no. She's like, this is my business. I got you, bestie. She didn't know that money was supposed to go into escrow or into a formal closing or whatever. We read the text messages. And the bestie's going to testify. This isn't going to go well. You don't know? The bestie was just giving her $45K for whatevs. Girl, stop.
Was given to Kouri, correct?
That's right.
Okay. As long as Kouri Richins shows up at the closing, whenever it's set, with $45,000, she's complied with her agreement with Chelsea, correct?
I suppose that would be true.
So if Kouri knows that she's got money coming prior to that closing that will more than cover the
shell game's
$45,000,
fine.
and she uses the money quickly to pay some quick debt, she still hasn't violated her agreement with Chelsea if she shows up at the closing with $45,000, correct?
Your Honor, foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
If Kouri knows she can shell game it, it's all
I
fine,
believe
guys.
some of that requires a legal conclusion. I'm not a lawyer, and that's for the jury to decide. If in that scenario that you've described, that would be her kind of floating that money.
Right.
Just saying, I know eventually I have to come up with $45,000.
Right.
So in your scenario, okay.
Okay. And then what happened before they got to the
Did Bestie ever get the money?
closing? Do you happen
It's
to know?
a good line of questioning. I just think when Bestie comes in, that's not how Bestie saw it.
Oh,
I'm sorry, that's a big ambiguous question. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know what you're after.
do you know whether Kouri was arrested before they were able to do the closing?
The closing was set for January of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May 2023.
Kouri was arrested 14 months later.
Are you talking about the closing on Chelsea Barney's house?
I think what you're asking me is, so Chelsea Barney gave her the money in January of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Eric died in March of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May of 2023, coming out of the title company in which she borrowed $95,000, using that home as collateral.
She got arrested coming out of a title company? Wait, the same day? Was it about the same house? No. No.
22.
Eric died in March of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May of 2023, coming out of the title company in which she borrowed $95,000, using that home as collateral.
Okay.
Along with the Roy house that Kouri also owned. And then she used that $95,000 for debt payments of her own.
Okay.
So is that the close?
She used the Barney home as collateral to take out another $95,000. Bestie's home. She never put Bestie's home in Bestie's name. What a great question, Nestor.
Using
Objection
that home as
withdrawn.
collateral.
Okay.
Along with the Roy house that Kouri also owned. And then she used that $95,000 for debt payments of her own.
Shit.
Okay.
So is that the closing you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So then I want to talk to you about.
Nestor didn't think it was going to go that way.
Katie,
moved
can you please
on.
bring up 5-89D? This is in evidence, Your Honor.
That's not the way she thought it was going to go. Damn.
All right. And that's
Is
where
that the
you
closing
kind
you're
of kept
talking
track
about?
of the balance on the HELOC, right?
This is correct.
And
yeah.
Katie, can you blow up the dates on the across the top line? Make them bigger. That's good. So this begins in March of 2019 when the first 50,000 or so was drawn down out of the HELOC, correct?
Chad, I agree that Nestor stepped in it. Nestor was trying to imply that the closing happened and Kouri came up with the 45,000. But it wasn't a closing on the house. It was a closing on another loan using the house as collateral. Oops.
Yeah, 60,000. Yes. And can I say something about the dates before you continue?
No, I
Okay.
appreciate you waiting on my question. So from 2019 until 2020, there was a significant amount drawn down on the line of credit, correct?
That's correct.
And then it looks like in November of 2020, there was a nice little payment made that made it smaller.
It was in October.
October, thank
Yes.
you. Looks like November on that, but I believe you. If Eric Richins' sister testified that Eric became aware of the use of this HELOC back in 2020, and it precipitated his creation of a trust, would it be fair to say that if he knew about this back in 2020, for the whole rest of that chart, Eric is still utilizing the HELOC, Eric and Kouri?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that
Eric's
there's
not
no more
using it.
significant payments made by either Eric or Kouri all the way up until Eric's death?
There's never evidence that Eric made a payment. So,
All right.
yes.
So is it fair then to conclude that if he knew about this in 2020 and never made a payment until his death 2 years later, that he was aware of this and could have checked it at any time? His name is on the account, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
His name is on the HELOC, right?
That's correct.
So is, in all your experience and your expertise, if he calls the bank and says, hey, what's the balance on my HELOC, and it's in his name, as you said on your exhibit, they're certainly going to tell him, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It lacks foundation.
Your Honor. Okay, let me ask it another way. Eric's name's on the HELOC. You put that evidence in yourself, right? Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
As an owner of a HELOC, do you have access to your own statement balance at any time you want to look at it?
I mean,
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about, you can take that down, thank you. I want to talk about the tax returns. And I
he
just want to make
changed
sure
his
I got
will
this
in
right.
2020.
Because I hear the word tax and it's not my favorite word. You're basically saying that she over-reported
I took multiple tax classes in law school because I'm that kind of nerd. It was fascinating to me.
her income on her taxes. Is that fair?
No. Well, the net income. What I'm saying is the accounting that she gave to her tax preparer, her CPA tax preparer, for the expenses on her properties did not match what her own notations in her bank account.
So because of that error, she paid too much taxes, in your opinion, like a lot too much taxes.
She had a larger tax liability. And remember, I also said there's that big category of loans. All those payday loans are not on the CPA's financial statements. Like for 2021, for example, there's nothing.
Well, and if she'd have reported the loan, she'd have paid even less taxes, right?
Absolutely.
So she way over-reported her taxes and paid too much taxes.
Whether or not she actually paid them, that's a different story, but the tax liability was significantly larger than it would have been had she accounted for everything correctly.
And you stated through Mr. Bloodworth.
Chad, I agree with you about the HELOC. I don't know why he would have paid it either when he changed his will and was consulting with a divorce attorney. I think he was not paying it because if he was contemplating divorce, you hold on to it and you wait to see what happens in the divorce. Right. When he found out about it, he consulted with a divorce attorney and changed his will. It doesn't seem like he was just cool.
That it's possible she did this just to look successful to people.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
And a note about the 2019 tax return, I don't know if it was ever filed.
Well, that's a good point.
I do know that she prepared it and she did submit it to the government as part of her PPP loan forgiveness.
Did you ever review the packet of information of what she...
Of course we're OPPP. Of course we are. Of fucking course we are. So we don't know if the 2019 taxes were filed, but we know they were prepared and used with the PPP loan. Oh, of course. Right. Ma'am.
Well, that's a good point.
I do know that she prepared it and she did submit it to the government as part of her PPP loan forgiveness.
Did you ever review the packet of information of what she actually did submit to her accountant?
Yes, I've looked at every page.
And do you have any evidence as you sit here today that she ever provided proof of that tax return to any of her hard money lenders?
I don't know what, other than giving, submitting it to the government and to through UCCU Credit Union for that loan forgiveness. I don't know if she ever showed that to anybody else.
So it's fair to say that if she never did, it's pretty hard to argue the whole reason she way overpaid her taxes was to look successful to people if she never shared it with anyone. Fair?
No,
I mean, she
because
used
you're
it
talking
for
about
her
just that
PPP
one
loans.
tax return. Greg White did not prepare that tax return. Greg White prepared other tax returns for her.
Do you know how Greg White is related to Eric Richins or to Kouri Wright? I'm sorry, his business partner?
No, I don't.
I don't know how she would have even qualified for a PPP loan if she didn't have any employees. International Law Nerds, the PPP program was a payroll paycheck protection program that the U.S. government implemented during COVID that was rolled out to try to help companies continue to pay payroll when the things were shut down because of COVID, but you had to have employees and payroll to do that. And yes, Dr. B?
Griff's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Chat, give me 1 second. I'm going to let this roll.
Not
I want to say
prepare
hi to
that
Griff
tax
real quick.
return. Greg White prepared
I'll
other
be
tax
back.
returns for her.
Do you know how Greg White is related to Eric Richins or to Kouri Wright? I'm sorry, his business partner?
No, I don't.
Did you know they were family?
No.
Okay, so now I want to talk about also, just very quickly, because I'm about to wrap up, but I don't want to leave this behind. When we were talking about the bank statements that you put on, you don't know, you don't have any personal knowledge as to how Kouri got the C&E bank statements, do you?
I do.
You know how she got them?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
I've interviewed Kouri Wright, and he has, there was a time when, well, there are two reasons why she would have had access to those.
Okay, let me stop you. So you're speculating on how she could have gotten them, right?
No, I'm telling you what I understand from my work.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a time when Kouri Wright and Eric Richins, being the business partners, had their wives associated with the back office kind of stuff, you know, doing the books for the business and that sort of thing. And there was a time that those responsibilities were shifted only to Cody's wife and taken away from Kouri Richins.
When was that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay,
I don't.
so stop there.
Okay.
The statements you introduced today from C&E were all in 2021. Do you know whether or not Kouri had those responsibilities taken away from her prior to 2021?
I don't remember what he said.
Okay, so if her responsibilities were taken away from her by 2021, do you have any knowledge of how she would have gotten those C&E bank statements?
My understanding is the family computer at the house was actually the C&E a C&E laptop, I should say. And I don't know if it was the C&E, but it was a C&E.
So she could have pulled it off her husband's computer, right?
That's possible.
Or her husband could have pulled it off his computer and handed it to her.
He could have. That would have been a really curious thing for him to do.
Okay. But you don't know.
No.
All right. Now I want to talk about the profit and the taxes, the profit and loss analysis, all of these things that you were doing. Is it fair to say that someone who's not a you, someone who's a me, who barely can balance their checkbook, that we judge our success on what we report to the IRS every year? Did we make money? Did we lose money? Is that fair?
1 second, Ms. Carrington.
Under calls for speculation, not sure foundation, not sure where we're going, really.
I'll give Ms. Nestor some limited latitude. Let's see where this goes, Ms. Nestor.
Is
Thank
that
you,
fair
Chad.
that the average person that's not a financial expert?
My kiddo is away at camp. And so kiddo was on the phone. So we had to talk to kiddo on the phone because kiddo was away at camp. Some of these questions though, I've had one ear but in. Some of these questions though. Oh boy. Bloodworth's face is kind of giving the answer to that.
Report to the IRS every
I'm
year.
going to back that up real quick and let his objection kind of flow from that.
Is it fair to say that someone who's not a you, someone who's a me, who barely can balance their checkbook, that we judge our success on what we report to the IRS every year? Did we make money?
What?
Did we lose money? Is that fair?
That's
1 second, Ms.
so
Carrington.
objectionable.
Under calls for speculation, not sure foundation, not sure where we're going.
Also not
I'll
relevant.
give Ms. Nestor some limited latitude. Let's see where this goes, Ms. Nestor.
Is that fair that
Well, Nestor, you're now having internally inconsistent cross-examination because you just said that why would anyone make it look like they have more money on their tax returns? And now we're at, well, you judge your success by what you look like at the end of the tax year. Which one is it? Which one is it?
the average person that's not a financial expert, if you said, did you have a good year financially, you look at your taxes and say, yeah,
No.
I made money this year.
I think first it would be
Bloodworth's face is the chat right now. Chat looks like Bloodworth's face. Right. No. Girl, no.
Taxes and say, yeah, I made money this year.
I think first it would be, do I have money in my bank account? Can I pay for groceries after I pay
bing.
my car payment?
Okay.
That sort of
Bing,
thing,
bing.
if we're talking about just the average kind of concerns that a person or family would have. I will say yes, that what you're talking about does play into that. I don't know if that's the first place I would look. I'd look at my
Can I pay
day-to-day.
my bills?
But I think I understand what you're saying, and I would say that that's part of it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that there was that there was some forensic financial person back in 2020, 2021, 2022, reviewing Kouri's business for her and doing what you've done here today?
I doubt very much that there was much of any of that. There's no QuickBooks evidence that I can
What?
find. I don't see any. I have not seen any ledgers. The stuff that Kouri Richins submitted to her CPA was on spreadsheets, and it was very detailed. It just wasn't correct.
Okay. So
Not even
you
a QuickBooks
certainly
account.
concede.
Well, it's harder to cook the books when you're in QuickBooks. Let's be real. Let's be so for real right now. Like typing up your own spreadsheet's much easier. And this expert has said, look, we have spreadsheets. They're just not correct.
That what you're doing here today is looking backwards in time and trying to analyze things that happened in the past with someone you've not been able to talk directly to, correct?
That is correct. I have not spoken to Kouri Richins.
So you don't see in all the
She doesn't
hundreds
need
and
to. The
thousands
numbers
of
don't
documents
lie.
that you reviewed to come up with your conclusions today, you never saw any suggestion that there was someone auditing her business?
No, I think that would have been a benefit to her.
Sure would have. You never saw anybody doing a profit and loss analysis by property in her
Well,
company, in her business for her?
you know, her tax accountant was doing that based on the stuff that she gave to him.
Yeah, and you said he got it wrong, right?
Based on the
No.
stuff that he
No. She didn't say the tax accountant got it wrong. She said garbage in, garbage out. She said the tax accountant worked with what was given to him by Kouri.
gave to him, sure.
And you didn't see that she was conferring? You didn't see emails with financial advisors or business advisors?
No, there's an email string between her and Matt Strong where they talk about how to reduce tax liability by retaining rental properties.
And she was getting advice from him, right? Because she didn't know that stuff, and he was helping her.
I don't know why.
You read the email.
In that specific instance, but I'm sorry, I thought your question was a little more general. No, I don't think she was, I think she was so busy running her business,
was not
acquiring properties,
savvy.
trying to fix them up, acquiring funding, capital, wherever she could grab it, that the tracking of finances was completely just not on the priority list.
And you don't have any personal knowledge as to how involved Eric was with her, if she talked with him about it every night, if she talked with him about it every morning. You don't know.
No, I do not.
And did you even know that the day he died, he was out working on one of her properties, spreading gravel? Did you even know
I do know that.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not she got advice from other people besides her husband, Matt Strong? You don't know.
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled. The jury can hear both pieces of what Ms. Karrington just said.
And speaking of Matt Strong, there was one thing I did want to bring up. Katie, just for the witness only, Your Honor, could we please pull up Exhibit 1066?
Sorry that I cut off the answer on the PPP loan, but I
Did you
saw the
review
chat
this
kind
when
of
you were looking
filled
at
in the
all of your
rest of it.
documents?
Yes, I did.
There's still
And
questions
you
about
relied
that.
upon this in terms of making conclusions about potential rehab of the Midway Mansion?
I did, absolutely.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 1066.
I can't, Katie, can you zoom in? I can't see what it is, okay?
The court's like, I have no idea what that says.
So the bottom half is from Kouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you seeking to admit the entire thing or just the top half?
Yes, sir, the entire thing.
Oh, boy. I'm going to keep fast forwarding until we... Oh, we have a sidebar. Yes, of course we do. Yes, of course we have a sidebar. Are we back from sidebar?
I do want to talk about one more thing before we wrap up.
And moving on.
And that's this concept of valuation.
Okay.
You made
That
a
was
statement
denied.
that a house is valued at whatever
Or-
someone's willing to pay it.
The prosecution's objection was sustained. What the defense wanted to come in did not come in, so that was denied.
For it, right?
That's not just my definition, that's the IRS, and that's Business Valuation 101.
Certainly, if I had two houses and I decided I wanted to give you one for a great...
She's a forensic accountant. Is that just your definition? She's like, no, ma'am, I don't just make up definitions. It's not squishy. We have to adhere to what the accounting terms are and what the IRS says.
deal, because I think you're great. And I said, you know what, Miss Karrington, I'm going to sell you my house for $5. Doesn't mean that my house is valued at $5. It means that's what the value you put on my house or that I put on my house, right?
That's the value that you put on your house, I suppose. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And the county, every year, we get a little letter from the county telling us what they think our house is valued at, and that's what they tax us at,
Well,
right?
Tax
That is the
valuation is
assessed
different.
value.
That's
That is not what they actually think it's worth.
Keep
but
reading,
that's
Emily.
the assessed value.
Right.
And it's kind of a rule of thumb that the county actually does us a break and usually values it way below what it actually is, what you could sell it for.
Yeah, they at least in Salt Lake County, which is the county where I'm most familiar, they do it every 4 years, and they draw it from comps, comparable properties.
Right. And so you're certainly not suggesting to this jury that the Midway Mansion was only worth $2.9 million, just because that was the purchase price, right?
Ma'am,
I think every indicator
I don't know if the Midway Mansion was worth the paper that all those contracts were put on, given all the problems.
is that it wasn't worth a whole lot more than that.
Do you know what it actually ended up selling for?
I do.
How much did it actually end up selling for?
It was about $3.4 million. Matt Strong sold the note. It's a complicated transaction, but Matt Strong foreclosed on it.
And wait, stop right there. He foreclosed on it after Kouri was arrested, correct?
It was in the works already. I think the actual notice of
Kouri
default was
disagrees.
filed shortly after. But
After Kouri was arrested.
Right, like 4 days after, but it had been coming for many months. I mean, we have to look at the totality of the circumstance. She had defaulted.
We have to look at the emails, ma'am. We have to look at this was happening
on this many months before, and there were indicators that this was coming one way or another.
If Kouri had been able to stay till the very bitter end when the sale was made, they would have made $1.5 million?
No, nowhere close.
What did you just say they sold it for?
He sold it. He sold the note. So this,
Not the note. What did they sell the house
but
for?
this is part of the transaction. He sold the note to the current owners. So what that meant is he sold the rights to collect on this debt from Kouri Richins. And at the time, he sold that for $3.7 million. And then it went into the trustee sale because it was foreclosed. And the Harns, the current owners, paid $3.4 million for that property.
So the current owners that live in it now bought that property for $3.4 million about 2 years after Kouri bought it for $2.9.
Let me do the math. They bought it so she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half.
Better. 18 months later, they made
Somewhere like that.
about $500,000 in profit. Flipping.
No. Because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the purchase price that it was ultimately sold for?
$3.4 million, but they bought it from themselves.
I understand. Do you know the condition of the property when they bought it for $3.4 million?
I do.
Okay. Had they rehabbed it?
No.
So they hadn't done anything to it, and they sold it for 3.4.
And they also hadn't dealt with the Armored Corps of Engineers.
So had they been able to do all that, it would have realistically
boy.
sold for more.
No.
Okay, let me understand your question. If it's completed, finished, and all the issues with the wetlands and having to grow the new plants and all that stuff, if that's all, I would think it's worth more.
Okay.
Right.
Now, you're here today to give a snapshot of a financial condition at a certain moment in time, right?
No.
Okay. Let me.
Would anyone call this testimony, sorry for the pause, ma'am. Would anyone call this testimony a snapshot? No. And I think trying to make fetch happen that Kouri was going to make $16 million or whatever off of the Midway kerfuffle is not going to fly.
You're here to look backwards at Kouri Richins' financial situation, right?
Could you please restate
Well,
that?
she looked forward a little bit too with the
Backwards.
crumbling
The
of
past.
it all.
From today?
From today, backwards from today, you are here to evaluate in the past what Kouri Richins' financial.
Well, ma'am, Kouri Richins' financial situation's a little different today. I don't know if she's trading beef sticks as effectively as Alec Murdaugh was. How can one know?
Financial
Okay,
situation.
no
was.
projections for the future.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
But certainly, and you're here to do that, to come up with your conclusion that at the time that Eric died, she was financially, I believe your words were, in distress. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And certainly you would agree with me that every single person who's in financial distress does not opt for a solution of murder to fix their distress.
Objection.
Is that fair?
Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Speculation.
It's an inappropriate question. It's argumentative.
Okay.
However, I want to know if this witness watched the Murdaugh case because actually some do. Unfortunately, some do. Ma'am, most don't. Some do.
If in fact Ms. Richins was in financial distress, that does not, you're not here to say she killed her husband, are you?
That's for the jury to decide. I am not making any conclusion about that at all.
Because you don't have any knowledge about that at all.
Well, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, that's not true.
Answered. Sustained.
I don't know if I would have objected. I think I would have waited to see what this witness said. But then if this witness said what this witness might say, then Nestor would have said objection, moved to strike, motion for mistrial. You don't have any knowledge about that. She's like, well, actually, I have a lot of information here on the books.
Do you have any knowledge personally about whether or not on the night of March 3rd, Eric Richins voluntarily ingested
Ms. Nestor.
fentanyl?
Asked and answered.
The courts shut it
That question that
down.
I just asked?
When she said she doesn't know anything about that, she meant she doesn't know anything about that.
The courts shut that down so fucking quick. Right. Miss Nestor's like, but Your Honor, I promised in opening statement that I was going to stand up here and ask every single witness if they had personal knowledge of what Eric Richins ingested that night, and every single one was going to say no. I said it in opening.
And nothing in all the 100 and some thousand pages that you reviewed. Did you ever see any statement
Oh, the court is so
by
done.
Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of our investors, to anybody, saying,
Fraud.
I know how I'm going to fix this problem. I'm going to kill my husband and then I'll have plenty of money.
Objection.
First of all, okay, hearsay. Second of all, these questions are getting wilder. I'm going to slow them down so we can laugh together. 'Cause what are these questions? Just what are these questions? Also, you can't introduce your client's own statements, ma'am.
That you reviewed. Did you ever see any statement by Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of our investors, to anybody, saying, I know how I'm going to fix this problem. I'm going to kill my husband and then I'll have plenty of money?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any of that?
Overruled. Ms. Karrington, you can answer the question.
There's an email between her and Mount Strong where she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
Okay, that's
There's also some memes. Also, I got some questions for Matt Strong. Why we still lending money? Why is she talking about the inconvenience of being married to Matt Strong? I got some questions about some emails.
Did you ever see any of that?
Overruled. Ms. Karrington, you can answer the question.
There's an email between her and Mount Strong where she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
Okay, that's, so does that answer the question I just asked you?
You've asked, I'm not trying to create anything, but you said, is there anything that indicated anything? And
yeah, there is.
You know, I don't talk like that.
So apart from an email that she sent saying it was inconvenient being married, have you ever seen any suggestion in anything in writing that Kouri's financial plan was to collect on life insurance and pay all this money off?
Oh,
Have you
boy.
ever seen that?
To collect the life insurance to pay everything off. No.
Thank you.
She took out life insurance on February 4th, though.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Oh, boy. That's a much shorter cross than I anticipated. And I think some points were made. She kind of stepped on it at the end, but some points were made with the, you know, but you don't know if the taxes were ever filed and why would anyone make it look like they had more money? And I think Nestor's really leaning into the, but I'm just a baby argument. Like, girl math. Girls don't balance their checkbooks, girl math. It's hateable, but she's leaning into the, we just don't know. We were just doing our best. She didn't have someone like you looking at her business. And then at the end there, it was, well, she's talking to one of her lenders about how inconvenient it is to be married. Okay. I think it was smart for Nestor to just sit down at this point. Oh, that's right. That's right, chat. You're right. You're right. Maybe it's Cluster B. That's a funny. Maybe it's Cluster B said the Barney house is collateral. That was quite a reveal that Kouri Richins got arrested walking out of a closing with relation to the Barney house, and it was closing more funding, $95,000, where she put Bestie's house up as collateral and another house up at collateral. Wonder who was living in the other house. That was a big reveal. That was. Agreed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Karrington, in analyzing Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty's finance, did you see any evidence that Eric Richins or C&E was investing in her business?
Not really. There's the Franson Lane house in Oakley, where I can see some checks that were paid and they indicate a draw. So they're from C&E. They get deposited into Kouri Richins' bank account. And then when she sells that project in March of 2021, that's that big spike in my graph, that orange line that's bumping along the bottom and it spikes up. As soon as she sells that Franson Lane, the Oakley house, she pays C&E $217,000. That's about what they had paid in. And the memos on the checks say, draw number 1, draw number 2, and they indicate that house. And I have talked to Cody Wright about that, and he said, he's explained to me what the arrangement was for that particular house.
So there was an arrangement for that house.
It was related to the fact that Eric had just learned about the HELOC, and he was afraid of losing his house. And so that's why C&E was involved with that particular project. Absent that, I don't see any indicator that C&E or Eric was an investor or a participant in any of the transactions. He's not on any of the bank accounts. He's not on any of the real estate documents or loans or anything like that.
Oh,
Does
boy.
the accounting suggest that C&E money put into the Franson Lane project was a bailout?
I don't understand what you mean.
Was that money needed to see the project through to completion?
It spanned the rest of the project, if that's what you mean. And it was significant, And then they were paid $217,000, which was about. So Kay Richins Realty and Kouri Richins got $406,000 from that, and then Kouri got $60,000 in commissions from that project. And then once that hit the bank account, other expenses, let me say that, were paid for that project, and then the $217,000. So whether or not that was a bailout, I don't know if that's how they would term it, but it's my understanding it was not expected as she went. Eric Richins and C&E did not expect to be participating in that project at the outset. It was somewhere in the middle.
Other than that Franson Lane project, any other C&E or Eric Richins involvement in Kouri Richins or her business activities?
No.
Turning back to the Midway Mansion, she closed March 5th, 2022. The value was $2.9 million, but she took out $3.2 million in loans. You said at some point through various trust sales, trust auctions, the house sold for $3.4 million.
That's right.
And before that, it was foreclosed on. Do you know when it was foreclosed on?
It was foreclosed in May of 2023.
So between purchase March 5th, 2022, and foreclosure on May of 2023.
If it was foreclosed on May 5th, she didn't get arrested till May 8th.
Did
no,
the $3.2 million in debt on the house stay static?
No.
Did it grow?
It did. The clauses in
that's a
the
good
lending
question.
agreements, for example, the loan, the $2.6 million that the Sierra West and Mount Strong loaned to her, that loan agreement says you've got 6 months to repay this $2.6 million plus 15% interest. So it's due on September 4th of 2022. That's 6 months. And then the loan agreement also says if that does not happen, then there's a 2% default fee. And then that's about $50,000 tacked onto it.
And
Oh,
then
boy.
every month after that, it's another 2% that is tacked onto it. And it's still accruing interest. So, and it's
2%.
capitalized, which makes a big difference. It's not just something else that's out there. It makes the loan principal larger. So that also increases the interest. And upon default, it goes from 15%, which is already expensive,
And
to
then it goes up,
28%.
right?
So the whole thing just kind of blows
Balloons
up.
up. Yep.
So at the point Matt Strong and Sierra West foreclosed on Kouri Richins, how much?
It's a big old financial shit show when you default. So the interest stacks up, then you get those penalties, and then interest is tacked on to the penalties, and then.
How much did she owe on the Midway Mansion?
Let me think back. I think it's about 3.8 million at that time that she owed, that she owed on that note, and then it grew.
So owed 3.8 million right before her arrest when it defaulted.
Grew after that, continued to grow after that.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Ms. Nestor, within the scope of redirect.
Oh boy.
Okay, you just testified that you were not aware of Eric being involved in any of the properties other than the Fransom Lane. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, Katie,
Interesting.
can you please bring up 5-93D2 just for the witness? To the jury.
Of course.
All right. This is recross.
So here you have Eric and C&E Masonry as a funding option for Kouri Richins. Is that correct on your own exhibit?
That's correct. So that's the 2020 to 2021 time period.
Right.
So she
Where
bought
she
that
talked about
Franson
that.
Lane project. And she was working on it in October of 2020. She ended up selling it in March of 2021. And so that's why during this time period, that's what I mean. It's the one project. I'm aware of a real estate schedule that she
Chad, I'm here.
submitted to many
Dr. B
of
walked in.
her
Give me one sec.
lenders, and she includes projects that were Fox Lake investments that are Eric and Cody's, his business partners, and she included them as her own, but they were not her own.
Okay, so I'll get to Fox Lake in a minute.
Okay.
But are you aware that Eric was a lender on the Mill Creek property, that he lent $40,000?
I did not see a trust deed or anything, so no, I'm not aware of that.
I want to talk about this Fox Lake business that you just mentioned.
Okay.
This is a business that basically was a flip business as well, right?
I think that was the anticipation, yes.
So Eric started his own flip business with his business partner. Is that right?
And they had a third partner as well.
Boy.
And who was that?
It's like BlackRock and I'm sorry, I can't remember, but it's an LLC. It's a third party, not related to anybody we've talked about. So it's just completely
Unrelated
separate
third party.
and distinct.
Okay. And do you know whether
Yeah, her
Fox
recall
Lake
is fantastic.
would have been a separate entity from CNE?
I mean, like, were they a DBA or were they separate?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? I have looked at that. I believe that they are separate, but
So
Not sure.
did you evaluate Fox Lake and the value of it?
the value of the company, I've looked at their bank account statements and I've traced their projects, and they had nothing to do with Kouri Richins.
Okay, but just bear with me. What was the value that you came up with on Fox Lake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please give me just a little bit of leeway here.
A little bit.
The rules
Go
of
ahead.
evidence
What
don't
was the
have
value of
leeway,
Fox
Miss
Lake?
Nestor. They're like the rules of hair care. You made me drop my
Ask you to
milk
clarify
jug.
your question. Are you talking about valuing their business?
Just how much assets did they appear to have in your analysis of them?
I know that they had a few projects, and I'm going from just their bank account statements and my 14 schedules that you have, the fours, those are every account I've looked at, and you can see that I have looked at them. The Fox Lake Investments, I know that they had a few projects. I really don't know much about them because they had nothing to do with the family, Eric and Kouri Richins. They had nothing to do with her.
So if there's a prenup that prohibits Kouri from recovering any assets from C&E,
There's a prenup.
it wouldn't apply to Fox Lake because Fox Lake's a separate entity, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Is Fox Lake a separate entity from C&E?
If you have a prenup that precludes you from something involved to you, does it preclude you from recovering from something that's not connected to you? Why would you recover that in a divorce if it's not a company tied to your husband's business? But I can see where Nestor's going with this. Nestor's going with C&E started this separate business and maybe Kouri was entitled to the C&E.
I honestly can't remember. I know that they have a separate registration, but whether they are a DBA, a doing business as, and so they're under the C&E, or whether they're separate, I just don't remember.
And at some point, was
This is the first
Kouri
time we've
Richins listed
ever
on
heard
the
about Fox Lake.
paperwork?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you check that?
I did.
And you also mentioned that you traced, you did a,
Yeah, a lot of this is not within
I
the
need
scope of redirect.
to say also, she's not a signer on the Fox Lake account,
on the
on the bank
statement,
account.
right?
She's not.
Okay. And did you, just to make sure on the accountings that we're talking about, did you ever account for cash?
I'm sorry, which
Cash on
accountants?
hand, like cash that the Richins actually had?
I believe that the original inventory, but this is not in the confines of this case. Let me answer it this way. I understand that there was a safe in the garage, and I understand that there may have been a lot of cash there. That's outside of the scope of.
I also understand that there was a safe in the garage. I believe another witness is going to be testifying about the safe in the garage.
Looking at the financial statements and things.
So if someone testifies to how much cash was in that safe, that is not accounted for anywhere in here in your asset evaluation?
No.
And you also,
I know there was like $10,000 or something in a backpack or something that was part of the search warrant.
okay,
And that's,
and that cash isn't in here either.
no.
And also,
Was it wet
I don't
or
know
stapled?
anything about where it came from, whose it was, so no.
okay. And also, did you account for Kouri Richins' life insurance policies and their cash value anywhere in your asset evaluation?
She can't pay off her debts with her own life insurance policies because none of these were whole life. So that kind of defeats the purpose.
No, because she's alive.
Okay, but you understand that some life insurance policies you can draw down out of, right?
None of these were whole life.
I understand what you're talking about, but I think
So can you answer my question? Anywhere in your evaluation,
No.
did you include life insurance value that Kouri Richins holds on herself?
no.
All right. Did you also check
There's
on Eric
nothing that
Richins' life
indicates that there was whole life insurance on Kouri Richins. Nothing.
insurance policies if they were if they were like whole life where you can draw down out of them?
They are not whole life.
Okay, they're all term.
Yes.
And the dates of those
Right.
policies, with one exception, all predated 2020 when he purchased those policies.
Well, they purchased the policies in 2017, I think,
Okay.
except that last one.
The $100,000 one.
Right. That
Okay.
she got right before he died.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
This witness. Oh, the one she got right before he died? That one?
May we release this witness?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Karrington, you are free to go. You're released from the subpoena.
Oh, boy. Oh, done.
Your Honor, can we approach on scheduling?
Of course.
So we might not see this witness back. Oh, Miss Karrington. The memory was memorying, ma'am. I'm sorry I have you walking off it. I should do it in slow mode because that was in normal speed. I love a forensic accountant. Clear, easy to follow testimony. Absolutely incredible. Great exhibits, easy to understand. I think Miss Nestor did the best she could with the forensic accountant. There's not a lot to work with there. And Miss Nestor was like, yeah, but you don't know that there's this other thing over here. And what about this over there? And you don't know what their arrangement is in their marriage. And everything could have been this and that. She's like, yeah, well, the numbers don't really say that. So great forensic accountant. Absolutely fantastic. Great exhibits. Really easy to understand. And there is complex financial, that financial world is not simple. There was no fake forge, but it was not simple. It was brewing. And I think that point came across loud and clear. I think Kouri still doesn't agree. Kouri's like, nuh-uh, that's not how it was. The reveal on the email though, where she's talking about how inconvenient it is to be married, that's kind of wild. I also like that the forensic accountant seemed interested in the tea. All right, because that's what you do. You are a tea seeker.
Appreciate your patience today.
I think the jury's out for the day.
We're going to recess for the day.
Woohoo!
As noted, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
So later start for us
Appreciate,
too.
Your patience with my calendar. Same warnings. These require diligence, so please be thoughtful. You have to affirmatively avoid any information regarding the case. So please affirmatively avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about the case. Please don't speak about it. Don't let anyone else speak to you about it. And please don't do any research of any kind. See you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
What
Please
a
rise for the
busy
jury.
day. What a busy day. All right, jury's out. Ramos, can you bring back the dog tie for the day we go over the walk the dog letter? Pretty please? That would be great.
And you're okay with end of each week? Okay.
I want to see if they put anything on the record.
Folks, have a seat, please. One administrative issue. This
Jury's
applies
out.
only to the state at the moment, but will apply to the defense to the extent that you
Rock the mic like a vandal.
put on
Light up the
a
stage. Watch me
defense
jump like a
case in
candle.
chief. If you would please, at the end of this week, Mr. Bloodworth, have your team provide to Brittany a physical copy of the exhibits you've admitted so far, and then just do that at the end of each week.
That's
through
Brittany's
your
his
case in
clerk.
Oh,
chief.
Yes, sir, easy.
Okay. And then once
Keep
the defense
it
is
easy for Brittany.
in their case in chief, if you would plan to do the same. That way we're not leaving it until the end.
Which is better.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today? Anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience. The court's in recess.
Yeah,
Of course. We're off the record.
Well, that was a busy day. All right. When the court says we're off the record, it's because audio cuts when they go off the record. Wow. Wow, that was a fascinating day. Apparently, Kouri at some point felt that being married was inconvenient, though I think that we learned that from other conversations as well. I am not disappointed that the forensic accountant was on the stand all doggone day today. It was, I thought, really interesting testimony. The defense had a much shorter cross-examination than I anticipated, but also this witness is a freaking bank vault. Like you're not cracking the vault, ma'am. There's nothing that's going to happen with that witness. You're going to try to, could it be this? Could it be that? And this witness is going to say, I mean, yes, it could be this, it could be that. You don't know if Eric was putting money here. You don't know if Eric was putting money there. Sure, we don't know some of those things, but the bank accounts don't lie. And this witness, I think, did a good job of taking voluminous amounts of information and making it make sense and highlighting how Kouri Richins was splicing together bank records to continue to get these loans. And again, if she has the support of her spouse and she has investors, why do we need to forge bank accounts to get lending? It's a great question. Would love to see what happens. So at the end of this day, the financial calamity that is coming for Kouri has been well vetted, I think, by the prosecution. Will that be enough for the jury? I think Miss Nestor was worried because this is the first time we've seen her go like all the way in on, well, you don't know if that means Kouri killed her husband, and you don't know if that means that she decided to kill her husband. And have you ever seen a case where this leads to murder? Yes. But you can't say if Eric Richins willfully ingested fentanyl that night. You don't know. Someone's like, I mean, it was kind of weird that she was emailing her lender that it was inconvenient to be married. So, I mean, I know some stuff. But those questions at the end were different than we've seen with a lot of witnesses, where Nestor was really trying to be like, but this doesn't equal murder. Well, ma'am, maybe this alone doesn't, but the puzzle pieces are coming together. Now, whether the jury will feel that that's a completed puzzle at the end, we're not there yet. But the puzzle pieces are starting to come together. And oh fucking hell, do I want to hear from Bestie. Because the defense trying to say, we were just floating Bestie's money. Bestie never got that money back. But Bestie never got that money back, and that house got fucking foreclosed on, and Kouri Richins put it up for collateral. So those questions are dead in the water, I think, when you get to that witness. And are we going to hear from Grossman, the white tiger in the jungle? Wait, no, was Kouri the white tiger in the jungle? Grossman, the boyfriend. Why was he getting $25,000 cut to him? Why? After Eric dies, what's he getting $25K for? Did it cover some new iPhones? Why are we giving Grossman $25,000? The conversation about mom getting $10,000 is a conversation for another day. But I'm very interested to hear what witnesses come next. And we're going to hear more about those life insurance plans because there are 2 charges in this case related to insurance fraud. So all of you are saying it's for the services rendered for installing the cabinets. Right. I'm very interested to see what else continues to unfold. And I think the prosecution has done a good job of ordering their witnesses, where you see how things are starting to piece together, and you can see why certain witnesses are coming in a certain order. Like, it makes sense why we had Eric Richins' business partner's wife talk about the fact that she was handling the accounting for C&E, because it shuts down the arguments here that, maybe Kouri was doing this and maybe Kouri was doing that. No, we actually saw the witness doing it. And you see that in 2019, before Kouri takes out the HELOC and starts the business, she's already talking about being unhappy in the marriage. And then she takes out the HELOC, and then. And so you already start seeing the puzzle pieces laid out. And I think that's why we saw Carmen earlier, and then saw the tech evidence that goes, it ties back to that. The ordering of witnesses has been great, I think. So tomorrow, I imagine we will continue in this direction. And I will be very surprised if we don't see Bestie tomorrow. I will be surprised if we don't see Bestie tomorrow. I'll be surprised. Like, I just, in my own little perfect world, I am hoping that Bestie is one of the first few witnesses tomorrow. Like, just bring the Bestie. Bring the Bestie. The Bestie is also a victim in the other criminal case. So there's that. And we're starting a little later tomorrow, so make sure that you have the Law Nerd app. I'm going to set stream for 11. If court starts on time, then we should be, on time with wiggle room. But if court gets delayed, because the judge said it was a scheduling thing, if court gets a little bit delayed in the morning, then we will also push back, and I'll let you know in the app and I'll let you know in chat. For those of you that are circling back and are very curious about what happened with that other juror, it has not been addressed yet. We have not seen it yet. So we have not seen that. Gossip, rumor, innuendo, the gossips, the rumors. Thank you for the gifted memberships. That's incredibly kind. So welcome to our new members. Thank you. We're going to take a few minutes to go through some of y'all's questions and thank y'all for gifting memberships today. Yesterday was an incredibly long day. Today was a long day. Your girl is tired. Thank you for understanding when I took a brief step away to say hi to Griffin on the phone. It is the first time he has been away. He is having the best time ever. And he's a typical junior high school student where he's just like, I'm good. I'm having fun. You guys good? Like, y'all good? I'm good. Y'all good? Yes, buddy, we're good. So I appreciate that. It was very kind. I know the law nerds get it. You guys are the best. So let's try to answer some questions. Thank you for everyone who gifted memberships today. The mods appreciate it. So thank you. When they address the juror, a record will be made. So a record will be made about that. It just hasn't happened yet. It's not the most urgent situation because they're not even close to going out to deliberate. So it will come up. It's just not there yet. David Reese said, EDB, if you're so interested in financial crimes, why didn't you become a federal prosecutor? So in law school, I did some work with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their tax division. I did some work with the District Attorney's Office, and I was a recovering Division I athlete when I started my legal career. So I was much more interested in being in court much more frequently. Now, had career and life things gone differently, I think I might have eventually moved into the larger financial prosecutions. I don't know if I would have moved out of the DA's office to the U.S. Attorney's Office because the political pulls of a given office can be different. Though, of course, as time went on, that can change as well. But the DA's office also had some really cool computer crimes stuff going on. But we did a lot more trials. And especially when I was a young attorney, I wanted to do more trials. And that is about the most artful way I can say that. The feds do not go to trial as often. So I wanted that volume of trials. Emily, but then burnout. Well, yes, chat. Sometimes it's a blessing and a curse to get what we want. And, you know, you don't know what you don't know until you know. At the time, it sounded like an adrenaline-filled, amazing ride. And then you have children and are like, oh shit, this is going to be challenging. But yes, that is a part of it. I wanted the higher volume trials. I also really liked that when I was in LA, I'm just working in LA. I don't have to worry about getting transferred anywhere else or working anywhere else. I enjoyed it. So let's see. Anita the Italian said, how did they give her money on a house that was not hers? So funny that she used what is alleged to be a forged power of attorney to sign as Eric as power of attorney. And if you're working with a lender who's like, oh yeah, I understand your wife's taking care of it, I think they should have asked more questions. I do, but they did not. And she had a power of attorney and just signed it. Just signed it. Karen said, your binder obsession is everything. Look, I don't know how you do trials without a good trial binder. I like seeing how people organize their trials. I'm fascinated by it. So the prosecution has been really, really organized. And I appreciate it. I mean, there are methodical days where you just have to get in a ton of foundation, but they've been incredibly organized and it's been easy to follow. Even if you don't think that the prosecution has filled in all the gaps for you, it's totally fair. We're still in the prosecution's case, but they've presented the evidence well and it has been easy to follow. So I always appreciate that. I always appreciate clarity and sometimes brevity, but I also don't mind a bit of pettiness. Your Honor, we would like more foundation. Oh, you would like more foundation? Here are all the text messages. I guess we're doing this now. Your foundation. I don't mind the moments of you can get what you ask for sometimes. Does not bother us. Sometimes it's overkill. So far, it hasn't been overkill for me. We'll see if in the future it is. Some prosecutors, we have definitely seen the overkill from, and that annoys me as well. There's a balance, isn't there? Big fan of justice says, now I wait for the screaming goat. I was restrained with the screaming goat today. Derangement said, imagine Bloodworth going home after trial, having a drink at speed watching stream. I imagine that would not be restful. However, if that's the case, at least he'll get to see the faces he was making and the faces Miss Nestor was making. I mean, we had some pause moments today. The pause moments were telling. I don't think I've ever seen a judge quite say, knock it off. And this is not needed the way this judge has today. It's been real interesting. Real interesting. So it's, yeah. Thank you, Meteoroid, for the compliment. Look, all of us have our own style. So my input is going to be different than other people's input on the case. I come from my own perspective. And then with this case, I have a lot of background knowledge on this case just because of how long I've covered it. So, I have my own views of the evidence, knowing some of the things we've seen that might come in. And there's a lot of new things that I'm like, holy shit, that's new information. But that's going to happen in every case. So it's, my preferences are my preferences. And I really, even if lawyers aren't always my style, I appreciate the good lawyering. Even if sometimes it's over the top. Not Ramos day one over the top. But I think Ramos in the subsequent days has been much better crosses, much easier to follow. And even though there's a little like, if I text my son right now, give him the razzle dazzle. If I text my son right now, fine. It's not exactly my style. Is it all the way over the top? Not if it's sprinkled in here and there and it's not the entire cross-examination. It's just more palatable. Alley Cat said, never did I think I'd enjoy a financial day. So much more enjoyable with UDB. Your enjoyment of the numbers is palpable. Look, paper doesn't lie. I am fascinated by what people are doing. And if you want to be nosy about people's lives, the bank accounts is where the tea is. Because no matter what somebody might say, you're going to see what they do in the bank accounts. You know what I'm curious about? Which account were the weed gummies coming out of? Because there were a fuck ton of weed gummies that showed up in that house. Which account was paying for all of those? I want to know. I saw a lot of you guys saying hi to Recovery Addict in the chat. Hello. The chat was busy, so I saw the hellos. So I'm saying hello based on the hellos. Good to see you. Thank you guys for the heads up the other day when court got wonky. That was a day. This trial's been 800 years long. Tonk says PSA freezer credit. It's free and it prevents fraud. Yes, there are lots of services that can do this. You can do this yourself, and then you just have to unlock it when you want to make a purchase. It is incredibly helpful. Incredibly helpful. So thank you for the reminder, Ash Elizabeth, to like the stream. I always forget to ask, but yes, I appreciate it. A Teeny Chihuahua said, with all this financial nonsense, do we know who's paying for Kouri's legal team? Summit County, Utah is. They are private attorneys, but they are appointed in this case. So the public defender's office is not appointed. They are appointed. Excuse me. And I would imagine, oh, sorry, give me one more sec. I can tell you exactly why I think the public defenders weren't appointed in this case. But here's why the public defenders likely weren't appointed in this case, because there was conflict with the witnesses. Based on the cases that Carmen has had and the cases that Robert Crozier has had, I would imagine the public defender's office and the alternate public defender's office have represented some or either of them or people in connection to their other cases. So there would then be a conflict with the office and some of the witnesses. So then it would go out to private counsel. At the beginning, you had privately retained counsel. So Sky was privately retained, and then there was a conflict, and Sky was no longer on the case because of a conflict. And so then we ended up with privately retained appointed counsels. So that's where I think we're at. Angie said it's not like Bestie signed that the $45,000 was a gift, right? Isabel says she pledged the $45K. I think Kouri pledged to put the $45K towards the mortgage. I think the texts were pretty clear what Bestie anticipated was going to happen with that money. And then Nestor's like, she was floating it. It's like a shell game. It's fine. There's nothing Bernie made off about that at all. It's all good. That's what rich people do, right? You just move money here, move the money there, and then float it until the closing. The problem is the closing was supposed to be close in time, and then it never got done because Kouri couldn't get a loan. And I don't know if Bestie would have even known that didn't get done. I would be real curious if Kouri kept saying, oh no, we did it. I'd be really curious if Bestie thought it had been taken care of. Real curious. Real curious. So law nerds, tomorrow we're starting just a little bit later. Court is starting an hour later. We are not going to start we are going to start like a full hour later, which is a half hour after, maybe 45 minutes later, depending on when I normally start. But my plan is to start at 11 and roll through the day and see how much we can do. Look, it's not even a 10-hour stream today. It's like almost a 9-hour stream, which is fantastic because I need some sleep. I'm tired. I'm definitely tired. So it's time to sleep. Law nerds, this trial is so much. I did not anticipate exactly how wild parts of this case would get. And I didn't think we would see Judge M just reading the rules and being like, okay, so we're in the 100 series. And once an objection has been sustained, you don't have to keep objecting. He stopped answering them at one point. And then there were times where Bloodworth would stand up and the court was already swooping in there. It was already zooming into those objections. What a wild day. Financial day, everybody. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad we were here. We saw it together. What the fuck was she giving $25,000 to the boyfriend for? I'm so nosy. It's so hard to not be able to go through the thousands of pages of documents and take a look. I want to know what the weed gummies were paid for. I want to know how much money was getting spent at Crumble. I have so many more questions that we're just not going to get to, but it's fine. But what was that 25,000 for? That we might get answered. Bloodworth brought it up. Lawnard chat clocked it. I'm sure the jury clocked it. We might get an answer to that because I'm pretty sure he's going to testify. I'm just wondering when he's going to testify. Tomorrow they might also do some of the life insurance fraud stuff. That might make sense too. I'm ready for Bestie though. That's where I'm at. Lawnards, let me know where you're at, what evidence you're looking forward to seeing. Make sure you have the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com so I can let you know, because I know you've got shit to do. I absolutely get it. But when Bestie takes a stand, we're sending you a Lawnard app notification. If Boyfriend takes a stand, we're sending you a Lawnard app notification. When things pop off in court, we will let you know. We built it to keep you in the loop so you don't miss the witnesses that you want to see the most. Because that would suck. You want to be in the chat being like, I was here when. Right. And you never know exactly when that's going to be. So we'll let you know. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Team Baker. Trial day 7. That's a wrap. Oh, man. What an interesting day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Lawnard app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Lawnard.